Perfect Game Junior National Showcase rolls on. Day 3 from the famous East Cobb Baseball Complex in Marietta, Georgia. Start with a pair of games today. We're going to see the Maroon and Navy squads battle in our first contest of the morning. I'm Brett Dolden with David Ronsley. Delighted to have you with us. And David, you know, we said goodbye yesterday to 4 teams. We welcome in 4 more. You got to see some of the workouts, but there's some big name players and some outstanding talent in this quartet of teams that we'll see play this morning.
Yeah, just watching them yesterday in workouts, I was very impressed. We had some 6'4" and 6'5", 60 times. We had some truly outstanding batting practice shows. We had 95 from the infield by a young man who's opening this game on the mound for the Maroon team, in fact, Josh Hammond. So I'm really looking forward to seeing these guys in the game action, and certainly looking forward to seeing all the pitchers today as well as the players.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the lineups and their rosters for the Maroon team. And again, we have been batting anywhere between 15, 16, 17 players, so no surprise you'll see heavy lineups. And you also will notice the ranks on the right. Of course, we got to flip that page because, again, we will see an extensive Maroon team. They will be the visitors here for Game 1. There's the second page as well for these young men. We'll introduce you to them as best we can as this morning and this game rolls on. Let's take a look at the starting pitcher here for the Navy team. And set up, it is the young man out of Pacific, Missouri by the name of Jake Collier.
Yeah, Jake's a 5'11", 175 left-hander, pitches for the Rawlings Tigers out of St. Louis. Haven't seen Jake in about a year, and he was topping out at 87 a year ago. So I'm sure we have some very good reports from him this spring. Might have even seen him in some high school games. So looking forward to Jake. Very athletic-looking young man with a quick arm.
Young man, as you could imagine, a big Cardinal fan, Adam Wainwright fan, and also a young man back at the age of 6 that had to overcome leukemia. So he's had some challenges to navigate his life, but has become a fantastic baseball player. He will start on the mound today. And stepping in to begin things is R.J. Machado from St. Thomas Aquinas High School. And he wastes a little time and blisters one into right for a base hit. Retrieved and played back in, and Machado doesn't waste any seconds whatsoever on getting the game's first hit.
Well, RJ was kind of one of the standouts yesterday. Ran a 6'7", 60 through 92 from the infield. Took a solid BP, and like I said, hey, if the first pitch is the one you're going to jump on, do it. This was some solid, loud barrel there to right field.
Yeah, good term, loud. Way to wake everybody up. Maybe a little bit groggy at it, getting out of the hotel and getting over to the complex through Monday morning traffic. And this is Dylan Atkins, left-handed hitter, takes strike one.
Well, I was just looking through some emails or texts I was sending this morning, asking some of our PG scouting staff that was there for batting practice yesterday, like who the top 10 BPs were in your opinion. And our pitcher, Jake Collier, was on that list. So Collier, a quality two-way prospect based on the bat yesterday.
Well, that's interesting. He mentions that in his bio, a pretty strong left-handed bat as well, and that's the fun part of this age. Primarily 2025s to see these young men play multiple positions. A lot will pitch and hit. And the pitch is on the outside corner and a strike to Dylan Atkins.
And I'd be curious whether Collier, who's not committed right now, is thinking in terms of a college where he can play two ways, because not all schools are going to really encourage that at all, and some of them do, and it might come into Jake Collier's, calculations for where he's going to continue to play his baseball.
Indeed. Talks about commanding the curveball and changeup to keep hitters off balance. In on the hands there of Atkins. There's an opportunity for a force at second, but that ball was mishandled. So Atkins able to reach on the fielder's choice. And the kick. And the Maroon team with a couple of runners on base against Collier. Yesterday in our games, it was hard even to get a run or a run batted in if we did have a run. But a chance for Maroon to do so here. And William Johnson is the batter, another lefty hitter. Georgia native and Georgia Tech commit.
Just for those of you who aren't familiar with Perfect Game Showcase games, I want to drop a few different rules on you. First of all, there are no hits, no hit by pitches, and no walks. If you have either of those two things happen to you, you will stay in the batter's box, and there'll be a ghost runner put out as the runner steals third base easily. So after you get a ball 4 or hit by a pitch, it's also all fastballs. This game's scheduled for 8 innings. However, we will never see more than 5 batters in an inning. We don't want the pitchers out there for deep pitch counts or anything like that.
Good updates indeed. William Johnson has a count of 3-0. Velocity's 83, 84 in that neighborhood for Collier. Swinging away, 3-0. Chance for a force at second, and no double play back at first, and a run will score. So Johnson will get an RBI, reaching on the fielder's choice. Machado will score the game's first run.
Yeah, nice contact off Johnson's bat. Looks like it could be a double play, very clean. He would have beat that anyway, even with a good throw. Johnson must have got out of the box very, very well.
Nick Diaz didn't want much to do with that throw at first. Meanwhile, here's Joey Senstock. He's up there hacking early and sends one foul out of play to the right.
Senstock
Nebraska
impressed
native.
me yesterday. Excuse me, yeah, Nebraska native. My former home, also a Nebraska commit, but he really impressed me yesterday. He's listed as a primary third baseman, ranked 200th in the class right now, but he's a secondary catcher, and I liked his catching actions better, actually, than his infield actions, and it's something I hope he is serious about continuing to catch as he grows his career, because he looked like he had a lot of talent behind the plate.
That's good to know. Sends another one foul back and out of play. I mean, there's still plenty of time to determine a landing spot. A lot of value in that catching position. I wasn't with you for the workouts yesterday afternoon, but there were some eye-popping velocity numbers. Some tremendous 60 times. No surprise, all of these groups of 4 teams possess so many talented players, but there were a few that really did jump off the page.
Yeah, and there's some surprises, and we'll get to them as they get into games, this game and the next game as well. Because this isn't a group that it has a couple of highly ranked players, but of the 3 groups of teams, players coming through, this is probably the one that if you averaged out the rankings, this would be the lowest ranked group. But they went out and some names really popped yesterday. You know, you look at the 60s, for instance, and the top 17 times in the 60 between the first group and this group are all from this group. And you love to see that kind of athleticism. And like I said, I'm really looking forward to seeing how some of those high-level athletes play in the game and how they swing the bat against live pitching.
That's something to look forward to. Count's got full from Collier to Senstock. I mean, it is fun to see guys validate their rankings. It's also enjoyable to see those make a jump, show off how much they've improved. That's a wave and a miss. Collier gets the K, second out of the inning.
Collier just reached back for maybe his best fastball of his outing so far, 85 miles an hour. He really hasn't mixed in that breaking ball very much. I think that's going to be something between innings. He'll be going 2 innings that he's going to look back at and say, hey, I need to mix that breaking ball in a little bit more, even if it's to right-handed hitters.
Henry Jackson, the next man in. Lexington, South Carolina native. UConn commit. Sawed off just a bit. Young man from the Northeast originally, a big hockey player, but now a baseball player in South Carolina.
Yeah, well, I raised eyebrows at that yesterday, and Steve Lennox had the story behind Jackson living in South Carolina but committed to UConn because he is from, I guess, Elmira, New York, and has strong ties still to the Northeast. Go back home to go to school.
It's a swing and a miss. Talk about the young men from the Northeast who want to play in the SEC or ACC and get to the warm weather. He's kind of reversing that trend, but that's all right. And we've seen so many teams kind of make their marks this year in college baseball that might be outside the trendsetters with an Oral Roberts or who knows? Some of these teams.
Oral Roberts going to the College World Series. Good for them.
There's a chopper up the middle. Fielded near the bag at second. We got the force, so Jackson hit that chopper right back up the middle. That was handled by Boughton, and that will end the frame. So a run for the Maroon team. We're off and rolling with Game 1, Day 3, the Perfect Game Junior National Showcase. It's a busy Navy roster, so let's take a look at the individuals that we're going to see over the course of the game today. And again, teams have been batting 14, 15, 16. It feels like pretty extensive lineup here this morning for game number 1 between these two squads. Also see their rank on the right side of the screen. A few players have an opportunity maybe to kind of jump up, be inside the top 500 after the course of this week, should they make an impression. See the Burdine twins as well. Cash Money, great name, will catch. And also Ethan Holiday there at third base. So Matthew Boughton is going to lead off, and he is going to be facing pitcher Josh Hammond.
Well, Josh Hammond, the number 14th ranked overall prospect in the 2025 class, the 4th ranked right-handed pitcher. And this is just such a great athlete. He was one of the most important people in impressive people in drills yesterday. Ran a 6.7 60 through 95 from short and didn't even look like he was selling out to do it. Just an outstanding all-around athlete. 6'1", 205, very strong physically.
David, he's committed to Wake Forest. His father used to coach there. His dad, Joey Hammond, hit a 93 already, facing Matthew Boughton, the A&M commit out of Colleyville, Texas.
The first thing I note about Hammond and his mechanics, watch how well he gets into his hips. He is driving down the mound with that back hip, and you see how, he's a strong young man, but look at those thighs, look at those hips, and look how he gets into those hips coming down the mound.
It's really fun to watch. Talks about getting horizontal movement and induced vertical, but got a spin rate on a slider that's been up to 3,000, which is really crazy. Changeup's his favorite pitch. We'll throw it to both righties and lefties, and that one's fouled back. Was it just swung on and missed? That may have been the case. So a strikeout, a ricochet, and a flip to first.
94 on that fastball, up and in.
David, he says his changeup, a power changeup at 85, 86. I got to believe there aren't many kids in this class that have faced changeups at 85, 86 miles an hour.
Yeah, that would be definitely the rarity to throw a changeup that fast. And he hasn't thrown it yet. He's thrown a few really nice sliders in the low 80s and might be saving that changeup for a left-handed hitter. And I'm sure we'll see it if he expresses that much confidence in it.
That is a well-constructed young man, able to get a strikeout to begin the bottom of the first. Should be Corbin Reynolds, next man in. You can imagine a coach's son, though, understanding this game is important to him. Now facing Reynolds, Vandy commit. It's a good pitch for strike one at the knees.
Kind of a get-me-over slider.
Got kind of a tight, short break to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, that I think that was the one. That was like I said, the get me over one. The one he just really wants to throw for a strike. He wanted to expand the zone a bit. I get the idea right away that Josh Hammond has a firm idea where he's throwing the ball. He's throwing every pitch with intent, looking at his zone, looking at the target the catcher gives him. And it is a slider-heavy diet so far.
Wake Forest was his dream school. The Demon Deacons on their way to the College World Series for the first time in seemingly forever, and I'm sure that excites him, and he gets the wave of the miss. That one has some ride and some run to it.
Yeah, and that fastball looks like right now his strikeout pitch. That's what he used on Boughton. That's what he used on Reynolds. Get ahead with the slider, put away with the fastball. And he mentioned talking about induced vertical rise on his fastball. You've already mentioned that. And that's what he's trying to do there, is get that rising fastball up above barrels. And he's been very successful with it so far.
He did it right there, but a nice take from Caleb Barnett to not to swing at a pitch out of the zone for the Alabama commit. Those two schools, Alabama and Wake, met up this past weekend. I will say about Hammond, though, David, he talks about his athleticism and maybe his strength and adding physicality and how he feels more stable, able to repeat his delivery as a pitcher and being consistent at the plate, and then again when he's out on the field at shortstop. 2-0 pitch in their first strike.
That slider's tough to hit for anybody this age. And we've seen in baseball over the last couple years, more and more sliders being thrown and less fastballs. And it seems like Hammond, who is really on top of his game as far as analytics and packs his pitches, has bought onto that, because there are organizations in professional baseball who throw less than 50% fastballs now in their minor league systems. And that's the way Josh Hammond was pitching there. Get ahead with the slider, throw probably 50% sliders at least, put the hitters away at the fastball, and he put away 3 straight hitters there with fastballs. Pretty impressive work here in the bottom of the first.
Indeed. What an inning, 3 strikeouts, and we're off and rolling after 1 inning of game 1 today from Marietta. We go to the top of the second. Maroon team batting, facing Jake Collier again, leading 1-0 after pletting a run on a fielder's choice in the first. And Julian Carter will lead off from Sandy Springs, Georgia, Riverwood High School. And the first pitch just a little bit below the knees for ball 1. Julian Carter, big Bo Bichette fan, Tim Anderson fan, has really worked on his speed as well to get faster. Obviously a pretty good frame and size to this young man. He takes ball 2. Dude, it's interesting. Collier, when he took that ball out of his glove, kind of tapped it back in. Kind of separated, put that ball back in his glove, which was a little bit unusual.
You see some pitchers do that. They're probably not even aware of it as they do it, and Collier isn't doing it every time, so it may be just a nervous tick. I hope it's not something that he's tipping his pitches with, although he did it and didn't do it in 2 straight pitches there, and they were both fastballs.
See what Braden Mann can do.
Yeah. I think I mentioned last inning what I want to see from Collier. I wasn't aware we had a ghost runner on first base.
Well, we did, and I think we skipped Julian Carter as well. So we had a couple of adjustments as we started off this second inning.
All right. But I'd like to see Collier work his breaking ball more. He's almost been exclusively fastballs.
Chop it to third, and is that play in time? Yes, it was. Nice job at third base by Ethan Haviday.
Yeah, that's the kind of play, that high hopper, that the third baseman knows he has to get rid of it right away. He can't be worrying about the runner coming from second. He's got to quick release, get on top of his throw, and make a strong throw to get it out there, and Haviday did.
Ball by Deacon, hit in the air to center. Not much carry on that one. Put away and caught for the second out of the inning. So 2 quick outs. J.P. Apt. And that one just does bend down and out for a ball.
Collier facing his, I believe, 7th or 8th straight right-handed hitter. And he might even have wanted to see a lefty or two. Maybe more comfortable throwing that breaking ball to left-handed hitters. But we haven't seen a changeup either. We've just seen steady 83 to 85 mile an hour fastballs.
Ball's tagged out to left center field where it will be put away. So Collier able to quickly pick up 3 outs after that leadoff runner Carter got on base. Well done. Ground out, pop up, fly out. J.P. Apt retired, and let's go back and take a look at Collier. Really, it was kind of ground ball that was kicked at second base. The only thing that kind of threw him off after his 2 innings of work.
Yeah, it's a very clean arm. It's it's a fastball that's very easy to project to gain velocity. He's obviously very athletic. We talked about his hitting. Solid outing. Would have liked to seen more breaking balls.
Let's take a look at some of the results from yesterday. Apt, who just flew out, for example, through 91 from the infield. We're talking about guys with good 60s, good outfield velocities, infield mechanics as well. Kind of touch in on a few of the things that transpired yesterday for the workouts. And we welcomed in this new group of 4 teams. Josh Hammond, he's ready to get out there and start working again after an electric first inning.
One thing that stood out about the workout results yesterday, and you can see all the workout results on the perfectgame.org website if you go to the Junior National page, is the similarities. There were so many people who threw 90 from the outfield. Every catcher was throwing 78 to 82 with 185 to 195 pop times. The consistency of the athleticism is just so important, and I want to shout out to the Perfect Game scouting staff for getting so many high quality players, over 300 total at this event. to Marietta, Georgia, and to this great event. And the talent overall there, it's been so consistent. It's almost sometimes it's hard to separate it.
Well, I'm glad you said that. As Trey Jackson steps in, you start talking about a lot of players and the consistency of overall talent might make it hard for some guys to kind of move up the ranks, but I think it speaks to the strength of a class or the instruction and coaching these young men are getting. And Trey Jackson able to send one out to center field where it will be put away. So pretty good contact, but catch was made in center by William Patrick.
That did not look, that was an off-speed pitch at 82. I'm not sure where that might have been a changeup instead of the slider. That didn't have that sweep to it that Hammond's slider consistently has. And Jackson was able to get the barrel out on it pretty well.
Sebastian Barrera from Texas. Well, if you're watching in that first inning and you think you're going to bat in the second, you realize, hey, my day's starting earlier than I anticipated with Hammonds on the mound. I better be ready to go. Young man from the Hunter Pence Baseball Academy.
Using Barrera as an example, ranked 500 coming into this, doesn't have a big name Power 5 college commitment, and yet yesterday he goes out and runs a 6.94, throws 90 from the outfield, 79 from catcher with a 1.89 pop time. All quality, high D1 top prospect type numbers, and it just seems like it was that way for everybody. Now, of course, Josh Hammond is in a little different category right here, and he's showing it right now.
Struck out 4 of the 5 batters he faced. Barrera retired 2-3. Barrera, kind of an intriguing frame for a man listed as a catcher. Nonetheless, here's Carter Bailey, Virginia Tech commit, Massachusetts native. He was throwing 93-ish from the outfield, 91 from the infield yesterday was Carter Bailey.
Yeah, Bentley was one of the more impressive athletes that we saw overall. Again, a 500 ranked player, runs a 6.7, throws over 90 from 2 positions.
Bentley with a chopper to third, and there's the speed, but he's retired, so a nice play to cut him down. And Josh Hammonds didn't waste much time, David.
No, he didn't, and it was all sliders and changeups that inning. He didn't throw one fastball. When you throw 93, 94 as Hammond does, personally, I'd like to see more aggressiveness with the fastball. The fastballs he did use were in the first inning, like that when he got ahead. The only fastballs he really threw were to put away hitters in a 2-strike count. Aside from that, it was primarily sliders mixed in with maybe a couple changeups that last inning. But he went out there with a plan. He executed the plan, struck out 4 of his 6 hitters, and was outstanding in doing so.
Yeah, that was fun to watch. And I'm with you. It felt like we saw maybe a little more of the secondary stuff than the primary heat and the fastball. But can't argue with the results as he cruised through those 2 innings of work. And just like that, we head to the third. Get to see a new pitcher as well. Tell you what, this young man wasn't listed on our pitching report to be in the third, but here he is, Caleb Barnett from Mountain Brock, Alabama. Replacing Collier, who went his 2 innings.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see Barnett this early. He's a primary third baseman who had one of the best batting practices of the day yesterday. Just a real solid athlete, a primary third baseman, ranked 198th overall in the country, 6'5", 210. So it's a pitcher's body. You can see it right there. And he has been up to 89 earlier this year. So the arm strength is definitely there. Has thrown plenty at perfect game events over the years, 86 innings, during which he struck out 121 players. So a quality 2-way prospect.
Young man who grew up in Philadelphia. Bryce Harper fan, ready to work here in the third inning. Birmingham, Alabama now is home. East Coast Sox Scout, the travel team. Outfielder, infielder says he prefers infield over outfield. Now we're seeing him on the mound, and here's Logan Mortimer. Mortimer, a Georgia native. And he'll wave and miss. Mortimer said he had multiple Division I offers going into that adjustment with the recruiting rules. Takes the pitch up and out.
Yes, there are noticeably fewer commits on all these rosters than you would normally find for that very reason, the change in the recruiting rules and the inability for these players to make a commitment or for the colleges to make an offer is probably a more accurate way to put it. A lot of these players probably in their mind have a commitment.
Mortimer takes a tough pitch for strike 3 in the former football player, Georgia native, able to head back to the dugout, kind of shaking his head. Let's watch this one again. Okay. It's a tough way to start your day if you're a hitter.
Yeah, we'll move on to the next hitter here.
I think we will. Blake Bedingfield. Bedingfield, Tennessee native. Fouled out of play. Good look at Brock.
Strong-looking young man, 6'2", 220 pounds.
Oh, good diving action on that pitch and a wave and a miss. Bedingfield down on strikes.
You're right. That's something that it'll be fun to see, the spin rates and the movement on that. I don't think that was a fastball. I think that was some sort of change, maybe a split change. Came in at 78 miles an hour. Nice pitch, whichever it was.
William Patrick takes strike 1. It was indeed. That was real tough pitch to hit. And Patrick, a Louisiana native. Dad was a college football player. He's a football player, a long jumper too.
Yeah, William Patrick is one of the guys that really showed out yesterday that we really noticed where maybe we weren't aware of him before. Went out and ran a 6'2" or 6'4", 260. He's listed at 6'2", 189 pounds, so there's plenty of physicality. Threw 92 from the outfield. Took an outstanding batting practice, and for a young man who was, again, a 500 ranked player coming into this event, he's showing top 100 tools without a question.
How about that as well? Not only running that 6'4", 60, ropes one into left for a base hit, a 2-out single here in the 3rd inning for William Patrick.
Yeah, that was a solid loud barrel there, and he has done nothing wrong so far in his first 18 hours here in Marietta.
I would say it's been quite a couple of days. Angel Santos fouls one back and out of play.
Okay, I'm trying a different wrinkle today. Brett, I've got the stopwatch out.
I like it.
So let's see if we can get some.
You might sleep with that stopwatch. That thing's just part of your uniform as Patrick takes second on the wild pitch.
To tell you the truth, using the stopwatch is probably my worst tool as a scout. I get so involved in watching what's going on, it's not as automatic as it should be.
Pitch for a strike to Santos. Born in Puerto Rico. Of the 800 pages of bios, David, he was the only one that was entirely in Spanish, and I will say I was able to kind of hang with it for a period of time and kind of make out what he was talking about. Put this old guy to the test trying to navigate through his bio in Spanish. I can recognize the name Francisco Lindor, though, so I'm assuming that's one of his favorites.
All right. I was going to say I wasn't aware you spoke Spanish.
I didn't either. I didn't realize it as well. I guess you kind of fight your way through when you have to. That's strike 3 over the inside corner. So 3 strikeouts around the single from William Patrick. We'll step aside. We head to the bottom of the 3rd inning. 3 Ks in the frame. It remains a 1-0 game. Maroon in front of Navy. Well, these pitchers have been going a couple of innings, so no surprise. We'll take a look at a new pitcher coming on. Ari Bethea from Tennessee has to follow up Hammond, what he did in 2 impressive innings. But see what this young man, this right-hander, can put forth, working here in the 3rd against the Navy squad.
Similar build to his predecessor on the mound, but they are 6'1", 197 pounds. You can see the strength in his hips. Topped out at 86 last year in perfect game play. Haven't seen him yet this summer, but threw 93 from the outfield in yesterday's drills. So there's some definite arm strength there.
Nick Diaz, the Stoneman Douglas product. Bethea says he's aggressive early and counts pitching with an overpowering ride fastball, and breaking ball has exceptional movement, he says, and he tunnels with the fastball and curve well to get whiffs on balls out of the zone, and changeup presents great fade and sink, and the slider is coming, he says, as a 4th option. Tall and lanky right-handed hitter is Nick Diaz. They said he did visit Mississippi State before the changes in the recruiting calendar. And as you can imagine, this right-handed hitter also a basketball player. With that size and that frame, put a ghost runner over at first. I believe Nick visited Mizzou. So a few of these guys have had a chance to get out there and interact with some coaches before the changes. That ball lifted in the air, left center field up there a long time, and it'll be put away.
That was a nice swing by Diaz on a fastball only count. And that's such an advantage to the hitters to get that fastball only count. And he took a good hack on it, just get under it a bit.
Sure did. I think that was Atkinson center. So there's one gone for Cameron Sirocco.
I guess that must have fallen in or something, because we have runners on first and second.
They just keep popping out of nowhere. We call them ghost runners for a reason. They just materialize.
Yes. We show runners on first and second and no out. So evidently we couldn't see from the camera feed. That ball fell in for a hit.
See what Sirocco can do. Pitch a little bit low. Mookie Betts fan is Sirocco. Runners are going to go. Picked a good pitch to run on. Carter Bentley goes into third base. Diaz followed to second. Massachusetts native is Sirocco, and he looks at a strike. He didn't know if that pitch was high enough, but they really needed that pitch and would like to get a strikeout here for the first out in his second batter.
It is always, instructive to see who are the ghost runners for each team, because they tend to always be the same player as Sirocco hits that breaking ball down to second base.
Going to produce a run, handled by Carter. Scoring is Bentley. And it's a 1-1 game.
So I was saying about ghost runners, they tend to be the same players over and over, the ones that want to go and show their speed, basically. And Bentley, a 6'7" runner. I wouldn't doubt that maybe the next time they need a ghost runner, he might have his helmet on and trying to edge out a teammate to get out there.
Brooks Burdine, one of a couple of twins on this roster, will pop one up to second base. He's retired. Catch made by Carter for the second out.
Bethea's settled down on that fastball location after walking the first hitter. Has been 85, 86 with his last two fastballs, 72, 74 curveball.
Sanders Dyer, Cumming, Georgia native, primary second baseman, left-handed hitter. Up there hacking and fouls one back and out of play. Bottom of the third inning.
Yeah, Dyer didn't get here in time yesterday to go through the drills. Sure had some other obligation. He'll be doing his drills, I'm sure, with the group that comes in this afternoon. So we'll be getting his run and throw times then.
This is our second group of 4 teams, 12 teams in all. Said goodbye to one quartet already. And Dyer will take strike 2. Count's gone full. It's officially a pink-colored bat he's using. Here comes the payoff pitch. That nearly took Bethea off the mound, and it's into center for a base hit and an RBI. That just about
Solid
knocked him down like a bowling pin.
Yeah, right back at his feet. No chance for Bethea to make the play. No chance for the middle infielder to make the play.
This is Blake Burdine. His twin brother just batted, Toledo, Texas native. Throw down to second base. Would have been in time, but it ends up in center. Burdine, by the way, his father is radio analyst for TCU football. His dad, Landry. So they had quite a run. But both of these twins put on impressive performances running yesterday, David. I think they were both in that 6'6" range. I think one brother was a 6'6" and another was a 6'6". How's that for competition?
Yeah, that's competition. I'm sure they were somewhat competitive about it as well.
You think they've done that a time or two, maybe racing a 60 in the backyard?
Yeah.
Down
maybe
the street?
Maybe going out to the TCU football field and Oh, well, let's run a 10, see who wins. Let's run a 20 to see who wins. Let's run a 30.
Yeah, maybe every day for 16 years.
I can't imagine them not being competitive.
On the ground to third, handled, thrown on the run. And that will end the inning. Will Twomey over there at third base retires Blake Burdine to end the inning, a frame in which the Navy team plated a couple of runs to get on the board. We have completed 3 innings. Navy in front of Maroon 2-1. A little bit of an overcast day here in Marietta, Georgia. I would say the summer heat has not quite settled in just yet. Had a brief rain delay yesterday. Here's some of the results, though. We were talking about the 60s, and you see the Burdine twins right there, 661, 663. Blake gets the bragging rights. A 641 from Orlando Cruz. But, David, you were talking about some of the impressive results yesterday. I would say, and this encompasses 8 teams so far, but pretty good list.
Yeah, very impressive list, and especially looking at William Patrick there, because it's a big physical body, and 6'2", 190. You mentioned he's a high-level football player, but to run that kind of 60 is very impressive.
Your outfield throw results?
Yeah, and the one that stood out there to me was Jaden Nunez from the second group. Nunez, a player, again, who's popping up here and ran well and really, really athletic, young, projectable build with just a cannon from the outfield. It's going to be fun to watch him hit here today and tomorrow.
Caleb Barnett will go back out for a second inning of work. Peyton Ganda, first man in, leading off the 4th inning.
Barnett was up to 88 in his first inning of work. Works very quickly. Only strays far from that rubber to pick up his hat once in a while.
Ganda, an Ohio native. That pitch a little bit further outside. That hack goes flying right off the head of Barnett.
Well, that's also something, one critique of Barnett's delivery that one can make pretty easily is he does tend to pull off in his direction often. He didn't on that pitch and was able to locate it much better.
Ganda gets the base hit. So leadoff single. Michael Olander, New Jersey native, steps in. Talked about really kind of going through pretty significant swing change, and of course that's always nerve-wracking for these young men to find a way to kind of navigate some changes normally outside the season.
Does he mention what the swing changes are?
Just about got there. Used to have a high leg kick, was long with the bottom arm, worked to shorten it with a toe tap, keep his bottom arm from not coming up straight.
Good information. I am always for hitters getting rid of a big leg raise. It's such a variable. It makes it so hard to time pitches.
Off the hands to short. Quick flip to second base for an out. No chance for the double play. Handled by Jackson at short. Over to Carter.
And of course, you see that short little stride there for Olander. Feed was a little bit behind the second baseman. I don't think they're going to get Olander anyway.
Will Twomey is the hitter. Pitch all the way to the backstop. It'll provide a free base for Olander. Georgetown Prep, Washington, D.C. for Will. Pitches outside from Barnett. 2-0. Missed badly on a couple of pitches in this sequence, trying to recalibrate.
Interesting. Twomey, as you said, from Georgetown Prep in D.C., and I believe there are 3 or 4 Georgetown Prep players over here. It's a program that the last few years has been one of the top programs in the Northeast. They've obviously made an investment in their baseball program, and I'm not really familiar with the background, but it's very notable for players coming out of D.C. and that area to be at this prospect level. And Twomey certainly stands out, that 6'4", 195 with the strong right-handed swing. He's a physical specimen who I'm sure has tons of power.
Waiting on a 3-2 pitch here. Tapped it off the end of the bat to first. Barnett's going to have to cover, which he did. Nicely done. I think that's Deacon at first base, who ventured far to his right to come up with that baseball. Two gone in the inning. Fabian Huertas. Yet another right-handed batter. Looks at a breaking ball that rolled in for strike one. Had several Puerto Rico natives here in the Junior National Showcase. Another breaking ball, strike two, this time inside corner. Barnett trying to complete 2 scoreless innings. Came back with the fastball 0-2 after a couple of breaking balls. Interesting sequencing, but gets a foul ball.
Huertas, strong looking athlete. Big, strong hips, strong thighs. Ran a 6'9", 760 through 90 from the infield.
That was quite a catch.
Yeah.
By man behind the plate, if that is indeed Emmy.
When Barnett misses, he misses. It's not like just barely missing a corner. He's either in the zone or that delivery is out of whack and he really misses. The catcher's kind of getting a workout on some of these pitches.
No, it's a valid point, and what it does is kind of go pitch to pitch. You know, it may not be 4 or 5 pitches in a row. It might be a couple of good ones and one that's errant.
And it's all Barnett's front side. When his front side's early and he falls off to the first base side, the ball's going to follow. You know, on that one, he was off early with his front side. He yanked it into the left-hand batter's box. If you try to throw a breaking ball when you're that early, it's just going to be cast out of your hand early and stay up. And that one, he was right in sync, right in direction for a nice pitch on the outside corner.
Jaden Walton, the catcher, trying to hang with him behind the plate. Two-two pitch. Oh, that was a dandy. Good way to finish. Strike 3 to Huertas on the strikeout from Barnett. David, he struck out 3 in that 3rd inning. Worked around a single. Wild pitch. Gets a strikeout to win the 4th.
Yeah. I think Huertas was looking for the old fastball on that pitch. He didn't get it. Got strike 3 on the breaking ball instead. We'll take another look. Take another look at Caleb Barnett. It's up to, I believe, 86, 87, might have touched an 88 early with the fastball. But obviously a pitcher's frame, 6'5", 210. And when he got that breaking ball right, he was throwing it 69-71, so it's not a power breaking ball yet. But when he got the release point right on that out front, it was a quality pitch. You saw one right there. And again, when he got the direction on his body going down the mound right, he worked down in the zone with a lot of life to that fastball.
The pitcher certainly dominated our games yesterday. Seen some guys coming out, incorporating several different pitches with success this morning. Got some onlookers. There's a yawn as well. No yawning. our crew in California a couple of hours and a little bit earlier into their day than us. They don't need to see that. 2-1 our score. Navy in front as we work into the bottom of the 4th inning. This is Jaden Walton. Saw him behind the plate. Interesting inning for him, and steps in and takes strike 1. Buford, Georgia native. Good pitch right in there for a strike.
Bethea fulfilling his promise, his self-scouting report about being aggressive early in counts, coming out firing fastballs for strikes.
Yeah, he is indeed.
That third pitch that went in the dirt looked like a changeup. He mentioned that as his third pitch.
Working with some tempo. Here's his 1-2, and he gets a wave and a miss. Walton down on strikes to begin the bottom of the 4th inning.
Bethea gets downhill with that fastball. You see the high 3/4 release point. Has a loose wrist, really gets down over the ball well on release, and it's easy to see him throwing with more velocity in the future. That was 87 on the last fastball, one of his best of the day.
There's Connor Berman, Boca Raton, Florida. Yeah, this is a young man that I was kind of intrigued with, just talking about his baseball journey. And I mean, everybody really has kind of their own path, but he quit baseball a couple of years ago. Then to be among the best here in the Junior National Showcase, maybe a different route than others. I think he got skipped. Cash Money, rather, is the batter, and he's going to look at a breaking ball for a strike. Don't want to sleep on that name, Cash Money.
Cash's big brother, Blake, of course, a reliever with an upper 90s fastball for the LSU Tigers.
Cash, JT Realmuto fan, watches that bender miss down and out. Here's a payoff pitch. There's a chopper on the ground to third. Nice big bounce, true bounce off the carpet, and the play is made, and Money is retired. Will Twomey over at third. Flips across the diamond to Nicholas Deacon, and 2 outs.
Love to see the turf fields at East Cobb. They weren't always turf fields because we had some heavy storms last night that have moved out of the area and left us a nice, cool Monday morning. But it would have been tough to play this morning if this had been a grass field, I'll tell you that.
Here's Connor Berman. And David, they not to pick nits, they're batting out of order on me, but we'll get these guys in these games. Cash Money jumped ahead of Berman. Bethea in a 2-0 pitch.
In a normal PG Showcase game, a regional showcase, a Sunshine Showcase, a 13-14 under showcase, hitters hit in numerical order, and it makes it a lot easier to follow that way. For the national level showcases, Greg Sabers and the staff, create lineups and stuff, based on a number of different criteria that are not numerical. And sometimes, it's posted in the dugout. Sometimes there are situations, a catcher's warming up a pitcher in the bullpen, who knows what it is. But things do get a little messed up, and it will be even worse in the second game tomorrow because some players leave early.
Okay.
So it's always an adventure for fine play-by-play folks like you, Brett.
Yes, well, sometimes I thought maybe Berman just departed, but he switched spots with money. But I was talking about Berman earlier, David, and a young man who quit baseball not that long ago. He felt like he was stressing out over it too much, and it wasn't enjoyable, and it was kind of affecting him as a person, but he kind of found that love again of the game, and obviously a very talented player as he waves and misses. He said he's really trying to deal with not overthinking and, just try and slow things down. I think there's probably a lot of people that could say something similar. Just try and kind of find that peace to allow yourself to let those tools show out. Talks about trying to really hit the ball to the opposite field. That was a pitch that just carried off the corner. Maybe a chance to put that in play, but he's seen a lot of pitches out of the zone, so trying to stay patient here. And he's seen a lot that have missed from Bethea with 2 outs and the bases empty here in the 4th. Probably worthy of a quick mound visit.
Yeah, I'm looking back at Berman's year-to-year stats at Perfect Game, and I think I can see where that happened.
There a gap?
In 2020, he hits 348 in 61 games. Comes back in 2021, hits 212 and strikes out close to 30% of the time. And I think that's when he probably took a pause. Comes back in 2022, hits almost 400 with a positive walk-to-strikeout ratio. So it's something. I think something happened there between the 21 and 22 seasons. He got his mind together and just blossomed as a hitter, at least in PG tournament play.
No, I like it. Here's a 3-2 again, and feels like Connor Berman is he might see 15 pitches in this sequence for Bethea, who had been pretty sharp through the first 2 batters.
I believe this is pitch 12 of the at-bat.
Have we dispensed with the ghost runners? They were falling out of the sky earlier, and we've had about what would have been 8 walks in this sequence without a runner, but there is the eventual K to end the inning. Well, we played 4 innings. Off and rolling here in our first game, a 2-1 score. Navy in front. Maroon team ready to bat here at the top of the 5th. Got a new pitcher as well for the Navy squad, Alex Ewer, Ontario native. Ready to work, becomes the 3rd pitcher used by the Navy team here in our game.
Doing a little bit of research on Alex Ewer because he's never been to a perfect game event before. And looking back in his scout notes, and Brian Sikowski, our scout who is in charge of Canada, sent in a scout note in mid-May. I've heard about this guy, real talent with the arm, 88 to 90 with high spin and carry. Nasty changeup, inconsistent, but flashes of a good slider. Only listed at 5'9", 170 pounds, but if Brian's report on him is accurate, a strong and very talented arm. Will be interesting to see the changeup that he calls nasty.
I mean, it's probably no surprise his idol, Pedro Martinez, both with the size, with the changeup as well. Says it gives him hope that shorter pitchers can dominate at the highest level. First pitch of the inning is sprayed foul by Josh Hammond, so we're working Hammond into the lineup. We've seen him on the mound already. Now with the bat. Dominating, really, on the mound this morning. Ewer said he's even been cut from some teams not that long ago because of his size, and it kind of pushed him and made him work even harder to get stronger and better. Here's the 1-1. He probably cut a little too much of the plate. There's a bouncer to third, and the play is going to be made in time. Caleb Barnett over at third base to Diaz for the first out.
Well, Ewer's been 89-90 on his first two fastballs, so the scouting report is holding true. And he's another pitcher like Hammond who you look and you see those strong hips, strong low thighs, and they generate a lot of power to the plate with his delivery.
R.J. Machado now batting, and talks about, his high spin fastball, but fading changeup when low in the zone, hard slider, more horizontal break, and kind of a slurvy type curveball. Machado led off this game with a single. Cycled through the lineup. Scored the game's first run. Florida State commit. St. Thomas Aquinas High School. Second batter of this inning, and for Ewer. That pitch had some fade down and in, but missed. Working with some tempo. That ball had a little drop to it as well. Roller towards short. Backhand play is made. Is that throw in time? Yes, it is. Nicely done by Matthew Bolton over at short.
Yeah, anytime you get the ball to backhand, you know you're going to have to make a good, strong throw. He got on top of the throw. Well, nice scoop by the first baseman there. Way to help out your teammate. That's Nick Diaz over at first base.
Dylan Atkins reached on a fielder's choice way back in the first. Young man from Maryland.
Okay, Mr. Ewer, let's see the nasty changeup right now.
I'll tell you a little bit about Atkins, time permitting, and that pitch is outside. He's a University of Tennessee commit, but a young man who is from Maryland, who goes to boarding school in Chattanooga, so he's had to deal with kind of being away from home already. Played for Team USA and the squad that went to Taiwan. Is that the slider or the curve?
I think that's the slider there, Brett.
A little harder pitch. Ewer doesn't waste much time. He's ready to work. At least he comes set quickly. I'd say it would be unique to be in boarding school at the Baylor School in Tennessee when you're from Maryland. 2-2 pitch way in.
Yeah, the Baylor School is as you said, a boarding school. It's an analogous situation to IMG in Florida that recruits talent in all sports from across the country, and of course they live at IMG. Baylor, not a sports-specific school from my understanding, but definitely a school offering that boarding capability.
That ball's lined into the gap in left center field. It is going to be extra bases in diving with the double. So Atkins gets the two-base hit, shot one over the leaping shortstop Fountain and rolled towards the fence in left center.
He had double on his mind the entire way. And I asked the PG scouts who were actually at BP yesterday about the BP rounds. They said Atkins was definitely one of the top 10 rounds of the day yesterday with this group. And look at the batting practice blog yesterday. It's a Dylan Atkins blistered balls to the pull side during his round. The Tennessee creates length and extension, uses ground well with advanced bat speed.
I like it. Got to see it in the game too. William Johnson, a Georgia Tech commit, behind in the count. Hit that pop up on top of the dugout. Looked like that ball just about went through him.
Yeah. I think it did glance off his leg.
Did.
Runner will go back to second base. I think we do have a ghost runner.
We do.
Over at first base. Been a little inconsistent on that.
I would say we're indiscriminate.
And the ghost runners are not a normal part of a PG showcase. A normal PG showcase where you're working with 12, 13, 14-man rosters and a more limited coaching staff, there just isn't the ability to organize that. So this is kind of unusual to do it. We only do it at national level events where we have more coaches and bigger rosters. And it adds a little different twist to a game on TV as well.
It does. They sneak in and then they do not come other times. That pitch is down for a ball. I think, there is some penalty for hitting a batter. So as a pitcher, you're now dealing with more base runners. I don't necessarily enjoy when they take off immediately. I think it creates a little unnecessary action sometimes when you're only facing 5 hitters in an inning. But regardless, Ewer has to contend with a couple of base runners here, and that one is smoked into right for a base hit. Atkins will head home and score. A couple of well-struck balls. Back-to-back. First Atkins, now Johnson.
And what we're seeing here, the two balls that were smoked were smoked by left-handed hitters. And that fastball that was getting a lot of diving action to the right-handed hitters is kind of straightened up to the left-handed hitters. Straightened out over the plate. And we haven't seen the changeup yet.
We have not. And I was curious.
And it's the pitcher and the catcher's responsibility to communicate these things, and maybe Ewer didn't communicate fully, or maybe he just doesn't feel comfortable right now throwing the changeup. But for whatever reason, I think that would have really helped them with the left-handed hitters.
I would agree. Here's Senstock, especially against those lefties. You thought we might see him kind of break that out, and if that's your signature pitch and that's something you're making your name with, we'd like to see it. Senstock batting for the second time, struck out back in the first against Jake Collier. Hit in the air out there to right center field. That ball had some carry on it. How about the running grab in center field? Hauled in by Burdine. We were talking about his speed earlier, David, but Blake got back there and made a nice catch.
I think he might even been fooled. He needed every bit of that 6.6 speed to chase that one down. I think it carried a little bit further on him. You can see by that smile on his face. Yeah, that one almost got me, but I caught up to it.
Speed's wonderful, isn't it? 2-2 as we go to the bottom of the fifth. Perfect Games Junior National Showcase rolls into the bottom of the 5th inning. Let's go back and take a look at some of the previous pitches we saw from Ari Bethea in his last inning. A couple of innings.
Yeah, Bethea, the thing I like about him most is the velocity potential. He's got a loose wrist out front. He really gets down through the ball at release. He's trying to work downhill to the bottom of the zone. Let's get some nice run on the pitches to the arm side. Needs to be a little more consistent maybe with his breaking ball, but that fastball is going to play up.
Elvis Alvarado, the new pitcher. Looks like Matthew Bolton will bat for the second time. Here's Alvarado, Chicago native. And Elias's pitch chopped foul by Bolton. David, we went to break and we saw the slab of Jackson Holliday. Ethan Holliday was listed as our leadoff hitter on this Navy team. We've not seen him today. Do you?
I don't believe he's playing in the game. He just came yesterday to work out, take batting practice, sort of make an appearance. He's obviously in the area for something. I don't think there was ever any intent that much like Max Clark last year when he came, there wasn't really any intent for him to play in the games.
There's a chopper and a ground out to retire Matthew Bolton.
Alvarado just turned 16 years old 2 months ago. 6 foot, 186-pound right-hander. Another kind of the theme today, the shorter right-handers with the good, strong hips and thighs to drive their deliveries.
Corbin Reynolds struck out back in the first when he faced Josh Hammond. Took that between the 2 and the 3.
Oh, a catcher shouldn't be worried about getting hit by a 67-mile-an-hour curveball. Come on, now you get all fastballs, Corbin. Be happy.
That's the best part of it, of course.
I'm not being serious and saying, oh, that doesn't hurt. So it's easy for me to say sitting here.
It's a long run over into the corner. The play is made, put away.
Good catch by J.P. Apt.
Caleb Barnett batting for the second time. Struck out looking back in the first, also against Hammond. Carries just off the plate from Elias Alvarado.
Barnett saying, somebody please throw me a fastball, because he saw almost all sliders from Hammond. Alvarado comes with the slider on the first pitch as well.
Got another one off speed. That throw will skip into center after the stolen base with our ghost runner. I think that's Burdine as well. Barnett from Birmingham got another pitch that was of the non-fastball type, smothered nicely. That's Peyton Ganda working behind the plate. His second inning. So his second, but the first he's handled Alvarado.
Yeah, Alvarado has the full mix of breaking balls. He's thrown one 71, 74, 67. I think that was more the power breaking the slider there. Maybe one of them's a changeup, but 4 pitches into Barnett, and he still hasn't seen a fastball yet.
That is true. That one's off the corner. Another stolen base attempt. Blake Burdine's going to pop up and head for home, so he created a little bit of havoc on the bases.
I'm not going to call that a classic pop-up slide, however. But it was effective. He knew
Slip
right
and slide?
away. he knew right away that he was going. It was the aggressive attitude. The base is mine to take. Keep me from taking it. Okay, catcher put down a 1 there. Let's see if we see a fastball.
And up and out again.
In fact, Burdine strikes me as the type of player with his energy and his speed, who is probably reading the catcher's signals, from back there. Had a good idea that Alvarado was going to throw a breaking ball and says, "I'm going to third. It's going to be a breaking ball, might be in the dirt. I'm going to steal third base easily," and that's exactly what happened. And he ended up scoring on it.
I think that's a valid point. Probably exactly what transpired. Barnett trying to get something over the heart of the plate he can hack at from Alvarado. Hard hit, but fouled again.
The ball's creeping in. The fastballs have been outside half. That one got more middle, and Barnett's just like, please put one in my wheelhouse here.
He's seen several. Another one on the way. Went a long ways foul. Into the trees. It's the oohs and the ahs that gave that one away.
Yeah. You can see the exit angle on that. Left fielder knew it was foul. Left fielder knew he had no chance in the ball, whether it was foul or fair. I think we're coming up to pitch number 13 on this at bat.
Is that right? Wow. First inning as well for Alvarado, and another one fouled away. And you could even see Barnett frustrated. I think he felt like that was a pitch that he wanted to put in play. That caught a little more of the plate.
And I think Barnett's trying. He knows he's getting a fastball, obviously. I think he's too anxious right now. And Alvarado only throwing 80-82. He just needs to wait on the ball. Because you can even see from that angle, he's out there on his front side. He's off balance, leaning. He just, okay, stay back. I can handle 82. You know what it's going to be. Stay back, stay back, stay back, explode.
His body language is one, I don't know. It's almost like the guys in the home run derby where they're exhausted after a sequence where he's been up there for fast approaching 20 pitches. They have to retrieve all the foul balls, he said. Here they come, 1, 2, 3.
They threw the first one in and it almost hit him. That's what they were laughing about.
That's a big, deep breath from Alvarado. And a long pause before another 3-2 pitch, and he won the battle. That took longer than a few of the innings we had yesterday.
No fool. I lost track there. What is it, about 17 pitches there?
Oh, at least every bit 17, maybe even a few more. And that will end the inning. That's worthy of a handshake and maybe a quick seat on the bench there at East Cobb to try and gather if indeed Alvarado will come back out for a second inning. So Burdine had the steals and able to push across the run, but that was a fun sequence. Sometimes you get those in showcase baseball with good hitters fouling balls off, and those 3-2 pitches that keep the hitter in the box rather than putting him at first.
Yeah, I think Barnett was more tired by the end of that sequence too.
I do too.
Without doubt. I think the competitiveness on the pitcher, feeds into the adrenaline. The hitter, he just gets tired.
Yeah, that had to be the case. But seen a little bit of everything again today. That's why I think we enjoy these games. You see the pitchers. You get to identify some of the skills which we've talked about. We'll continue to do so here. You look at the infield velos from yesterday, part of the skills competition, and there's Josh Hammond at the top with 95s. But, David, there's a lot of 92s and 91s.
Yeah, to me, the two best rounds that I saw, and I was broadcasting it, were from Manny Lantigua down there on the bottom and from Matthew Boughton there on top. They had real nice game actions. The arm really works. The athleticism really works. but obviously all those with very strong arms. Trying to track here we have Jonathan Vasquez, number 20 purple, who was a 6'6" runner with an 89 arm. He certainly stood out. Angel Santos, another young man who threw 89 during infield. Nice light on his feet. There's Henry Jackson there for the last couple throws.
Hey, we're moving into the 6th inning after that lengthy at bat. Henry Jackson is going to lead off. Grounded into a fielder's choice that ended the first.
Jackson, who we saw right there at the end of the infield arm clip, threw 90 yesterday from the infield. Also a 6'9" runner in the 60.
Alex Ewer back for a second inning of work. Got a pitch to hit there and fouled it back. Jackson, a Bo Bichette fan. Ewer's kind of got that arm swing. Those glasses give you a lot to look at, too. Hard to see his expressions behind those glasses. Fouled back by Jackson. He's sporting the Oakleys. I think he is. One ball, 2 strikes to Henry Jackson. There's a sweeping curve. Strike 3. I think the catcher wanted that one, didn't he? He wasn't waiting.
He went from throwing everything 79 to 90 to throwing a 69 mile an hour. That wasn't quite an eephus type curveball, but for a hitter, it might as well have been taking, that
right.
much velocity up. That was minus 20 from his fastball, basically.
Sebastian Barrera behind the plate enjoyed that one. This is Julian Carter. We missed Carter. We went to break, and I think he might have reached base back in the 2nd inning, so get a little better chance to talk about Carter here. And we saw him, of course, in the skills competition. Sandy Springs, Georgia native. Speed's a big part of his game.
6'6" in the 60, 10-yard split of 1.54, which attests to his first step quickness, befitting a middle infielder.
Tell me what a really exceptional range is for that 10-yard split.
The 10-yard, on occasion, we will see into the 1.4s. I think maybe the fastest in PG history was a 1.42, and Jerry Ford originally included the 10 in along with the 60 because his theory was that the true middle of the field players, the players who are going to be shortstops, the players who are going to be center fielders need that initial burst. The top, not so much the top end speed for a middle infielder. So he was specifically looking for middle fielders like Carter, who have those 1.5, high 1.4, 1.5 times that are indicative of the athleticism you need for the middle of the infield.
No, I like it. Been a few years now. My kid actually went to a showcase in Texas with a couple hundred people and had the number 1 10-yard split time of everybody. So we're fond of that measurement or that metric. Talk about quickness.
Do you remember what the time was?
Yeah, I need to find out, don't I? Now I'm curious. There's strike 3.
I can look that up here.
Couple of strikeouts. He's really incorporating those secondary pitches more in this 2nd inning, David.
Yeah, and he's the slider, the power slider in the upper 70s, is his breaking ball pitch. But that slower pitch, and he does manipulate that slider a bit too. He's got, pretty good feel for it. Still don't think we've seen the changeup, or I've missed it if he's thrown it.
I don't think we've seen it. Braden Mann, the batter. Really starts with that flat bat position before he brings it up and then chops one on the infield. Is he going to beat it out? Yes, he will. Ball wasn't handled cleanly over at third base. It was going to be a really tough play for Caleb Barnett. Here's Nicholas Deacon. So you were trying to get through his 2 frames of work.
And Brett, just to bring you to up to date on your son William at the 2016 National Underclass South, he ran a 1.46 for his 10 time on
That's
route.
why you're the best.
To running a 7.03.60.
Base hit by Deacon. You need longer legs for a better 60 time, but you can start hot. Deacon with the base hit. So an infield bouncer, and that single to center has continued the inning. So this will be the 5th batter. And it is Apt. Flew out to center his only time in. Breaking ball spins off the corner and misses to J.P. Apt.
In fact, the quickest 10-yard split time from this event through the first 8 teams is a 1.52 by Remo Indomenico. I knew I wouldn't get that right. Remo Indomenico. Pardon the Indomenicos. And Josh Hammond, our pitcher from earlier today.
Is that right?
Second with a 1.53.
Well, you talked about Hammond kind of showing out in some different metrics, and obviously we saw it with our own eyes in what he did pitching today with 2 perfect innings and 4 strikeouts. And that one's going to be fouled back as well by Apt.
I'm going to throw in another number on Josh Hammond today. His slider spin rate. Slider up to 83 miles an hour with 2842 spin. 2,842, which is well above average. And Hammond in his own scouting report that said a slider approaching 3,000 in his spin rate, and he was right on the money there.
Well, I like it. I like it when they're on par with those numbers. And these kids understand it. But, you know, every once in a while it's like anything else. You throw 95 once, then you say you throw 95. But, you know, sometimes it's consistency of those numbers that really get our attention. Apt will strike out, so Ewer works around a couple of singles. He had 3 strikeouts in the inning. Completes his second inning of work. 5.5 complete. 3-2 our score. Navy in front. Perfect Game Junior National Showcase here in day 3. First of a couple of games this morning. Elias Alvarado right back to work. Trey Jackson leads off the bottom of the 6th. His Navy team in front 3-2. Jackson flew out to center. His only time in.
Alvarado's shown us a breaking ball heavy diet when he's ahead in counts. Has a lot of feel, changing speeds on the breaking ball. Looked like he threw a changeup or two in there. Had to throw a lot of pitches too in that first inning. Due to about a dozen foul balls off Caleb Barnett's bat.
Talked about Alvarado a little bit earlier. Chicago native. He was talking in his questionnaire about going to a camp in Iowa City and how much he loved it, which obviously endears him immediately to me. Starts talking about the Hawks or the Hawkeyes. That pitch called a strike over the inside corner.
Can you talk about another school and such fondness, your alma mater, University of Iowa, when you are gainfully employed by another school?
I can. I walked that tightrope. There's a bouncing ball to the right side, back on the carpet. The play is going to be made. I think that's Machado working out at second base, retiring Trey Jackson. Thought for a while those Hawkeyes might come to Arkansas for a super. It was starting to line up. Then Arkansas ended up losing to TCU, which is now in the College World Series. Indiana State ended up beating Iowa, so it avoided the collision in the game of chicken for me. Here's Sebastian Barrera. David, you were talking about this young man earlier, and I'm intrigued, talking about his skills from yesterday. I mean, obviously, as a catcher, it's a unique frame. A lot of size, I would imagine, to come, but maybe not your prototypical build on a young catcher.
Yeah, now, what I have not done my research on, and that is my fault, and I can do it right now. I believe Sebastian Barrera, he's committed to Texas Rio Grande Valley.
He is.
He has a brother who was a high-level player, I believe a PG national player a couple years ago. I think it's his brother who plays at Texas Rio Grande Valley. And I need to do my research on that a little better. Different body types and all, but that's what I think the connection is. The family's a family of catchers, and that's where the brother goes, and I'm just going to have to research a little bit more into that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case.
Makes sense. Play for the Vaqueros.
But sometimes we get into a rut with catchers thinking they're going to be these big 6'2", 220-pound, strong arm, power bat. They're playing catcher because they can't run type of players. And so many catchers, maybe more so now than ever, are more almost middle infield type athletes who are far more athletic. And I think that's where the trend in catching is going. I think that's going to become even more so as we see running come back into the professional game with the new rules that encourage steals.
I think you're exactly right. I've been down to the border in the summer. I don't want that young man to melt under that kitchen gear and just be about 110 pounds after a summer of wearing the gear and the Texas heat. But kind of an intriguing player. And this is Carter Bentley. Virginia Tech commit.
The umpire wore that one.
Well, he did. He was going for a stroll and walked right out of our vantage point. He's probably got a little more of his day left, and he's only in the 6th inning of game 1. Yep, he's telling us where it got him.
Yep.
Breadbasket. There's the universal sign for let's go. We have to resume.
I don't want the camera on me any longer.
Hey.
He and the catcher are not going to be friends here. The catcher did not do his job. One of the catcher's jobs, and there's nobody on base, you're thinking, okay, I'm not going to block the ball. You've got to protect your umpire.
You do. You really do. Did you see the big league game not that long ago, David, where the ball hit the umpire flush in the mask on a fastball that tailed, and that's how the game ended, a walk-off umpire mask deflection in extras?
Yeah, I did see that. And,
that'll get your attention.
Yeah, that will. A lot of the times when you see an umpire hit like that, it's on a cross-up because, big league pitchers' stuff is so good. And if you get a cross-up, if the catcher's looking for a slider away and it's a fastball up and in and he's crossed up, the umpire's just left out to dry on things like that.
There's a liner right to third base. Speared by Twomey. That will end the inning. So Elias Alvarado, his second inning after that lengthy end to his fifth, gets a ground out, a pop-up, and a line-out in the frame. So, he really had to throw a ton of pitches when he went back in that fifth, David. He won that battle over Barnett, and he didn't flinch after that. It kind of actually propelled him forward.
Yeah, he does a nice job. He has feel for his breaking ball. He doesn't have a power arm, at least right now, but he has feel for that breaking ball, and that's going to get him a lot of outs until that arm strength develops.
6 innings complete. It's a 3-2 lead for the Navy squad over Maroon. First of 2 games for David and I in the Perfect Game Junior National Showcase from the East Scott Baseball Complex. Been a little bit cooler and different than the normal Atlanta weather this week, but I'm sure the players aren't complaining, and we're going to continue on into the 7th inning of work. New pitcher as well. Riley Six from Niceville, Florida, comes on to work.
Yeah, Riley Six, a 6'2", 190-pounder. Still 16 years old. Has been up to 87 already this year at PG events.
I'll jump in on his self-scouting report as well for Riley. Above average velocity on the fastball with acceptable command. That's an honest evaluation right there. Has a high-level breaking ball with the elite spin and movement, so we will look forward to seeing that.
Looking back into Riley's background, I'm pretty sure he got this invite to the Junior National Showcase via his performance at the Sunshine Southeast Showcase here at East Cobb in mid-May. He really upped his velocity, and coming into that was 83, 87. 73-mile-an-hour slider with close to 2,500 spin rates. So an impressive second pitch for him right there.
This should be Logan Mortimer. Struck out looking back in the third. And Six will spin one a little bit up and out. Mortimer said he had multiple Division I offers. Dad was a professional baseball player in the Atlanta Braves organization. Gives me time. I'm going to throw in one more nugget. David, when he was an infant, he was hospitalized for weeks with seizures called infantile spasms, and despite all the efforts, doctors gave him a 5 to 10% chance of developing beyond 5 months and living a normal life. Alternative medicines and chiropractic care allowed him to defeat this at all odds, and here he is in the Junior National Showcase. And even though he strikes out, I would say he's accomplished so much from what doctors thought after he was born. What an amazing story.
Yeah, we talked about the young man, and apologize for getting the name, who survived leukemia when he was 7 years old, and Mortimer's story, and I'm sure there's a few more of those out there, and it gives you, the first thing I do as a parent, and I'm sure you can relate, is think back to what the parents went through with kids that age, having that level of health problem, and of course the pride they must feel right now in their sons, that they have achieved so much and are healthy enough to do it.
Yeah, well said. And certainly he'll be a fun individual to follow, Logan Mortimer. This is Brock Bedingfield, Brentwood, Tennessee. Sometimes when I scout these bios, and again, there's pages and pages, as Bedingfield goes down on strikes against 6, I just put an exclamation mark next to a question, and that was worth getting to for Mortimer. But I would say 6 off to a good beginning. His first inning, first 2 hitters.
86, 88 on the fastball, and it looks easy. You know, the hitters aren't seeing it very well, and 6 isn't really selling out for that velocity either.
William Patrick smashes one to center field. This ball's going to travel directly to Carter Bailey to end the inning. So 6 cruises through the top of the 7th inning. Couple of strikeouts, a flyout. It's a 3-2 game. Maybe in front. Morning in Marietta, Georgia. Got some scouts behind home plate, some onlookers. As we go to the bottom of the 7th in our first of 2 games this morning. Navy leading Maroon 3-2. Pitching really has dominated some of our earlier games, and a little more offense today, but not a ton. You got a new pitcher as well. First pitch is chopped on the ground, but a high throw is going to end up over near the dugout. Diaz was racing down the line, and once the throw went airborne, I believe he'll continue on to second base. The new pitcher is Sean McCabe from Fairfax, Virginia.
Sean, a 6'1", 185-pound athlete, 16 years old. Plays for Cadets baseball in the summer. We've not seen Sean this year yet, but he's been up to 85 in the past.
Pitch in there for a strike to Cameron Sirocco. Give you McCabe's scouting report after this next pitch. Be spoiled. There we go. Fastball, curveball, changeup mix. Fastball, a high spin rate, rises through the zone. Curveball has a 1-7 movement. Changeup is hidden well and can get swings and misses with it. Two-strike pitch. Sirocco sends one right back to the screen. Grounded out back in the 3rd inning, so getting a chance to bat for the 2nd time. We've seen some guys in previous games where the pitchers have been so good, facing 3 batters where maybe a bat in the 1st and maybe a bat in the 7th. He's gone in the 2nd and here in the 6th.
Yeah, the ideal situation with, usually we play 10 innings. We don't have the pitching, I believe, to play 10 at a PG showcase. The idea is to get the players 4 or 5 at-bats. And I think in these circumstances, hoping that everybody gets 4, the lineups are a little shorter during the second game, certainly. But the idea is to get them 4 game at-bats, help make the evaluation through those 4 at-bats, plus what happens defensively in the game and also, of course, in the drills.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Sirocco. Big bender, but it carried off the plate. Throw to third base is not in time. I think a good throw might have had Diaz, but he went sprawling in there and gets the bag. Should be Braden man behind home plate.
Yeah, these runners are doing an outstanding job when they're at second base. They have an uncanny ability to run on curveballs, and I can't believe that's a coincidence.
Well, I think you're 100% right, and I actually enjoy that, though. I mean, you're talking about young men that are advanced from a skill set standpoint, but also advanced as far as, baseball IQ, understanding the game. During all the trash can banging episodes, there's all that conversation like that. Listen, when you're out there at second base, you pick it up. That's your benefit.
No, there's nothing. That's considered a plus.
Count's gone full. First inning for McCabe again here in the 7th. Payoff pitch is down, so that would have been the walk. Only fastballs from this point further. In this sequence to Cameron Sirocco. And fell back over the screen and out of play.
If I remember, Sirocco's first at-bat was very similar to this. Worked the count, fouled some balls off, competed at the plate and made the pitcher throw a lot of pitches.
Yeah, 100% right. I think we put a couple of runners on base during that sequence with Sirocco. On the ground to short, run's going to score, but the play will be made across the diamond by Carter. I think that's Fountain over at short, but regardless, Diaz scores on the ground out. It's a 4-2 game. This is Brooks Burdine. He popped up to second his only time in. Alito, one of the true powerhouses in Texas high school football.
Do the Burdines play football?
Working through that as we speak.
Nice change up there from McCabe.
There you go. One ball, 2 strikes to count.
In fact, tried to double up on that changeup, I believe. And McCabe's been up to 87 on the breaking ball, or on the fastball. Throws that big upper 60s curveball that he's landed a couple times. And now he's shown us the mid-70s changeup.
It's going to be out of play.
We've got the stopwatch out in case Burdine puts the ball on the ground, and we can get a camera shot of the ball and the runner getting to first base. Now that changeup, not going to get any ground balls out of that at-bat. McCabe threw a couple doozies right there.
Did.
Got Burdine way out front. Burdine is an obvious hitter to throw changeups to, because he's a very aggressive hitter. He's a very high energy personality, and it just makes sense that a changeup has a high chance of being successful against that aggressive a hitter.
Sanders Dyer, the hitter. Now, I think it's been fun. It probably wasn't fun in the box to see those change-ups, but see McCabe break those out. And sometimes we've seen pitchers kind of wait to their second inning for secondary pitches and throwing a lot of fastballs early. I don't know if McCabe's supposed to work 2 or just the 1. Regardless, though, he's kind of going out there and attacking hitters with his arsenal kind of right out of the gates. Sanders had an RBI single back in the third inning, so using that pink bat, trying to get another base hit in the course of his game. Pitch had some drop to it, down and in. And the 3-0 cut on and missed. Why not? Turn it loose.
Change up again. Oh, breaking ball. Breaking ball to the left-handed hitter. Got him out in front just the same. As I said, McCabe's fastball's been up to 87, but I think that velocity's playing up just a bit. When you watch his arm action, it's a fast, controlled, short arm action. It really stays behind his body well. I think that was the change-up again. That was the change-up again. With it's a cutting change-up. He started that inside. Dyer gave up on it. It faded back there over the plate. So both the movement and the speed threw off the hitter Dyer.
There's some college hitters that wouldn't want any part of that pitch.
No, that was a quality offering right there.
All right, David, take me through what we're going to look forward to today. Another game, and then of course a busy afternoon as well here at the East Cal Complex.
After this, of course, we have the other two teams that are going to be playing in the second game. You know, purple and orange get to see those players that we worked out yesterday. Then we get to see workouts after that for the whole new group of players. And the 9 through 12 teams really have the highest concentration of ranked players. Not to mean that they're going to surpass some of the talented players we've already seen, but looking at the rankings, looking at the names, it's an extremely talented group. I think the schedule's just worked out that way. So it's going to be an exciting workout. I think we're going to see some great times, some great throws, an impressive batting practice, and I'm really looking forward to seeing this group.
That, my friend, is what we call a tease in the industry, but I like it, talking about the high-caliber players we have yet to come, and Six will go back out there for another inning of work. He went strikeout, flyout back in the seventh. Wasn't it George Costanza who wanted to name his son Seven after Mickey Mantle? That probably wouldn't work if your last name was Six.
Yeah, but for Riley Six, it just opens up so many very trite things like, can Six go 6 today, or who's throwing the 6 today, or, you know.
Yes. NIL dollars all over that. T-shirts, whatnot. This is Angel Santos. Next pitch on the way to Santos. That was well placed at the knees over the inside corner. Puerto Rico native. Got another one of those pitches. I mean, with that movement into the righty, those last two, I mean, I think you're happy when you foul one off or put bat to ball.
Yeah, or not break your bat.
Yes. And that's a wave and a miss. So Six has gone strikeout, flyout, strikeout.
And these two pitchers that are throwing right now, Riley Six and Sean McCabe, very similar in their stuff. You know, both strong-bodied pitchers. I think these are just exactly what you want to see in a 16-year-old pitcher. Guys who are throwing 86, 87, 88, who've got a good idea how to throw strikes, who have a good idea how to repeat their delivery, have some feel for their off-speed pitches, because the whole package is there now for them just to keep improving, you know, naturally to the strength and maturity gains when you're 18, 19, 22 years old. You know, the futures are bright. They just need to keep doing exactly what they're doing now, keep working hard, and the improvement is almost guaranteed to happen.
I think that's great advice. I mean, we're always in a hurry, right? We can't wait to get our adult bodies or be able to throw 90 or 92 or 4, whatever it is. But there is a progression. And I think when you talk to young athletes, David, when you tell them they're right on track or right where they need to be, there's a comfort that comes with that.
Yeah. You know, I just look at, for instance, Riley Six's, build, his physique. He's somebody who I think is already aware of how to condition his body, hopefully is aware of diet, things that become increasingly important as the game progresses and you get older. He looks so athletic. He may already be aware of these things. That's an area that right now, if he isn't, he can improve on right there. That's going to take him up another level, and it doesn't even have anything to do with baseball, per se.
Ganda had a single earlier. Pitcher's downstairs. Strikeout to start this inning, and now Ganda trying to battle to get on in the 8th inning. And I would say that's one area when it comes to nutrition and diet and workouts where this generation is further ahead of their counterparts previously. That's strike 3 that maybe didn't quite understand just how to prepare bodies, at least as consistently with a plan and preparation. But my goodness, 6s look good.
Yes.
Suppose he wears the uniform number 6 for high school? Wouldn't that be easier?
We could probably figure that out.
It's Michael Olander. There's a softball player for Arkansas with the last name Cloud. So she wears 9 on her jersey. I'll just let that one sit out there for a while. You can think on that one. Here's a pitch. It's cut on a mist. Cloud 9, right? I mean, so if your last name's 6, you got to kind of play to it. Whatever he's doing, he's not giving us a lot of time because he's just pumping strikes. My goodness. David, he struck out 5 of the 6. We'll step aside. What a performance by 6. Faced 6, struck out 5. 4-2 our score. McCabe ready to work as we get back at it here in the 8th inning. We're not batting out of order again, are we? I think we are. Here's Collier. We saw him pitching. Now he wants to bat.
We
only do this when we come out of break.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mentioned before that he took an outstanding batting practice yesterday. Vinny Servino, our scout who I asked about ranking the BPs, listed him in the top 10 of at-bats yesterday, or BP rounds, I should say. So there's definitely some bat talent there, but that doesn't matter to Sean McCabe. Takes care of him very easily.
Doesn't faze him in the least.
Change-up, curveball, 2 fastballs. Next up, please.
He struck out 3 in a row. Let's see if this is Blake Burdine. It is not, so we're mixing in another pitcher. It's Alex Barr. Indiana native, Kankakee Valley High School. Quickly 0-2. Maybe batting for a final time, and McCabe trying to make short work Is that 6 pitches, 2 strikeouts?
7 pitches, 2 strikeouts.
Okay. I wanted an immaculate inning for a showcase rarity, but he was tracking in a pretty good manner regardless.
In fact, I'm going to go look back at really over the last 2 days, the games we've done, Brett. Go back on Diamond Cast and look at the strike percentages for some of these pitchers because they've been exceptional.
Does it feel like it's higher than normal, David?
Yes. Oh, there's no question it's higher than normal. A normal thing at a showcase is for a pitcher to come out nervous and walk the first guy. Maybe even walk the first guy twice. That is a normal accepted thing at a regional PG showcase. And these guys just come out firing strikes. And maybe that's why they're at Junior National and the other ones aren't. But the confidence and the command these young men have shown has been really impressive.
Bay quickly down 1-2, seeing some of these pitchers bat here in the 8th inning. And that's a wave and a miss. He struck out the last 5 batters he faced. Did McCabe. How about McCabe in 6, David, finishing up on the mound? Sometimes, you get towards the end of that first game, pitchers, maybe not primary pitchers or whatnot, but my goodness, those were outstanding frames. And a handshake for the
very
umpire.
Impressive. Yeah, very, very impressive for these 2 young men. We had strong pitching throughout the game. We started with Josh Hammonds, Alex Ewer, but these 2 last guys, Sean McCabe and Riley Six, really are the standouts. And McCabe especially throwing 3 pitches pretty much where he wanted them. He threw those nice change-ups with some nice tailing life right there. The left-handed hitters throws the big curveball, the eye-level changing curveball. But the most important thing, again, is throwing strikes. And that was certainly done today, really by all the pitchers.
Well, you weren't kidding. And you wouldn't blame these pitchers if they didn't maybe want to be a little bit cautious with some of these outstanding hitters, pick, nibble a little bit, but they have played to their strengths. They've gone right after them, and pitching dominated again, but it was the Navy taking down Maroon 4-2. We'll step aside. David and I will come back shortly with our second game, day 3 from East Cobb, Marietta, Georgia, for the Perfect Game Junior National Showcase on perfectgame.tv.
Hey, 15 minutes, 15 minutes. Hey, Purple, let me holler at you real fast. Let me know some of the rules, all right? Hey, play by the sheet right there, okay? Those coaches are on the start We're home team. We got like 10 minutes. It's 10:40, 10:50 start. We got 10 minutes. If you speak Spanish, I want to hear total Spanish today. Aquí, I've been on this school. Just got a good bounce to it. Those Spanish words.
Time for Game 2 for the Perfect Game Junior National Showcase from the famous ESCOT Baseball Complex in Marietta, Georgia. A little bit of an overcast, cooler day, but we're ready for the orange and purple squads to get their chance to play in front of the Perfect Game scouts, and right here on perfectgame.tv. Brett Dolan, David Ronsley, again back with you today, and we've had kind of a theme, David, throughout the course of really, I think, the 3 days. The pitching has been extremely good, very efficient. Curious to see if that continues or whether we get a little more offense if these hitters want to showcase themselves.
Depending on how the pitcher's throwing, if they threw like Riley Six and Sean McCabe did, we won't see it. But there's two real power hitters in this game, and Christian De Los Santos and Evan Hankins. They're two of the top power bats in the 2025 class. I've been looking at their BP stuff and their DK, velocities and testing and stuff, and they're top of the charts. And I'd like to see Hankins and De Los Santos specifically, but a number of other hitters here get some big cuts in today. Maybe see a ball leave the ballpark or something even.
Yes.
Hasn't happened yet this showcase.
Always enjoy getting a couple of names to look forward to or follow from you. And the purple team will take the field. They are the home team, so let's take a look at the orange squad. And again, this is a busy lineup. We're seeing somewhere in the neighborhood of 15, 16 hitters with the occasional pitcher batting in. So this is a good look at the individuals that we'll see as well for the orange squad here today. Second page worth of names as well. So we'll get a chance to introduce you to this group throughout the course of this game and beyond. And wrapping up there, our third page worth of orange team players, part of their busy roster here for the Junior National Showcase. Meanwhile, also for the purple team, we'll start off with their starting pitcher. It is Diesel Toth from Highland, California. He is a Hawaii commit.
I think it was mentioned yesterday, it's nice to see a young man heading to Hawaii from California. That Hawaii program was really a premium program a generation back. Hasn't been quite as productive lately in drawing in the top prospects, but Diesel Toth, a big, strong right-hander, 6 foot 185. You see those strong hips that I always emphasize. Has been up to 88. Last time we saw him back in November. And we'll see what he brings it today against this orange lineup.
Says his best pitch is his fastball, but with a curveball and a slider. His best secondary pitch feels like is his slider, but also a middle infielder. He is not pitching, but we'll see him for an inning or two, as you would imagine, here in our second game today. And R.J. Holmes ready to lay things off for the orange squad from Menifee, California, Paloma Valley High School.
Here we go, baby. Here we go.
Holmes,
pitching was outstanding,
though. Yeah, pitching was outstanding. I think anybody named Diesel is going to bring some power to the equation. And
well, you'd hope. It would be nice. Here's R.J. Holmes. He'll swing and miss to begin game two.
Yes, and Holmes a speed player. Appropriate, he's batting in the leadoff spot. 6.55 runner.
Ball's going to drift and be backing out of play in the trees. What did he run, a 6.55 yesterday? Is that right, with Holmes?
6.55.
Two-strike pitch. Curveball roped hard and foul.
Toth not messing around. 89-90 on the first two fastballs. Big breaking 72-mile-an-hour curveball.
No wind and pitch again, and there's a bouncer up the middle. Let's see that speed. Maybe a play for the shortstop. He's racing up the line, testing the shortstop, Andres Gomez. We got to see it right out of the gates. That's why he's in that leadoff spot on what was somewhat of a routine bouncer to short. He beats it out.
Yeah, and this was, he didn't even get out of the box that quickly, but there's some top-end speed there, and Gomez took one extra hop there. One little extra hop. He didn't know, Holmes was the runner he was. Holmes just beat it, obviously safe, but Gomez had to have a little more urgency on that play, and if he'd known the runner was Holmes, he might have done that.
That's exactly the case. Seeing that replay, good catch. Here's Blake Fields. He'll rip one foul. There's not much of a margin of error on a 2 or 3 hopper with elite speed, and Holmes able to beat it. So we'll see what Blake Fields can do.
And I'm going to tell you a quick story here, Brett. I got to see Kenny Lofton's first at-bat in the big leagues. Kenny Lofton, one of the fastest players of this generation, obviously. And his first at-bat was against the Reds. And Barry Larkin, Hall of Famer Barry Larkin, was the shortstop. And there was almost identical ground ball to that. And Larkin did the exact same thing. Got the second hop clean, took that little hop, made a throw he's made thousands of times in his life, and Lofton beat it by 2 strides. And Larkin just stood there at shortstop with his hands on his hips going, what in the world just happened? And that was Kenny Lofton's first big league hits.
Oh, I love it.
I think shortstops were a little more aware after that when he was at the plate.
Well, I'd hope so. Curious to see if he might be off and running. Blake Fields out of Orlando, the Phillies scout team. Had a brother, Brandon. He's a Texas Longhorn. And there indeed is Holmes taking the base.
Boy, these base runners are good at stealing on curveballs. It's been uncanny today and even yesterday.
Picking the right pitch to go on. 2-2. Fields is high. Fields has said he's been able to hit off-speed pitches a little bit better, and strength training has helped his power and turning balls a little bit deeper, maybe out into the outfield. Speaking of which, out there into right center. And the catch is going to be made by Herbreet. And how about that? Holmes does not tag, does not try and test our right fielder.
That kind of surprised me. He didn't advance to third on that. He's already been able to show his speed twice. He's loose. He's feeling good.
So he'll stay at second with 1 gone. He might just steal third base on this pitch regardless. And here is Evan Hankins. David told us a little bit about Hankins in the open.
6'5", 215 pounds. You look at some of the base numbers, the exit velocity, exit velocity. Exit velocity yesterday, 95. You look at the Diamond Kinetics numbers. They're probably the second best so far of the 8 teams that I've seen in terms of peak bat speed and bat speed at contact.
Why is it all of these great hitters we talk about, and there Hankins does wave and miss, are all Tennessee commits? Maybe no surprise, but give Diesel Toth some credit for getting the strikeout.
Yeah, these are just dominant fastballs here. Hankins may not have enough in his load there to get a rhythm. It looks like he's starting for kind of a still start, and Toth's fastball just got on him real fast before he was able to fire those strong hands.
Here's Evan Fernandez. Palm Beach Gardens, Mississippi State commit. American Heritage Delray Beach High School.
Two out.
And Fernandez said Mississippi State was the first college he interacted with and visited the campus after 3 months of talking with the coaches. And the moment he stepped on campus, knew he wanted to play baseball there in Starkville. 2-1 pitch. Hard ground ball to short. Handled by Gomez. A little quicker across the diamond. Fernandez retired. And despite the infield single and stolen base from Holmes, the Orange team does not score against Diesel Toth. And we're off and rolling after a half inning here in our second game.
How to get out of it. Toth.
Well, we took a look at the rosters for the Orange team. Now let's take a look at our rosters for the Purple squad. And again, this will take us a little while to kind of run through this list. We talked about a couple of players that looking forward to seeing. We've watched Diesel Toth on the mound, but here's the rest of this Purple team. Also notice the ranks on the right side. And a couple of players within the top 200, other players hoping to make a move here over the course of their 2 days in this busy week for the Perfect Game Junior National Showcase.
And I want to stress that these rankings are rankings from, I don't remember the last time we have redone the rankings list, probably in late April, early May after the high school season. And this does not really reflect all the information we've gathered through all the Sunshine Showcases. And of course, this class will be due for a big re-ranking shortly after these. junior national showcase games are done.
Well, I think that's really worth pointing out. A lot to change. Here is Russ Martin from Rosebud, Arkansas, and ready to pitch first of a couple of innings for this big right-hander, Russ Martin.
You have the inside Arkansas scouting report on the Arkansas recruit there, Brett?
I do indeed. Tell you a little bit more about this young man. Home state product. Part of the Styx Travel organization. He is a big fan of Gage Wood, who was a freshman outstanding pitcher for Arkansas this year. And maybe no surprise. Kind of a bulldog mentality, similar build. I will have to tell you, I did share the recruiting questionnaire profile with his future pitching coach, Matt Hobbs, and I'll explain why here in a minute. It was interesting, to say the least. Here's a wave and a miss to get the bottom of the first inning underway with Troy Ford. David, he said the Arkansas coaching staff watched every game he pitched last summer, but they didn't offer him. So he went to camps, got some other D1 offers, went to a Razorback camp, and they offered. That ball shot out into the gap in left center field. It's down. It's going to go all the way towards the fence. It's retrieved by Carpenter and played back in, but a ringing double by Troy Ford to begin the bottom of the first inning.
And just like his fellow leadoff hitter, T.J. Holmes, Ford reaching base as the leadoff hitter. That's just a nice job of hitting, staying inside the ball, slapping it up. He knew he had a double the whole way, using that speed. And the lineups for these games are constructed more like normal lineups. For a normal PG showcase, they hit in numerical order. But Greg Sabers and the PG staff have designed these as sort of a real lineup where you have speed at the top. You've got the big power hitters in the middle of the lineup, and really designed it, to maximize the potential of the players to show what they can do.
Benjamin Trey Godoy batting. I think Ford's off and running, and that one fouled away. I want to finish the thought on Martin. He said he finally went to a Razorback camp, David, and they offered him. And he said the family talked about it, and they said, we weren't going to commit on the spot. So they get in the car, they drive away. They get 2 blocks from Baum Walker, and they say, what are we doing? We want to be a Razorback. They pulled into the first slot they found. They called the other coaches, said no, went back to the stadium and committed on the spot. Scouting report says explosive off the mound, high spin fastball from 80s into the low 90s with a hammer curve, spin up to 2,900. Changeup improves every outing and loves to compete.
I'm going to so far say that matches what I've seen. He was topped out at 90 before, 88, 89 there. But that curveball.
Wave it a miss by Nunez. The throw to third ends up in left field. Here comes Ford home to score, and there's the speed from the leadoff hitter, providing a run for the purple team.
Gets a good jump there. No, I would think no chance to get him at third base, regardless of the throw with that kind of jump.
Catcher's Wade Hartick. Here's Mason Scheimer, left-handed batter.
But get back to Martin's curveball. He's thrown a couple of them, and they are true curveballs. He's coming over top of it. He's getting big vertical break to it, but they're 78, 79 miles an hour. And to throw that big of a pitch with that kind of velocity really takes the ability to spin the ball. 78, 79 is like slider velocity for a hard-throwing right-hander, but this is a true curveball at 78, 79.
Shermer out of Festus, Missouri, has a count of 2-0. Took a big swing at that fastball over the inside corner.
Ford, you're the designated courtesy runner. Go on, take it.
And the 2-1 to Shermer, wave it a miss. I think I heard somebody in the dugout tell Ford, you're the designated courtesy runner after that electric trip around the bases. He's earned the job already.
Yeah, he's pretty high. But that was a different breaking ball there. That showed great dexterity. That was an 80-mile-an-hour true slider and a great pitch to throw to a left-handed hitter and get under his barrel.
Hard ground ball to second, and the play is going to be made by Rosario for the second out of the inning.
Does that scouting report include a slider from Russ Martin?
I just moved off it to my secondary file. I'll get back. Here's Jose Lopez. Got notes from my notes, and there's a wave and a miss. Big build for the right-handed batter, Jose Lopez. And fouled that one right back to the screen.
I'm looking down the purple roster here, Brett, and there's a number of other players who are well qualified to be the designated runner. I mean, if I were Jonathan Vasquez and my 6'6", 260, I might raise my hand and say, Coach, can I try that a few times?
Well, that's a swing. That's a strikeout.
Here we go. Roll it, roll it.
So Martin able to get the K on Lopez. Also struck out Nunez in the course of that inning. So the leadoff double cashed in for a run. That's it. Through one. 1-0 Purple in front. Pretty good pitch there to end it from Martin. Here we go, ready to work in the top of the second inning. Diesel Toth says, let's go. So we will oblige on his pitch to Andrew Freeman. Freeman from Stoneman Douglas High School, Parkland, Florida, Louisville commit.
One of our many players from Stoneman Douglas, the 3-time Florida State champions at this National Junior Showcase.
It's part of his bio, talking about those 3 state championships. I think they were 29-0 this year. And that's talking about
they might have been the number 1 team in the country this year. I haven't seen the PG high school rankings in a bit.
Curveball is down a little bit outside, 2-2.
So why don't we go look at them? The last rankings came out on May 24th at Stoneman Douglas, number 1 in the country. Barb High School, number 2 from Louisiana, IMG
Not bad.
Academy, number 3. Bishop Gorman, number 4, and Tampa Jesuit, number 5.
In fact, I think at least in the bio for Freeman, he talks about their 3rd straight, not only state championship, but national championship. Here's a payoff pitch. Fouled back. Maybe one to hit their handle from Freeman. Spoiled it from Toth. Fastball about 86, 87, 88-ish for Diesel Toth.
I believe he touched a 90 early, has settled down into the upper 80s.
Freeman rockets one to left, but that ball easily handled. Caught by Carpenter. Grayson Carpenter with the play, one gone. Next man in is Riley Brown.
I was intrigued by the multiple national championship question and looking up the 2022 final PG rankings. We have Stoneman Douglas at number 2 in the country.
Brown rockets one into the gap. This ball is going all the way to the fence. Brown has 2, and he's not going to stop. On his way to third, and he will make it easily. So Riley Brown really put a charge into that baseball. And never did stop running until the Utah native got all the way to third.
And that's nice. He took a breaking ball, might have gotten a little too much of the plate, but looked like a quality breaking ball and just squared it up.
I got one out, one out, one out.
This is Owen Gregg. Another Canadian from Ontario. And that pitch rides up and out. His high school is something called Appleby College. They do not have varsity baseball, adding to the challenges of not just being a Canadian in the weather, but at a school that doesn't have varsity baseball. Plays for the Fieldhouse Pirates for his travel team. Been to a Clemson camp, really impressed by them. That ball hit hard on the ground to second, but it is going to be handled. And an out after Rosario flips to first, but it does provide a run as Riley Brown comes across with the first orange run of the game. So the triple cashed in. C.J. Oxendine, scheduled hitter. And indeed that is the case.
Oxendine really looked good in the catching part of the drills yesterday. Threw 83 miles an hour with 185 pop time and looked very, very sound. Good athletic quickness in the lower half while doing it.
I mean, that's a pop time that'll really get your attention for the Virginia Tech commit. 185. Pitch fades in and misses. So the fourth batter this frame for Toth in his second inning of work here in our second game today. Toth trying to recalibrate just a bit as he's missed on a few wide of the mark to C.J. Oxendine. See if Oxendine gets something to hit. That ball lifted out towards the left. It's going to carry all the way back to the track. I mean, that ball had a little bit of juice to it, but the play was made by Grayson Carpenter. That will end the inning. A triple cashed in for a run. The orange team is on the board. 1-1 game through an inning and a half. Martin back to work in the second inning. Retired the last 3 he faced after a double began things. Left-handed hitter is Cash Strayer. Boy, he took a chunk right out of our catcher Carson Ramos. Boy, that one got him, and he might need a moment. David, I did not see any mention of Martin with a slider in his scouting report. He did talk about that curve we mentioned with the spin rate up to around 2,900, which is top shelf. But right now he's going to have to wait as Ramos tries to walk that one off.
Well, he's throwing the 2 pitches at about the same velocity. They're 78, 80, but they're 2 very distinct shapes and different releases, and it looks like he's doing it with intent. Similar velocities, but they can be effective in different situations. He threw a couple sliders to left-handed hitters that got down, kind of back foot sliders that were very effective. That was more that vertical curveball shape there that he worked on the outside half of the plate. 79 miles an hour, so same velocity, but 2 different shapes. Let's see if we see that again this inning, or whether that was just an anomaly in the first inning.
Pitch just a little bit off the plate to Cash Strayer. Plant High School, Tampa, Florida. Florida commit. Good pitch. Wave it a miss. Tag and a strikeout, and Strayer done to begin the second inning.
Yeah, I'm sure Coach Hobbs at Arkansas is very aware of Martin's breaking ball, and that's what I'd be thinking now as a pitching coach. Making sure that Martin is aware of the separation between those. That again was that hard downer pitch. But those can be 2 separate weapons depending on what you're trying to do, right-handed hitter, left-handed hitter. Whether you're going for a strike or whether you're going for an expand the zone type pitch.
I like his ability, his spin. David, you mentioned this young man earlier, correct? De Los Santos?
Oh, yes, Christian De Los Santos, one of the power bats in this 2025 class with a man's body, 6'3", 210.
If you just looked at that side swing at a big league game, you wouldn't think anything was wrong.
Oh, no, that's a big league body right now.
You better believe it. I mean, you're thinking that's 27, 28 years old, not 16.
"16 years, 11 months.
He'll flip that odometer over soon. That one just did creep out of play near the trees over that brick fence.
And De Los Santos, I believe, was the left fielder going back and caught that ball to end the last inning right before the warning track. He's transitioned from a primary third baseman to the outfielder, I believe, in the last year.
We're going to see him in right field, at least scheduled, the next couple of innings. These defensive charts kind of fluctuate just a bit, but you can do that over the course of an 8-inning game with the number of players that we see batting 15, 16-ish. Fun matchup here. Martin and De Los Santos just about got him on the hands. It rode so far in. The count is gone full.
De Los Santos has done a nice job protecting against the breaking ball outside. So far, the catcher setting up outside. Martin couldn't execute.
Yeah, spike that breaking ball.
Come on. One out.
Might be putting a ghost runner over at first. Indeed, that is the case. So De Los Santos knows he's getting a fastball here.
And I'm betting it's Troy Ford over on first base, since we've already been told he is their primary designated runner.
We were eavesdropping. You have to use all of your weapons as best you can, but we did bring somebody else in. Rosario.
Alfred Rosario.
I heard a hurry up, and that's the international sign for why are we waiting on you? So it might have been the first guy to jump up and grab a helmet.
Yeah.
De Los Santos knows he's getting fastballs, but Martin's had a hard time. He bounced that 3-2 breaking ball, now has been out of the zone on a few. The set, the pitch. Strike 3 called, and a strike down to second base. And I think they got him. How about a strike him out, throw him out, DP?
Let's see this again. Who's your defensive chart say is catching right now for the Orange?
Well, here's the problem. I don't think it's the right one, unless that's
okay.
Our gentleman was hurt earlier, and I didn't think that was Ramos behind the plate. I thought it was a 12, but I'm not sure. And that one's grounded into left.
That was still De Los Santos at the plate. That wasn't a called strike 3.
Well, I thought it was, but I don't know if they left him bat, David, because it only would have been 2 batters in the inning.
That is very possible. That is a little quirk when you have base runners. The ghost runners, you have to have 3 hitters in an inning, minimum of 3, but with the ghost runners, if they're thrown out, that, of course, counts as an out, even though that player is technically still at the plate. So,
tell you what, if you have a showcase bingo card, you've filled up a lot of quadrants today, a lot of boxes.
Brett, you're more an expert at this showcase stuff than I am.
We're just trying to survive. That one fouled back. We had a couple of guys batting out of order. We came out of some breaks a couple of times only to see someone different batting than was expected and snuck some pitchers in. So we're getting used to it. But this is Reagan McCluskey from Brentwood, Tennessee. R.A. Dickey, part of his travel organization. Off and running is De Los Santos, and he's in there with the base.
De Los Santos, for that big man's build, is still a 6'8" runner. Although here's an interesting reflection on the 10. He's only a 1.71 in the 10, but a 6'8", essentially what we call a big league average time in the 60, and that reflected a big guy. You're not going to expect him to get that great first step, but he evidently got one there, a good jump off first, and was able to steal second.
It's like a freight train. Once you get him moving, it's hard to stop at that point. 0-2 to McCluskey, a young man who moved from California to Tennessee in June of 2021. Moved to the Nashville area. He's going to wave and miss. So Martin gets him to chase, gets the K after all that to end the inning. A strange inning. Worked around some ghost runners. There's a lot to like, though, about his natural ability.
Oh, yeah, Martin has tons. Just the ability to spin it is going to be maybe something that enables him to pitch immediately, at the next level. Maybe not as a starter. It looks like he has some refinement to do with his fastball command. In fact, he looked almost uncomfortable when he was in an all-fastball count to De Los Santos and had to throw his fastball. But that kind of quality breaking ball, especially as he learns how he's shaping it a little bit more, is going to be a big weapon for him from day one, if he makes it to the Arkansas campus.
We're watching a lot of Gage Wood, the freshman relief pitcher this year that he kind of compared himself to. I think he's spot on in that comparison, the similarities. That was the one that took a chunk right out of our catcher. We're still trying to figure out who that was with all of his gear on that didn't quite match up with the defensive charts. Ended up throwing out a runner a little bit later on. Got a new pitcher as well as the orange team bats. And for the purple squad, this is Cooper Poe from Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Cooper 6'4", 205 pounds. Haven't seen Cooper since last summer when he was up to 86 miles an hour. Another uncommitted young man, plays for the Chattanooga Dodgers, travel organization, 16 years, 3 months old.
Well, you will appreciate this, David. We talk about that age at 16. We ask these individuals who they really enjoy either emulating or following, or people they were fans of. He listed Nolan Ryan, which is certainly different, unique, as Donovan Arroyo bats. Houston kid from Jersey Village High School. Nolan would have been long since done.
Yes, always appreciate a young man who knows something about baseball history. And Nolan Ryan, of course, owns a whole lot of baseball history with his achievements.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by that. I'll give you a scouting report after this pitch to Arroyo. And that one is going to be poked out towards right. And how about the grab? That is De Los Santos, David, talking about his defensive efforts, and he laid out to make the play.
He showed some range there. I don't know where he lined up to start, but that was a full layout, and that's a tough place on this baseball field to make plays because that wall comes in so close to the foul line. You get to see a good look at it here. Great camera work, full layout. Yeah, show him the ball, Christian.
Took a hit away from the Arizona State commit. Well, here is the next man in. I got to get his pronunciation right first. Got to be fast. Indo Domenico with a roller to first base. And Remo retired 2 outs. Well, this is the scouting report on Poe. Tall, gifted athlete, heavy fastball, 87-90. Great off speed with nice horizontal break. Nice loose changeup. Swing and a miss guy. So, regardless, he's got a couple of very quick outs. And Domenico retired, and Marcus Harris next man in.
Marcus Harris, another big, strong right-handed hitter who had some of the best exit velocities and DK numbers during that part of the showcase.
Looks like another grown man there from the side swing. Pretty good pitch. Called a strike. Poe gets it.
Harris listed at 6'3", 223. Brett, who was when you were 16, try to turn back the clock a few years, who was your favorite player?
George Brett, hitting 390 in 1980. Southwest Iowa guy, Royal fan. George was the guy.
I've got to turn the clock back a little bit further than you. But back when I was a teenager, Johnny Bench was always my favorite player. I was born in Cincinnati, even though I wasn't raised there, and my parents were big Red Machine fans. They were both Cincinnati natives, and it was hard not to like the best player on the best team in baseball in the mid-'70s.
George Brett just turned 60 last month. There's no way that he can be 60 years old, because when your childhood idols start to reach that grandfather stage, something's gone haywire. As Marcus Harris fouls another one back. And that is a rip and a miss. So Poe had the quick inning. A line out, great catch by De Los Santos, the soft ground ball, and the strikeout to Harris. That's a good beginning to what might be 2 innings for Mr. Poe. New pitcher as we maneuver into the bottom of the third inning. Each team with a run on a couple of base hits. And on to pitch for the Orange squad is Cameron Odom, Florida native, Florida State commit. And this is Vasquez. First pitch swinging. Rolls one right to first. Right to Hankins. Quick out.
We've had a lot of that first pitch swinging
Yes.
so far at this event.
See Hankins make that play. I was told that it was Carson Ramos catching for the last couple of innings where he kind of took a beating. It should be Oxendine behind the plate now, so you're starting to get into that true middle of the contest here for a showcase game with some changes. And this young man batting, Alejandro Abreu from Miami Christian High School. Here's the 1-1. Chops one off the carpet. Going to have to come get that big bounce, which Owen Gregg did. Another soft ground out, 2 gone.
Yeah. Odom working quickly and just filling up the zone. The last time we saw the Florida right-hander with Florida State commit was at the class of 2025 All-American Games last year in Louisiana, where he received a PG-9 score. It's been 86-88 so far in this short outing.
What time of the year did those events, that event take place in Louisiana?
That was in early August.
Okay.
It was one of the most rain-plagued events in recent memory.
That doesn't
Pretty much
surprise
rained
me.
for 3 days straight.
Yes, well, you are in the bayou as Cal Johnson bats. Johnson from Tampa, Florida. A3 Academy.
In fact, I'm pretty sure I was not at that event. I was actually right about the same time out in beautiful California doing a showcase there. But I understand a lot of that event was done inside.
Cal Johnson had ulnar nerve surgery back in October of 22. Still maybe not 100% yet. Got a couple of parents that were military. Sister, a beach volleyball athlete. I think she's at Utah, so family with a lot to talk about. He's batting with 2 outs and the bases empty here in the third inning. Put a ghost runner over at first. And it's a wave to miss by Johnson.
Did I hear you say he had Tommy John surgery in October of 2022?
Double checking that just for you. Just recovering from ulnar nerve surgery, October of 22. Playing pain-free, getting faster and stronger. While not 100% recovered, I'm making great gains on all of my tools.
Ulnar
Wave
nerve
and a
may
miss.
not be Tommy John surgery.
That's correct. I think that was probably the delineation.
That's what I was thinking. Coming back in October, he threw 88 from the infield. That sounds like a healthy arm to me.
It does indeed. Good for him. Meanwhile, Odom was extremely efficient, David, cruising through that third.
Yeah, that fastball was his dominant pitch. He only threw 1 breaking ball, but the hitters couldn't handle the fastball, so let's keep throwing it.
Well, Mr. Poe just cruised through the third inning. A line out to right, good play by De Los Santos, soft ground ball and a strikeout, back for the fourth. Matt McKnight ready to lead things off. Charlotte, North Carolina native. Tall right-hander uncoils and pitches. Set out towards right. And McKnight able to start the inning with a base hit. Just poked one in the right field.
Yeah, you said uncoils his 6'3" frame. This is how much kids change in such a short amount of period. I first saw Matt play about 18 months ago. I've seen him a couple times since, maybe 20 months ago. And he was 5'10", 140 pounds. Now he's 6'3", 180 pounds.
That's the tough part you guys have at this age, and it's why I tip my hat to you. But that's a different person.
Yes, it's a different person, and to maintain your strength and coordination when you're growing so fast has to be a huge challenge.
Right. These are elite level athletes. They're not just normal freshmen, sophomores. As Jacob Martin Matz, Leesburg, Virginia. .227 GPA for Jacob Martin. And I think I mentioned this, David, when you weren't with me early. The number of students I have seen that are basically 4.0 students, honor society, tremendous students, volunteer hours. It's almost staggering the number of kids that are involved in this event. Not only tremendous athletes, but active in their communities, good kids, and great students.
I think this is something that Darren and I have talked about. Darren Sutton and I frequently on broadcasts. That ball's lifted to right field.
Oh, it took a big bounce off the carpet. So Martin's going to get the base hit, the kangaroo hop.
But continuing the thought, playing baseball at this level, where a lot of these kids are 12 months of the year athletes, it forces you as a teenager to organize your time. If you're not organized, you can't be this type of athlete. And if you organize your athletic time, you organize your academic time, you organize your community time, I think it just helps you all around in developing the all-around character. If you're not an athlete, if you don't have an interest, whether it be theater or activities or athletics, as a teenager, that leads to being unorganized, basically. And these are probably some of the most organized young men you'll find in high schools anywhere around the country.
Oh, I buy into that. There's no doubt. Here's Double-A, Aiden Aragon from Albuquerque, New Mexico. You talked about some of their interests. I hope I get a chance to add one here for Aragon. And that pitch is on the outside corner for a strike. He received an honor for having a poem published in the National Writers Center magazine. So that's an interest beyond maybe something we might normally talk about, as he will wave and miss. Nothing poetic about that, at least if you're Aragon. Maybe Poe will appreciate that. Gets the K.
That almost went right past me, Brett. Well done. Well done. That was Poe's best breaking ball of the day. Big sweeper there. Located it very well.
This is Orlando Cruz from the Puerto Rico Baseball Academy. And David, would that be basically like a high school that combines both baseball and academics?
Yeah, it's a very, very prominent school in Puerto Rico, with much like IMG is here, where the curriculum, there's obviously an academic curriculum, but there is a baseball curriculum as well. And Cruz, I was interested to see Cruz hit some more. He had the fastest 60 time at a 6.41, and he's a young man that wasn't even on the radar till the Sunshine East showcase, and got invited based on his Sunshine East performance, and not even ranked, doesn't even have a ranking number, not a 500, not a high follow next to his name. So he's literally come out of nowhere in the last 2 weeks to put himself on the map.
If you have the fastest 60 and you hit a pop-up, you should just stop and do push-ups right there at home plate. as Carson Ramos will bat and chop one foul. There's your Kenny Lofton, your major league type drop in. That's where you want to utilize that speed. Ramos took a beating behind the plate in those first couple of innings, but unencumbered from his gear, now batting. A couple of runners on base. He's the fifth batter this inning, I believe, so this should be it for Poe. A couple of singles, a couple of strikeouts, and a chop at a third. Play made by Jose Lopez. It may have been Jonathan Vasquez, but the inning ends. So a couple of singles, and I think, David, you really enjoy seeing that. You know, a couple of base runners, nothing hard hit, and then you just settle down one strikeout, pop-up, ground out.
Yeah, it was a nice, clean inning. You know, he did allow a couple soft singles, really no barrels there, but just stayed in there and trusted his stuff. Worked mostly, you know, mid-80s with the fastball. I can see some swing and miss on the curveball. He talked in his own self-scouting report about some swing and miss to his game, and we saw some of that. But, you know, with that long, projectable body, the easy arm action, he's just going to keep getting better and better. That was that nice curveball to strike out our resident poet, Mr. Aragon.
Tell you what, if you're a pitcher and you go back and watch the archives of PerfectGame.tv, you enjoy those montages at the end of the inning and you see your stuff and the swings and misses. It's a confidence rush. I think some guys will say it's a dig me tape, right? I mean, dig me, look at me, because you go out there and you watch it back and you see what you're able to do with your stuff, and kind of electric and kind of fun. And Cameron Odom will go back out now for his second inning. We saw him just clip through his previous frame, facing three batters.
I think a lot of kids, I think it's a big difference nowadays with just the way technology has changed. But these kids do get a chance to see themselves pitch, to see their mechanics. Same thing for hitters, to see their swings far more frequently than they used to and develop some understanding. But still, watching under game conditions, the center field camera, the same look that you get in a big league game, you know, for a kid must be kind of a thrill.
No, I think it is, and I also think it's a tremendous learning tool. Benji Couto beginning this fourth inning.
It's like, my curveball breaks that much? Really? That's cool.
I think sometimes people are just visual learners, and you like to see the results of your pitch. And sometimes maybe as a pitcher, you maybe don't notice the hitter's reactions as much now as you will later on. They're kind of telegraphing or telling you what they like or don't like. That one is fair down the line in right field. Wide turn, a little bit of a hesitation, and a chance to get to second base. Sliding in there with a double is Benji. Played back in by Martin, I think, in right field. This one just did stay fair down the line past the diving attempt of Hankins.
Yeah, some hesitation there, and it could have been just that misplay. That ball probably got right along the wall there in right field. And that's our third extra base hit of this game, and I believe both extra base hits, both our runs are the result of early inning base hits.
You were correct. Well done for a man not keeping a scorecard. His Hiramoto bats. Jake Hiramoto. He says with his bat he catches barrels. Well, he didn't that time. He went down on strikes. Odom gets the K, one gone.
Odom is still not 100% fastballs. He's thrown one breaking ball this inning. I think he might have thrown two in the first inning, but this a very fastball heavy diet, and it's working out well for him.
Wade Hartrick from IMG, Boulder, Colorado, takes the pitch down for a ball.
I was just out in beautiful Colorado last week for the Sunshine Rocky Mountain Showcase.
I'll be there in about a week myself.
Well, looking at all the snow still in the mountains, you could go there and go skiing.
I would not be doing that, I guarantee you.
Because, boy, those are not only snow-capped peaks, those are snow-covered peaks still in mid-June.
Stolen base attempt at third, and safe is Couto. And David, we were just talking about kind of utilizing technology and video and whatnot. I think it's intriguing then that Hartrick is the batter now, because he says he's been working with Driveline. He's come to admire a number of their hitters that work with them, Arenado, Newt Barr, Nolan Gorman, and others. And part of what he uses for his resources, there's a number of guys doing a lot of creative, innovative things, trying to find something that works for them.
And obviously at a school like IMG, he's going to have access to
Right.
probably a lot of things that a number of these kids don't have access to. And, of course, that's one of the selling points of if you're able to go to IMG, would encourage you to attend. But, so many of the basic academies that are in every state have the same sort of advanced, equipment, the Rapsodo machines, all the multi, different ways to measure, physical movements and stuff and track it and video it. That's hardly a unique technology, only open to a few. It's open to really everybody now.
Yeah, valid follow-up to say the least. We put Troy Ford over at first as a ghost runner, and he promptly swipes second base. The count's full to Hartrick, and that is right on the corner for a strikeout. That was about as well-placed of a pitch as you could imagine. If you could walk up to the plate and put it in a catcher's glove in that spot, if you could get the call, that's where Odom would
I want
advantage.
Cameron Odom to find those last two pitches on this video and record them and watch them. Those were by far his two best pitches he's thrown so far, mechanically and results. They were different as that run scores on the slider that went wild low, but those two fastballs he threw were different. He was farther out front and taller on the release point on both of them and created just different angle. And both were 88. Those were his two hardest fastballs too, and they were probably his two best located as well.
Carpenter with a bouncer to second base. This will be handled easily. And the play is made to end the inning by Owen Gregg. Run will score on the leadoff double, then a couple of wild pitches. All things considered, Odom put forth a couple of good innings. 2 on our score. Purple in front through 4. This game moves into the 5th inning, our second game of the day. We got the orange and the purple teams from the East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia. New pitcher coming on for the purple squad is Mike Wright, Indiana native.
Right, 6'4", 190 pounds. So you see him with his first pitch. He got his invite to this Junior National Showcase from the 2023 Midwest Indoor Showcase way back in February, where he showed up beginning of his high school season was 84, 86 on his fastball. Showed great athleticism, running a 6'8", 460, especially at that age and size. And we'll see what he can do here on the big stage in Marietta, Georgia.
He's facing Ryan Lopez. Starts with that hand position just about as high as you can possibly begin. Left-handed hitter here in the 5th inning. Well, those yellow batting gloves are a couple of inches above the top of his helmet before he drifts down into that hitting slot.
And that's a very appropriate thing to say, Coach Dolan, because that's the whole key to, if you're going to line up your hands, you can't start your swing with your hands up there. It will never work. You have to time it consistently enough to get them down into the slot that you're going to start your swing.
Tell you what, with those orange batting gloves, you can spot them from about 2 miles away. You can see those hands. Might send him out to some road construction and navigate some people around with those things. You can get the driver's attention. I think we put a ghost runner aboard, and we did. And Lopez will spoil that one. It's been fun to hear you talk about how some of these individuals have gotten their invitation to this event. I think, David, it showcases the work of your colleagues because, there's a lot of players in this class you've known about for a few years. I think the fun part is identifying others that are worthy of invitations to get to this stage to see what they can do.
Yeah, and it's something that's, has been on my mind and the whole scouting staff's mind because we've been out on the road since early May at the Sunshine events, at some tournaments, and the real focus this time of year, May and early June, is identifying not only players for this junior national, but the sophomore national that's coming up after this, and also for the 14U and 13U festivals that are coming in August. Or certainly, I should say the 13, 14-year-old national events that are coming to West Palm Beach in Florida in late July, which will then lead to the 13, 14 festivals in August.
Better believe it. Here's the 3-2 to Lopez. That's a wave and a miss. Throws a little bit offline, so the base is recorded, but a strikeout takes place. I don't get to see the 13s and 14s, David, but I do get to be a part of the 11 and 12-year-old Select Fest, which means kind of feed those guys into that those next levels if those kids stay on track throughout their young baseball journeys. This one sprayed foul.
I think the play was made there.
Oh, was it? Look at that.
Jack Fuller there, I think, with the grab on that little soft liner down the right field line.
I was looking up for a 31. I didn't have a 31 on my initial roster. I believe that was Gonzalez, possibly. Back to the top of the lineup in R.J. Holmes. Let's go back and see this play again. Oh, he did reach and make the grab.
Yeah, I think that Jack Fuller there.
I think it was Nick Sapola who was the batter. Holmes, meanwhile, hit an infield single, swiped to base, but was stranded way back in the first.
Yeah, really showed his speed on what could have been a routine ground ball, though when you're that kind of runner, there's nothing that's really routine for the defense, but beat out a pretty routine grounder to short.
Did he offer? He did not. Able to check.
Right spin up to 83 with his fastball, keeping the ball down the zone. Also has been throwing a number of mid-70s, 76, 77 changeups to get really good sink at the plate.
And Holmes will send one fair down the line and left. Cut off before it gets to the warning track. We're going to try and see that speed here, and he doesn't have enough. So he gets the RBI single, but he was erased trying to stretch that in to a double. Couple of base hits, though, for R.J. Holmes in the game. David, that was a nice job to cut that ball off on the warning track to keep it from getting to the fence where it would have been an easy two-base hit. Have a chance to
figure out who our left fielder is, because that's the whole play there. You've got to get the ball before it gets to the fence or you have no chance. Holmes decided right out of the box that he was going to have a double or get thrown out trying, and the left fielder came up with the play and did.
Who I have on my defensive charts did not bat in the game, so I'm suspecting it was somebody different. It's a 2-2 game as we go to the bottom of the fifth inning. And, we enjoy, David, talking pitching and then, of course, how these hitters match up against these top-notch pitchers. I enjoy sometimes a play like that. I think the athleticism within the course of a game, making a good play, cutting off a ball on left, and a good throw to second base to cut down an extremely fast runner. I enjoy those interactions in a game like this.
Oh, the defense is always important to watch. I mean, we saw Christian De Los Santos, a converted left side infielder, make that great outfield play. That stands out when you're evaluating a player. We've seen a couple of the catchers, and catchers are so hard on TV to identify just because of the nature. You can't see their number. It's hard sometimes to scout and such, but evaluating in catchers in a game is so necessary. I'll talk in the drills today about how I think catching drills, pop times are overrated. You have to see a catcher in the game to really appreciate his tools and his skills, because that's what catching's all about, is those little things.
Boy, I completely agree. I think sometimes with those pop times, we're always intrigued by them, but you can kind of cheat a little bit. Meanwhile, Nolan Bethel comes on, facing Rosario. Alfred Rosario to begin the fifth inning, so a new pitcher here as well for the Orange squad after Odom went 2 innings. There's a chopper up the middle. That ball's cut off near the bag at second base, and the throw to first will be in time by Arroyo. Retiring Rosario.
Well, Nolan Bethel gets his first out quickly. A 6'3", 190-pound right-hander from Loudon, Tennessee. Plays for the Home Plate Chili Dogs. 16 years, 8 months old, and a Kennesaw State commit. We have seen a couple of Kennesaw State commits so far at the Junior National as Bethel lands that big curve. In fact, my hotel is about less than a quarter mile from the Kennesaw State campus. I had dinner on the Kennesaw State campus. No, it's 3-4 miles away from East Cobb. So a program that we've kind of been waiting to really explode, because there's so many great players in the Atlanta area. And yes, you have Georgia, you have Georgia Tech, you have schools coming into Georgia, but you've got Kennesaw State right here with solid facilities, local. They're going to get their share of quality talent from around here, I think.
In fact, he talked a little bit about that as we continue on this inning after the second bounce out. This is Jack Fuller. He said that got a lot of interest from D1 schools, but did his research and built some great relationships with the folks at Kennesaw State. And he saw their vision, and that included facilities and certainly the program updating and upgrading, and that sold him.
Well, working mid-80s here, showing a mid-70s slider. Most importantly, working quickly and throwing lots of strikes.
And Jack Fuller takes strike 3. So, good beginning for Bethel. Ground out, strikeout looking. Go to the bottom of the fifth. Orange and purple tied at 2, and here's the last pitch from Bethel. 2-2 game as we go to the 6th inning. Mike Wright back for another inning of work. First pitch of the inning is tapped foul by Blake Fields. Couple of games here in Marietta. More skills this afternoon. As we roll through this week, finishing with the sophomores a little bit later on. Right from that full windup, brings his hands behind his head, which is a little bit old school.
Very old school, and I have absolutely no video evidence of what my delivery looked like back when I was a teenager, but I'm pretty sure that's what I did out of a windup.
you're right.
I don't know why. I certainly could not prove it.
You probably rock back and kick that foot in the air, a little hesitation and a little turn and twist. Put a ghost runner at first after what would have been a HBP before the pitch to Fields, who flew out to right his only time in.
Yeah, Fields has an impressive build. Listed at 5'11", 195, kind of a running back type physique. Don't have any workout numbers yet on him. I believe he's a late arrival who will be doing his workout this afternoon with the next group.
Mentioned he had a brother Brandon, a college baseball player. Talked a little bit about his improvements as a player. I think we got a runner going, and there will be no chance to make a play or make a throw. Says running hills has helped his speed out of the box. So youth is wasted on the young when you go outside and race up and down hills in order to generate a little more strength and stamina. First Academy, his high school. Runners in motion again, but that one fouled away. Off and rolling was our ghost runner, Donovan Arroyo, Houston kid.
Well, everything Wright's throwing now is on the inside half, and it looks like Fields is aware of that, and he's turning hard on every pitch here. If Wright can get to the outside half, he's got a good chance of getting a swing and miss. Tried to, kind of missed his spot by a bit.
Fields has said part of his improvement has been hitting off-speed pitches better. Right now he's hitting with a couple of runners on base. Sox one in the air to center field. Playable. We will not have any advancements. Catch made, I think, by Carpenter in center. Should the defensive alignments have stayed true, but that is an out. Chance to see Hankins again, David, and I know once he struck out in the first, I know I was looking forward to seeing this bat come through again.
He was sort of overpowered by upper 80s fastballs his first at bat. He's not going to see that here from Wright. But I mentioned the first at bat that he's pretty static with his hands. He doesn't have a lot of rhythm to start that hands, and it's a straight into his swing path. And I think that hurt him in his first at bat.
Runners go, pretty good pitch to handle and a throw to third base. But that we got another runner cut down. That was an athletic play at third by Jose Lopez to take out Arroyo.
Of course, always dangerous from a base running perspective to try to steal third with the left-handed hitter up, because the catcher just has a wide open view, doesn't have to adjust his footwork to throw around a right-handed hitter. So just that much easier to make the throw.
Hankins is only the second hitter, but we've had 2 outs with that ghost runner as well. So there is another stolen base. So should Hankins be retired, David? I'll be curious to see what might transpire. I think that's McCluskey, by the way, behind the plate as well, working here in the 6th, though he's had a lot of ghost runners to contend with.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we'd have another hitter sent up there.
I think we would. We'll put another ghost runner aboard, too. It's like they're coming out of the corn in Iowa. They're everywhere. They just keep coming, these ghost runners, this inning.
Couldn't we be more contemporary and call them zombie runners?
We could probably do whatever you like, David. I think we could interchange it, maybe mix things up, workshop it a bit.
I think Danny Wexelman came up with the ghost runner phrase years ago at her first showcase. Well, there's 2 hitters. Are they going to chase him back out?
Stay out there is what I heard. Yeah. Come on. I'm not sure who that was, but stay out there was the call. We were just discussing that same thing because as defenders, you're told 2 outs. And as runners, you're thinking, well, I got to go. I got to run on 2 outs. But then you're like, well, it's only 2 batters because of those ghost runners.
Yeah.
Runner clear. Runners clear.
Same thing happens when you get a 5th batter of an inning and it's happened quickly and you're telling the kids to come off the field. There's 5 hitters, switch them up, and there may only be 1 or 2 outs, and the kids just aren't conditioned to come off the field at that time.
The rhythms of baseball are hard to break, aren't they, once you get accustomed to them?
Oh, yes.
Evan Fernandez flew out to left, his only time in. Palm Beach Gardens High School American Heritage. Mississippi State commit. Got a pitch elevated between the belt and the letters in Sox 1 foul. Big Nolan Arenado fan. Ooh, off the ear flap. Gonna shake that one off.
Oftentimes we'll just tell a hitter to come over and take a seat on the bench, shake it off, come up next, but Big Evan Fernandez wants to stay in.
It feels like he's invested in the sequence to this point. He wants to get a verdict.
Yeah.
I think those hitters feel like the longer they're in there, that, you know, especially when they know they're going to get to see fastballs, they're in a decent spot.
Now, if he's really thinking this through, he's also thinking, okay, I've got a guy in an all fastball count who's throwing in the low 80s, and there's 2 outs. If the guy who comes up gets out, I have to lead off next inning, and the next pitcher may be somebody throwing 92 with a nasty breaking ball.
Amen. That's 100% what he's thinking about.
No, he just wants to hit.
He's having a hard time, though, getting a fastball to try and put in play. As the 3rd batter of this inning.
Well, Wright's fastball does move an awful lot. It has big running action. I don't think Fernandez has even to this point got comfortable with that yet.
It's down for a ball. We were talking about Fernandez, though, committing to Mississippi State out of Palm Beach Gardens, staying in the SEC, moving into the Deep South. Here's the wind in the next pitch, and that will be swung on and missed. And that will do it. So we did finish off the frame. That was an odd inning. 3 batters faced, and yet there was activity everywhere. And Wright won the battle at the very end, 2-2. We'll step aside.
Fernandez did not cut down his swing on that last pitch.
Bethel ready to go to work. He didn't waste much time, and he's working for his second inning here in the 6th. And Troy Ford is the batter. He doubled way back at the beginning of this contest and would score a run. Talked a little bit about Bethel last inning, how he enjoyed watching video of Nolan Ryan, but also Jacob deGrom, Spencer Strider, Max Scherzer. All have heavy fastballs like he do, but maybe not what he considers max effort guys, but still pitchers that can command the zone and be feared on the mound. Said he can not only listen, maybe learn from watching them pitch or video, but also listening to interviews, having them talk about their approach. So it seems like a kid that's kind of interested in expanding his ability to get better and learn. Three balls and a strike to Ford. Got a pitch to hit, but hit it foul. Did Ford, the Georgia commit, and even when these guys fill out their bios for us, he talked about Georgia and Coach Strickland, who's no longer there. So it throws into question, are you committed to the school? Will you consider others now with Wes Johnson as the new head man in Athens?
It's interesting. He mentioned Spencer Strider, so I decided to look up my Spencer Strider notes from 2016 when Strider was going into his senior year. In fact, I said, hand drop, leg raise delivery, high 3/4 arm. Throws pretty easy, 89-91 to start, 92-93 by the end of the inning. Like the lack of effort, gets up front and gets downhill. Medium build, not a very physical look. Hides the ball well, will need to improve secondaries. Low 80s changeup was his best off speed.
It's interesting, David.
There's a Spencer Strider from August before his senior year.
Yeah, no, that was fascinating. And you talked about getting out front, getting downhill. There's a tremendous article that was just out in the last week on Strider and McClanahan as Ford will wave and miss. And what it talked about, David, is how these guys aren't very big. You're talking about 6 foot, 6'1"-ish, and where they accelerate downhill as they get closer to the hitter, whether it's through almost a jumping ability, whether it's the extension, which creates the difficult angle for the hitters because they don't see that ball getting on them from their mechanics.
Well, there was one pitcher earlier in this game who was very similar to that, and that was Cameron Odom. And especially those two pitches I pointed out, that's what excited me because he was getting out and getting downhill way out front, especially on those 288s that he pumped back-to-back in his second inning of work. And that's why I pointed him out. That's a great place to be for a young pitcher, something you can really build on.
Yeah, probably no surprise when you are mechanically sound, the results are good. And when you aren't, we know that oftentimes that goes south. There's Jaden Nunez out of Miami. Nunez chose North Carolina, loves the school history of being a Tar Heel, future Tar Heel. No surprise he's an Acuna fan, David, and a couple of years ago when we asked these guys who was their favorite player, I mean, it was heavy Mike Trout. And I would say Acuna easily the leader in the clubhouse for this group of players for the 2025s.
And he doesn't look like he's in a position where he's going to give up that unofficial title.
I don't think so.
Very easily.
There are many guys that can hit the ball as far as him, and he says he feels his game is similar to Acuna. And shows you could have power and speed at the same time, which is a deadly combination. His godfather, though, Rafael Furcal. That's an intriguing godfather when you start to talk about baseball names in your family.
Yes.
Won a World Series, played with the Braves, World Series with St. Louis. And that's the first opportunity for Bethel to maybe utilize that inside breaking ball to get strike three.
Just hit the inside corner with it.
Two gone here. Shermer, runner's going to try to advance to second base. In there safely. Shermer hit a ground ball to second in his only previous at bat. The Festus, Missouri native, Missouri commit. Missouri also has a new head coach. First African American head baseball coach in SEC baseball history. That's a wave and a miss.
Shermer's another of our big, strong hitters, 6'3", 228.
It's a pitcher's pitch for a strike.
Yeah, it's hard for a big hitter to hit something that tight on his hands.
Yes.
You've got to get really get the barrel out in front. And if you get the barrel out on front on that pitch, good chance all you're going to do is hit a loud foul ball.
That's into left for a base hit. We might have a play at the plate. Here comes the throw. It's in time. Shermer got the base hit, but what a tremendous job on that throw to the plate to end the inning. If that is Ryan Lopez, well done.
Perfect throw. Threw a strike to the catcher, gave the catcher plenty of time to put the tag on. Nice piece of backside hitting by Shermer. Nice charge.
It was Lopez.
That's the way it's supposed to look. That's the way it's looking. Drills and games. Charge the ball. Perfect footwork by Lopez. Throws a strike. And, of course, showcase rules are you always send the runner from third because you want to see the left fielder make that play. He did it perfect. Catcher almost had to wait a bit and say, hey, let me wait for him to get here.
You know, David, we were just talking about that, and I guess it can be classified as defense, but for me it's game instincts and mannerisms. That's the second time or third time in this game we've seen really an electrifying type play that you just kind of hope you might get a chance to see somebody perform in an event like this.
Well, great defensive plays are always a highlight of a game. I think it's something that, we at Perfect Game might not, highlight enough. We're looking at these numbers here. Top velos throwing, top, speeds, top pop times and things like that. Sometimes the ability to make plays is going to supersede those tools.
Looking at our first base throw results, Dylan Atkins up on top, and then we segue to pop times. And, David, I'm just stunned by the number of sub, 192 pop times for these young men.
Yeah, and under those controlled conditions, as part of our notes, we're putting down game actions, non-game actions, and that affects our grading of it, tremendously. If you're throwing in the 1.9, 1.85, and you're doing it with game actions, that's in our notes as opposed to, if you're standing early, if you're creeping up on the plate, doing all those things the catchers think are going to make a difference, but really don't make any difference. And sometimes it's a negative in the evaluation.
This is Ethan Bingaman, Redlands, California, Cal Baptist commit, Arrowhead Christian Academy. His first inning of work, pitching here in the top of the seventh inning.
We've had Ethan up to 88 miles an hour at PG events before. 6'1", 188 pounds from Arrowhead Christian Academy.
Facing Andrew Freeman.
Big breaking ball there. I did get to the bottom of the Stoneman Douglas rankings. We're talking about three-time national champions.
Yep.
Well, actually, the last 3 years in the Perfect Game rankings, the mythical national champion, they have 2 firsts and a second. 2022, they finished second to St. Mary's Lake Orchard Lake from Michigan, which I think had 4 PG All-Americans and a couple of other standouts. If you follow college baseball, Ike Irish and Nolan Schubart would be 2 of the players from that team.
Here's Riley Brown. That's a good breaking ball for a strike. I like tying up loose ends and finishing our thoughts.
Well, here's a loose end you can work on. Does Ethan have a profile in your
Yes.
800 pages?
He does.
Does he explain his commitment to Cal Baptist? Because I'd be very interested to hear. There's some background there that would cause a college a sophomore with a close to 90-mile-an-hour arm to commit that early to Cal Baptist.
There's a fly out to center.
In fact, that last pitch was 90 miles. Last pitch was 91 actually.
Let me give you a scouting report first, David. He talks about fluid athletic movement on the field. 3 pitches, fastball spin rate 2,400 plus, vertical movement, curveball 2,600 plus, 12.6 movement, changeup with solid downward running in to the right-handed hitters. And Owen Gregg is the batter. Gregg bounced out to second his only time in. Said he made an early commitment to CBU before Thanksgiving of his sophomore year, attended a camp kind of close to his house. He had been going to their camps for years. And last year he felt like was different. The coaches were like, "Hey, Ethan, how you doing?" And I was like, "Wow, I think I'm getting recruited this year." And wanted him to be a pitcher for them. Here's the funny part. He told them, "I want to play both ways." He said, "I want you as a pitcher." And the head coach says, "You have 3 years to prove me wrong."
Well,
you got more than you bargained for there, didn't you?
After that, no, that's what I want to hear, because plan to play 2 ways, to close to the house. But all I can tell you is that any strong-bodied right-hander, junior to be, who's throwing 88, 91 with a mid-70s hammer, is going to get a lot of attention and probably some other phone calls.
I think you're right.
That looks like a slow curveball. That's a mid-70s curveball with that kind of depth.
A man with options when you have that type of stuff. That was a fun scouting report. I enjoyed it. Maybe we'll get another inning from him. We're going to stretch him out. Middle of the 7th. Purple and orange tied at 2. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning. New pitcher coming on. Talon Havaday. His first inning of work. Pembroke Pines, Florida. Another American Heritage High School product. He says in his scouting report, "I'm a dog." We'll find out. Havaday ready to pitch in the 7th.
Well, this is a 6'3", 180-pound dog then. Bats left, throws right. Just turned 17 years old. Was up to 86 on his fastball earlier this year. Very athletic young man's run a 6'9", 560. It's pretty good speed for a secondary first baseman, primary pitcher. Well, we'll see what kind of stuff he brings to the mound after seeing Ethan Bingaman bring in some 90s heat in the last half inning.
It's kind of funny when we talk to these guys about their scouting report. A lot of them have gotten really good as far as kind of detailing their abilities. As Jose Lopez will bat, rolls one foul. His scouting report, I think, takes on a little different dimension. He just says exceptional character, strong work ethic, good teammate, good student, composed on the mound, and it finishes with "I'm a dog." His athletic director, though, at his high school is Dad, so you better be a good teammate, right, when Dad's the AD?
Oh, yeah. There's always a little looking over to your shoulder when you want to act like a teenager and your dad's in that chair.
Probably should update that. His dad was one that inspires him. His AD is Bruce Avon, former Major League player.
Okay.
AVIN. Jose Lopez struck out his only time in. Batting again here in the 7th against Halladay. Three balls and a strike. First batter in the bottom of the 7th. Got a pitch to hit there and fouled it straight back.
Kyler Peterson, our great scout videographer, almost wore that one behind
Yes, he
the
did.
plate. He was fiddling with a camera right on the net, and just and Kyler spends so much time right up on nets during live action that it's a wonder. I think he's had a couple cameras broke this year.
At least it wasn't him that was broken. There's a strikeout. First out of the inning. Halladay says he's worked on getting into the lower half, creating more separation this year. He's ready to face Cash Strayer, who struck out way back in the 2nd inning.
That's a nice breaking ball right there. Like 2 nice breaking balls. He's throwing it hard at 77. We'd probably kind of call that a slurve. What I do know with that kind of velocity, that kind of depth, that kind of bite, that's a quality pitch right there.
Indeed, to the Florida commit, Strayer.
Yeah, he wanted to throw that pitch up and in, and that's a pitch that young pitchers, the catcher wanted it up and in, and it's so hard for young pitchers to throw inside.
Strayer had to overcome being injured the whole summer, going into his sophomore year and having to recover from a ham injury, a hamstring injury. He's retired, 2nd out of the inning. A couple of strikeouts for Halladay, a good beginning. And this is De Los Santos. And by the way, David, we were talking about his defense even before he made this catch in right over near the line.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a big league play right there by a big league body. You know, that full stretch out, that's a lot harder play. And you see that in the big leagues. But that is such a hard play because, you know, your full extended length, you know, you're catching the ball just above the ground. You've just run 75 feet. Sports Center play.
It was fantastic. One of maybe 2 or 3 really good plays we've seen in the game. We had an outfield assist on a play at the plate. De Los Santos got a base hit back in the 2nd, we think, after he struck out, but there were only 2 batters and 3 outs, so he stayed in and got a single. I'm not sure if that makes you 1 for 2 in that inning or 1 for 2 in the game or 1 for 1, but either way, we got to see a little more of De Los Santos. It gets back to our showcase bingo card that we're filling up fast today.
Well, being here at East Cobb 1 and seeing a catch like that in right field reminds me of a player, big swing and a miss there, a nice curveball, who made many of those in the same place, in Jason Hayward.
Nice. Like it.
Well, that was an impressive inning from Talon Halladay. He was 87-88 on the fastball, but he got a feel for that breaking ball real early and had a dominant inning throwing that 77-mile-an-hour breaking ball.
Indeed he did. So we have played 7 innings on our way to the 8th, the 2nd of 2 games this morning here at East Cobb, with more skills coming up later on this afternoon. See some of the young men assembling outside the dugouts, getting ready for their opportunities for the 60s and whatnot. We'll throw from the outfield. Of course, then infielders throw from short, accept the first baseman, get those catchers pop times, and then, of course, batting practice for the 4 teams. And you teased it earlier, David. There's a lot of highly thought of players in that next quartet of teams that'll be coming in at 2:30.
Well, I did a little bit more digging on Ethan Bigeman and that desire to be a two-way player.
Yep.
As a freshman, he hit .411, 18 RBIs, slumped a bit last year to .347 with 14 RBIs, but a career .379 hitter in high school at Arrowwood Christian. So there's obviously some hitting ability there. Also went 3-3 with a 1.83 ERA with 49 strikeouts and 34 innings on the mound.
Hey. I like it. He's also got the best nicknames. Little Bing, Easy E, or Bing. But, like you said, when the coach said to Cal Baptist, we want you as a pitcher, he said, I'd like to hit. The head coach at Cal said, Cal Baptist said, yeah, you got 3 years to prove me wrong, meaning through these high school years to see if continues to get better. But, boy, he was very good with 2 strikeouts and a flyout in the 7th, facing C.J. Oxendine here in the 8th inning. Firm fastball at the belt. He said, I want to swing it, I want to pitch, and I'm focused on proving him wrong. Right now, I think he's proven him right, though, isn't he, with the pitching ability?
Well, if that's what it's going to take to say, son, we can get you to Cal Baptist, we'll let you play 2 ways.
I think so.
I think that's done more often than people realize at the Power 5 level. It's like, yeah, let's prove yourself on the mound first, and if you're comfortable and all, we'll start letting you hit maybe as a sophomore. Not going to happen.
No, you're right. That fall changes things quickly. First fall practice. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Oxendine. It flew out to left as only time in. Looping breaking ball stays high. Oxendine, part of the Dirtbags National. He says he has a 4.8 GPA. How high do they go? I mean, I didn't realize they went that far, even above 4, let alone there are students that are able to put that forth.
We talked about that yesterday, Steve Lennox and I, and he is taking all AP classes and getting all A's. And that's, I think, the only way mathematically possible to get a 4.8 GPA.
See, this is where I love it. I can throw it out there and you can answer my questions for me. So it does help. Keeps me from laying awake at night wondering how that could be the case. Going to put a ghost runner aboard at first here in the 8th inning.
And do you even remember your GPA from high school?
Maybe college. Not high school. It's been a long time, a lot of years. Another pitch to Oxendine, and he will wave and miss.
Well, if you have a 4.8 GPA, you probably remember just about everything anyway.
You should.
So,
well, I mean, it's,
he'll remember his GPA when he's my age.
It would be like a hitter remembering that his batting average is 1,000. You'd probably remember that if you were perfect. Oxendine retired, and there's 1 gone. It's just an adult frame, though, right there for Oxendine, David. You talked about, kind of hips and thighs for those pitchers pushing off, creating some power from the lower half.
Yeah, pitchers come in basically 2 physical varieties, the ones with the strong lower half and then the more slender. And you mentioned Pedro Martinez earlier, which made me think of it, or the whippy arm action guys, which of course would be a Martinez trait.
And big fingers. Big hands. Donovan Arroyo, the hitter, the Houston kid. Jersey Village High School, plays for the Banditos. Line to right. Was he the one robbed by De Los Santos? I think that was the hitter that was victimized on that catch.
Very well could be. Can lightning strike twice? Bingaman maintaining his velocity very well. That last fastball, 89.
Arroyo and Arizona State. Hopeful. That pitch just kind of squirts away, so that's going to provide a free base. We'll say Arroyo, David, and part of his scouting report says he really likes watching Max Clark because he inspired him to start being a role model to the younger kids around him. I hope he had a chance to be out there yesterday. That's another line drive from Arroyo. He had one earlier. He was robbed. This one he gets a base hit to left field. Our video team, and I think Steve and his crew, part of that with Perfect Game, do such an incredible job posting on all the platforms, and we probably need to work in a couple of inducements for those to check out Instagram and Twitter, but there was quite a bit on Max Clark yesterday on Perfect Game social media channels, watching Max take BP. They had a tremendous shot at an angle from him, kind of shooting up towards him, powering balls out to right on these shorter fields than he needs, but just great job with the content this week as Indomenico will bat. Remo grounded out to first his only time in, and there's an out at second base on the delayed steal. Indomenico.
Reagan McCluskey still behind home plate.
Feels good for these catchers.
I think that's at least the second runner that McCluskey has thrown out this game.
I'm going to give you the scouting report, the self-scouting report for Remo as well. Strong arm from the outfield, runs a 6.8 60, or so he says, but he's got a brother, a Notre Dame signee. Plays for the top tier Americans. Has not committed yet. 3-1 pitch. Well, it might have been a 3-2 pitch, and that will ring up Indomenico. And Dave, I would say that was a couple of pretty good innings on the hill for Bingaman.
Yeah, two outstanding innings for our aspiring two-way player. You know, the velocity was impressive. You know, held upper 80s, topped out at 92, but it just wasn't a fastball arm. He had some awareness where he was throwing the ball, and that's a good breaking ball. The mid-70s breaking ball, sometimes got a little higher with it. You know, fastball played a little straight in the zone, and he allowed a couple barrels, but that's a pretty high ceiling arm. We'll see how he develops as the two-way guy in the future, and I certainly wish him all the luck in that.
I said whether you're proving the coach wrong or he's proving you right, it's a good problem to have, to say the least. And we're going to the bottom of the 8th inning, I believe the last half inning, but we'll find out as the players from the next 4 squads beginning to assemble here at East Cobb. Those bleachers in this facility has seen its fair share of great athletes, not only over the years, over the decades, but Perfect Games put a lot of money in the facility. Turf, a big part of that, as we utilized yesterday with the rain and able to kind of resume play shortly after rain stopped. I think we would also see Talon Holiday come back out and pitch, because not only did he have a perfect 7th inning, he struck out all 3 that he faced.
It didn't take him long to do it. There were no ghost runners or anything. That was just good quality stuff, good quality strikes.
Reagan McCluskey, the scheduled hitter, to lead things off. Saw him behind the plate, very active. Young men have moved to Tennessee from California. R.A. Dickey, one of his travel coaches.
Well, Holliday's big pitch in his very successful first inning was the breaking ball. He throws it hard in the upper 70s. He threw it for strikes. Let's see how he works in a fastball, maybe even a changeup this inning.
Hit him in the wallet there on a 0-2 pitch. Nothing irritates a pitcher more than jumping ahead in the count and then just kind of rolling in a soft curve to hit somebody.
Yeah, you could see the look on Holliday's face. That's exactly what he was thinking. Oh, my goodness.
Of course, it also means you're required now to throw fastballs to these hitters. Holliday looking for the first out. Ball's drilled to right field. Starts to carry, but it will hold up long enough for the play to be made by Indo Menico. So McCluskey retired, one gone. Well, that was up there a long time for Remo. He was able to bring it down. Here's Vasquez. Good pitch for a strike to the left-handed batting Vasquez.
I think on the previous pitch we saw maybe the first changeup that Holliday threw, kind of firm at 82 miles an hour, but had some run on it that doesn't exist on his fastball. And
he trickled out there to shallow right. That was a nice effort at second base made by Holmes with Holliday covering, but Vasquez able to smell a hit and get down the line.
That's a good job by Holliday getting over to first base. There was no hesitation. He was definitely there in time to take a throw. Just didn't get a chance. But you see right away, no hesitation at all. He was going to be the guy there. He was already there in a position to stretch. And you got to appreciate that in the pitcher, the game awareness and the hustle and the athletic ability to get over there.
Completely agree. And to be in that position where you are able to stretch rather than just to try and catch and run in one motion. This is Abreu, bounced out to second in his only at bat. Another Miami kid. That pitch had so much run, it just carried down and out of the zone from Holliday. So a couple of runners on base, one out here in the last of the eighth inning. I suppose the purple team could clinch their win, even though for the most part these scores and results are sort of irrelevant. But nonetheless, I guess it does give you kind of a game situation, trying to drive in a run from second base in the bottom of the eighth inning. Help your team. He sent one down the line and left, but foul.
I can guarantee you, Brett, in the dugouts that they know what the score is. And that if they score a run here, you're going to hear it from the dugout, too. There'll be a lot of cheering. Now, as far as the score being irrelevant to posterity, nothing could be more irrelevant. But on the field, they're competitors.
Understood. Nice pitch for strike three. Back to our breaking ball.
fact, if Frank Foltz was coaching the purple team, I'm surprised we didn't see a bunt getting dropped down there.
This is Cal Johnson, struck out back in the third inning. So maybe the last batter here from our contest. Stay tuned between the game and our workout. We'll show you another edition of Perfect Game Weekly. Tell you what, Perfect Game, David, I mean, it's loaded down with TV shows, radio shows, college softball, baseball, amateur baseball. You get to be a part of a lot of them when Darren's on his world tours. But the TV show just pops on my DVR with regularity, and it's a good one.
Yeah, the amount of time, I mean, to do shows on girls softball and college baseball and all the different types of shows, the variety, there's something on there for every baseball fan.
3 balls and a strike to Cal Johnson. Holiday ready, and his pitch sprayed foul again. Holiday had the perfect 7th with 3 strikeouts. Struck out a batter, got a fly out here. Would like to finish with a couple of scoreless. Worked around a little bit of a command issue this frame, but certainly wants to finish on a positive note. Had a lot of pitches that have had some run or fade to that arm side. Runners are going to go. 3-2 pitch, caught on a missed. Holiday strikes out Johnson, finishes off David his 2 scoreless innings.
Yeah, nice effort there. I'm impressed by the young man. That curveball is a weapon for him. You know, the fastball, yes, he struggled with command, but it was because of life, not because of velocity or release point, and a strong overall performance. I really like the way that he is confident with his curveball, throwing it to left-handed hitters. It's a weapon for him.
I mean, that's going to wrap up a couple of games today. We'll take a little peek as well as this 8th inning when he had a couple of those curveballs. I felt like he was able to get them on that outside corner. I know you mentioned throwing them to lefties, but he was able to kind of fade those pitches away from righties, but get the strike threes. So we finished at a 2-2 game.
Yes, we will see these teams again tomorrow, which is the good news.
Get to see them for the second of 2 games. So between our 2 games and our next 4 teams that come in, enjoy another episode of Perfect Game Weekly. And for David Ronsley, I'm Brett Dolden. Thanks for joining us this morning. More to come soon. Don't go anywhere. The Perfect Game Junior National Showcase on perfectgame.tv.
So you say you'd like to watch a show devoted to amateur baseball, the journey to the college ranks, or even into pro ball. You've found us. My name is Darren Sutton. Thanks for watching Perfect Game Weekly. We're presented by Rawlings. What is a showcase? What are the amateurs doing when they go to a showcase? It's showcase season. Just consider this: Francisco Lindor, Nolan Arenado. They all went to Perfect Game showcases. Marcus Stroman went to a PG showcase as a shortstop. What is a showcase? Maddox Lessard has been to a showcase and he has showed out. The #1 player in the 27 class in the state of Wisconsin. He's an old soul, top 3 catcher. He prepares like he's about 25 years old, and you'll get to know him as well. And also the preparation. And speaking of old souls, we've known this for years about Corbin Carroll. Now one of the faces of baseball at the 25 and under age, impacting the Arizona Diamondbacks. But we knew him when he was at a PG showcase. We knew him when he was a PG All-American. My one-on-one conversation with Corbin Carroll. And it's rare that we say this, but we start this edition with breaking news out of Scottsdale, Arizona. A conversation with the #2 player in the class of 2025, a young man committed to go to LSU, committed to being a two-way player. Cam Caminetti spends time with us now. Cam, thanks for being with us. We appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
And so I know you have some news that you wanted to share with the baseball world that's been well thought out with your family, your friends, and those important to you. So you have the floor. I'll let you share that news.
So I'm going to reclass up to the 2024 class and reclassing up to go to LSU. So I'm excited about that. It's going to be great. I can't wait.
Right into your senior year at Saguaro High School in Scottsdale, Arizona. There will be no junior year. I've got to know, when did you start thinking about this?
A week after the season, my dad brought the idea up to me, and I was a little iffy at first, for sure, losing a high school year, but I really had to think about my long-term goals and like what I wanted to accomplish in my career. So I think it's the next right step forward for me.
Let's meet the athlete, Cam Caminetti, and as a two-way player, let's talk about the hitter first. Everyone's been drawn to the arm of late because it's been a big arm, but let's talk about that left-handed swing of Cam's. And how have you evolved?
Over the last year, I've grown in, a lot of ways as a hitter. I've definitely, my pitch recognition's gone up a lot, and I think that I'm swinging the bat a lot better than I was last year and the year before. Something just started to click in my swing, and I'm just feeling great at the plate now. It's beautiful.
All right, so now let's talk about Cam Caminetti, the pitcher. You're just off of pitching in the West Memorial Day Classic in Arizona. You touched 96 miles an hour. Again, speak to me about the evolution that you have had as a pitcher.
I started pitching when I was 6 or 7, and I've always been pretty dominant, but a couple of years ago I started to really gain some velo, and it's just gone up ever since. I've just been pretty much just shoving. That's about it.
The Chi-Town Cream, your travel team, and you'll be spending your summer with them. And explain to me what that means to be a part of the Chi-Town Cream.
The Chi-Town Cream is great. It's so much fun. I actually leave today for Chi-Town Cream, so I fly to Chicago, and then we're road tripping to Alabama, Georgia, Florida, back to Alabama, and then I play my last tournament in Ohio. So it's a lot of fun. We go to the lake, we go to the beach, go to nice dinners. It's super fun. It's great.
Well, congratulations, Cam. A bold and an exciting decision. Can't wait to see what the future holds. And full disclosure, had a chance to watch Cam for many years, not just through the Select Festival, but if you go out the doors of this studio, his home right around the corner. So we're neighborhood guys, too. When we come back, a conversation with a guy not too far from this neighborhood, Corbin Carroll. What a great story. One of the great young players in the game with the Arizona Diamondbacks. My one-on-one conversation. And when we come back, Maddox Lessard, one of the great 27s in the country, as he heads into a big summer and then his freshman year in Wisconsin in high school. The great catcher, Lessard, when we come back. This is Perfect Game Weekly, presented by Rawlings. We welcome you back to Perfect Game Weekly, presented by Rawlings. When we go back in time on this show, as young as our athletes are, we don't go too far back. Let's go back to 2014, Muskego, Wisconsin. It's about 25 minutes from what was then Miller Park. Jonathan Lucroy was busy hitting 53 doubles for the Milwaukee Brewers. He got MVP votes that year. He was a catcher for the Brewers. At that point, at 6 years old, young Maddox Lessard was falling in love with baseball. Fast forward, the year 2023. Lessard, one of the best catchers in the nation, heading into his freshman year in high school. He's a 2027 with an incredibly bright future, all thanks to those Milwaukee Brewers. And that guy named Jonathan, who someday he wants to sit in the very same spot and catch games at Miller Park, now American Family Field. Here's Maddox's story.
All right, let's go. What we do it for, man? Love this game. Let's work right here. Let's work. Let's work. Yes, sir. Come on, run, run. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. Hey, I'm Max Lessard. I'm in the class of 2027. Come catch with me. I'm from Muskego, Wisconsin, and I grew up playing baseball. My dad has a baseball background. He was actually a catcher when he played. He's like 5'9", 150 pounds, but his mental game, his intensity really carried him. Of course, I love the game. The game's kind of a part of me, and it's a lot like life. Like a lot of ups and downs, I've learned a lot from the game of baseball. Let's go.
You're still ugly.
Hey, man. You call me ugly. Let's go, boys. I started catching when I started playing baseball. Can I go talk to him? So I try to know my teammates. Like, I'll talk to them pregame, try to build them up, try to really get them in the baseball mindset. It takes perspective. Like, we're playing baseball, we're talking baseball too. Like, that's not pressure. That's fun. That's what we live for. Hey, your defense got you. Let's work it. You gotta be man. Don't pressure is, drinking out of puddles, not knowing if you're safe, you're gonna make it tomorrow. That's pressure. So I guess I'm grateful for being able to have these conversations and be able to play the game.
Baby, one more.
He generally loves the game. He's got a lot invested. He loves his teammates. He makes it about them when he's out there. Winning matters to him. He wants to win, and he wants his teammates to do well. And he knows that has to happen for them to win. So he takes a lot of pride in that mental game of baseball. So he's working on it. It's a process.
What's up, man? Boy, shot pull. If I get a teammate up and then they go perform, do what they need to do it for themselves, that makes me happy. It makes me proud.
I think the thing that Maddox does that's most impressive is he takes care of business in the classroom. This is a 4.0 student.
I love the game. I live the game. So from Slugfest to now, it's been work. You really get out of it what you put into it. I've been, in the gym, in the cages, really putting everything I have towards it because it's like therapy to me. So I try to, visualize myself in the box, behind the plate, and just zone in, know what I have to do, and I'm having a lot of fun. I'm just living, what I've dreamed of since I've been young.
By the way, with the new recruiting rules, meaning an athlete can't speak to a college coach until August 1st of his junior year, Maddox now just gets to develop. As you look ahead, he can't speak with the coach until 2025, August. He's got an opportunity to grow, to develop. If you're curious, by the way, Tim Corbin, who his dream school is, it's Vanderbilt. When we come back, we'll find out what is a perfect game showcase, the answer to your question, how you throw the metrics up on the board, the impact it might have from the eyes of the athletes. This is Perfect Game Weekly. We're presented by Rollins. Perfect Game Showcase season in full swing as we welcome you back to PG Weekly, Junior National Showcase in Georgia, along with Sophomore Nationals. Perfect Game National Showcase at Chase Field in the heat, but indoors in Phoenix, Arizona. Then it's the 13 and the 14U National Showcases, the brainchild of PG founder and former president Jerry Ford. as we welcome you back to Perfect Game Weekly. It is a blast to take part in these showcases. As someone who played in the minor leagues and grew up around the game with my father playing, I didn't quite understand it till I lived through one. Now I've lived through dozens upon dozens. It's energy meets anxiety, and there's a whole lot of preparation that goes in. Athletes find them regionally. If they're fortunate, they get invited to take part in a PG Showcase nationally. We're going to find out exactly what is a PG Showcase right now.
I wanted to come to a showcase because I wanted an opportunity to be recruited. I wanted an opportunity to be committed. I wanted an opportunity to be seen, honestly.
Hoping that I'm a very hard worker. I bring energy to the team. This is my senior year. I really have to do my best and just to showcase my skills.
I hope that they see that I've gotten better and bigger and stronger and that I look a lot better than I did before.
A showcase is going to an event where you really just get to showcase yourself in a game-like setting. You go through metrics, you go through really what you do best, and you get to prove it in front of other guys and other people. I think it's very helpful, especially a program like Perfect Game, which is very high followed. You get to show really all you have. It could help your ranking, and you get some great video that you send to college coaches.
It gets college just to see what your exit velo is, your 60 yard, see what type of projection. Also with the video that they have, they can see what you can do. I describe it as a very good environment. You meet other people that may be the same age, maybe younger than you, but you get to learn things from other players that if you don't have that skill, you may learn from them. So my senior year, I really have to do my best.
You definitely make a lot of new friends. You get a lot of exposure, and you get a nice write-up and stats on your PG profile.
So another schools can go and see what you got. So I think a showcase is perfect, amazing for that, and to give people opportunity, that way they see what they got, you know?
My advice to someone who's never been to a showcase is to just give it all you have. Don't take any breaks, just 100% effort. And if you're a unique kind of player, show that off and show all the skills that you have.
Before you come to the showcase, obviously, get ready, prepared, because you want to showcase your best skills. And when you get here, be outgoing. Don't be shy. Talk to as many people as you can. Get to know people.
I mean, I thought it'd be more intimidating, but I mean, turns out every kid here is like they want to know where you're from. They want to know what position you are. It's good because you would think like you wouldn't meet anybody, but then you come out at the end of the day with new friends from new places. So it's pretty cool.
It's baseball. Just have fun. Same thing you've been always doing. You know, if you work hard, it's gonna come out. You know.
Everything about it. I mean, it was just a great experience. Before this, last year, I was never exposed to any high-level talent. I had no college coaches were ever calling me. I mean, I came here and within 2 days, I was talking to 6 or 7 Division I schools. It gives you an opportunity to be seen on a level that you haven't. And that's the biggest thing. It was just a great experience. I would do it again every time.
And by the way, all the athletes that you care to follow, do so at perfectgame.org/showcases. So if you really want to look for perspective, Garrett Cole makes it clear the heartbeat on the mound of the New York Yankees. The 2007 National Showcase is where it really started for me. He left Southern California behind. He touched 96 miles an hour. He said the scouts, the opportunity, the beating of other great players around the country truly was my foundation of what turned out to be a very spectacular Major League career. When we come back, the very beginnings of a Major League career of a PG alum. It's my one-on-one conversation with Corbin Carroll, the new face of younger baseball stars and of the Arizona Diamondbacks. We welcome you back to PG Weekly, presented by Rawlings. There is no greater joy than knowing an athlete when he's in high school, then finding out that his dreams have come true, and then getting a chance to reconnect. When I had my conversation very recently with Corbin Carroll, the Diamondback star, his manager, Torey Lovullo, poked his head inside the interview room and said, "Hey, who are you guys interviewing today?" I said, "Well, your outfielder, along with Mookie Betts, because Betts and the Dodgers were visiting." He said, "You know what I love about both those guys? They're exactly the same in one area. They both learn their limitations and they know them very well. Then they go about attacking their limitations." What an amazing comparison. What a huge compliment. And it seems to be playing out, whether we watched him at 14 or whether we see him as a man. Here's my one-on-one with Corbin Carroll.
With the 16th selection of the 2019 MLB Draft, the Arizona Diamondbacks select Corbin Carroll.
Now, you've been on Major League fields before, different showcases, all-star games, so it's not that unusual, I'm guessing, for you.
Yeah, I think that really helped me. Felt like I belonged.
Corbin Carroll gets one in the gear. This is hit well to center field. The Zokar at the wall. And gone. There's number one. First career home run for the Diamondback rookie Corbin Carroll.
Your youngest recollection, when you thought, I can maybe do this, and what did it look like back then? When was that?
I'd say it was probably after my junior summer, kind of going into that senior year, having played against some of the best competition, getting a taste of what that was like, and kind of seeing how I stacked up. Went out there and played my game and had a pretty successful summer. That kind of led into a fall experience with the USA team, and I think just being around some of those elite players and seeing, obviously their talent, but also their process, and I think that was just very informative for me. And I think that was when I realized, like, hey, I think this might be, a real possibility.
I want to ask you about the concept of a showcase. It can be any showcase, the one you went up to in 16, the national showcase. You were an underclass All-American. What was that like?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? It's not necessarily like real baseball per se, and the workouts, the try and create all these maxes and stuff like that, and I think that's more of there's kind of a coolness factor to that, of like, hey, I was able to bump these numbers up, there's exit velo, vertical jump, just stuff like that. It's always fun for me. It's kind of a competition. Kind of looking back on it, it's like, wow, like so many of these high school guys playing against them, 6 years ago at this point, I'm still playing with and against, and so kind of just starting to form those relationships then, and really getting to know the people and not just the player. I think you can create some really cool relationships that you look back on and be like, wow, you remember when we were just high school kids dreaming about this, and now I get to play against some of those guys at on this level.
In the air, this is deep to left. Corbin Carroll has tied the ball game.
In a conversation we had that I listened to driving in, I asked you, it was a different conversation. I asked you, I'll give you $50. I'm going to buy you a ticket. Who do you want to go see watch play? Do you recall your answer? Because I'll tell you who it was if you don't recall.
I mean, my guess would be Bobby.
It was Jose Altuve.
Oh, big leaguer.
I give you $50. I give you $50. Here's the irony of the story, though. You getting it right doesn't matter. When we pulled up and we're unloading all this gear, there was a young man from Michigan who his dad, during spring break, took him to like 4 different ballparks. They went last night. As he walked away, he was wearing a Corbin Carroll jersey. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty cool. I had one of those moments personally last fall, going back home to Seattle after our season finished up. My mom and I went to that 18-inning Mariners game, that playoff game, and just seeing, growing up, right, that would have been Felix jerseys, Griffey jerseys. I don't think his legacy will ever go away. Edgar Martinez, and that ballpark was filled with Julio Rodriguez jerseys, filled, and just to see kind of that new wave of like guys you've played against, played with, kind of filling up these big league ballparks. That's pretty cool.
Do you have a favorite way to prepare for a game, or are there multiple ways as far as drills or regular BP? Is there, if I were to leave you with just 1 or 2 ways to prepare for a game, physically,
Yeah.
What are those?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much a big believer in kind of doing the same thing every day. I was fortunate enough to spend a little bit of time with Ichiro, and who's one of my heroes growing up, and he was gracious enough to give a young Seattle kid a little bit of his time, and just shared some of what worked for him as a player, and kind of all this wisdom he has, and that was his big piece of advice, and so I've taken that. Pretty much every day for me, at least hitting wise, it'll start with tee in the cage, angled overhand toss, BP on the field, and then machine velo before the game. In terms of outfield defense, it's the same thing every day. In terms of kind of prep in the weight room, again, just doing the same thing and having a consistent routine. I think it's kind of fundamental.
In the whole stacking up of importance, how important is the mind for a baseball player? Body matters for sure. The gifts God gave you matter for sure. But how important, describe the importance for you of the mind, not only using it to prepare, but also understanding how to clear it when it's done.
For sure. Our mental skills guy gave us a quote that I really like and kind of stuck with me, and it's, you can't overtrain the body to kind of compensate for an undertrained mind. And I believe that fully. You got to find what's right for you. For me, it's this year it's been a little bit more focused on breath. It's mindfulness and meditation. But just finding what works for you, I think is obviously important.
Thank you, pal. Thank you so
Sweet.
much. Thank you for the time.
Absolutely.
I really bumped your head there.
Thank you.
Fangraphs wins above replacement. You're impacting a game. Outfielders 25 or younger in the year 2023. Number 1, Ronald Acuna. Number 2, Corbin Carroll. Number 3, Juan Soto. Oh, we're certainly proud of this Perfect Game alum. If you love content like this is just the beginning, and you found us on a laptop, go ahead and download the app. You can grab it on any smart device. Our app is brand new, it's intuitive, and it follows all of the athletes who take part in Perfect Game events. You can also find us on Vizio, you can find us on Roku, you can find us on Fubo, you can find us on Sports Tribal as well. We are devoted to amateur baseball and sometimes softball. My name's Darren Sutton. Thanks for watching Perfect Game Weekly, presented by Rollins.
Ah, I forgot the bag.
You are a gutsy man.
What's up, Mr. Bill?
Putting your stuff right at the end of the runway there. And that's all this is going to be. It's just going up, step it back, out. Not a very little whatsoever. Sometimes you're going to drive it just over to the outside of it. You got to make sure you get them. Just get comfortable with it. These are different than what we went to tripods. So just get comfortable with that. And I always recommend putting the leg towards the target. You don't need that there. But you have room to plan with your body back and forth because, you know, all of a sudden it starts to unscrew or whatever the case might be, so you can't rely on this doing this. So it's just, I usually just attach it to either side of my body and get it back and forth. And that's it. That's all there is for this. And then next, you'll go, once they're all done with this, you'll go to the bench there while they do their warm-up, so you can get the ball. And then they'll come on out and we'll go about halfway. That way, probably over by the Brooklyn Green right where it's PG, will probably be in line with that, about halfway in. They'll line up where 17 is right now. I'll turn their back so you can see the number, you can see the number. That's the key. You've got to get the number for everything. And then you just set the keep the center of that. And then do everything. Play around, talk to Thomas. And Thomas, I got another one for you to break in. This is Madison. Madison, this is Thomas. Madison's a junior. She's a floor director for my HSPN, excellent shooter, had a girl on stuff for sports. So you guys are the next level. Thomas is the president of Georgia State.
I don't think I missed you out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Kira. Where's my name? I'm so sorry. All you guys. So anyway, she's another one. She's already in the business. So, pick her brain. So, this is your last name, right?
It's my last name, but after I come back to Texas, I'll probably keep it.
Yeah, okay. Well,
But
yeah, stay connected. She's already working.
I do most things at
I'm trying to get on those.
Oh, yeah? It's a hard jump. Very quickly.
There you go. All that is clearly items. Anyway, I'll be back anytime you guys take the break. Show around the camera too, so you can start to see that some of these GMG cameras are John, have you met John?
I've seen him. I don't think he was a pitch deep in the time.
So he's the other one. He and I have done wild stuff around. And then he's going to come on and hold it.
Yeah.
John, he's got a bunch of John. I said go ahead, Madison. Show them how it's done. All right, I'll let you guys have the set for a bit until we're ready. You have a water? You want me to bring you out a water?
I don't have to.
You want one? Okay.
I'm good.
All right. Thomas, you want a water? Okay. Stay hydrated, Thomas. Don't you faint on me. Okay.
Just an additional, so I came out and I mostly was just there for getting on the stuff and did a lot of like stunts like when they shoot up the car windshield. I shot that. I was there for that. When he does the whole like avenging falling from the building with the arrow pole, that's the stunt that we'll have for that. We did B-roll of him stuck in the tree. Just all the random odds and ends. But like it was like the tail end of it. They'd already gone over the amount of days they were over budget. They were stressed as hell. And they were like, we'll get just random people to come back. So like my first JC was from New Orleans. I was living in Florida still at the time, and then moved after that. But they just bring in random people. And they're like, you're what's called a splinter unit, which is different than a second unit. And a splinter unit is a lot smaller. And they're just like, oh, the whole Fox Theater thing? I was like, there were 2 days. They did 1 day with the people on the stage, and then they did a second day with the people back to the side. So I was there for those days. That was probably the coolest thing I did. And then I did the reshoots for the Shenanigans season. Yeah, that was, again, like that whole fight scene that's in the... Okay, I was like, wait a second. The whole fight scene in the, like, garage basement thing, like after their sandwiches, we shot that. It took a week. Yeah, I think it took a week only because they had a week to play. It would not have normally taken a whole week, I hope. But it was a lot of, like, rigging people. Wires, or replacing the filler every time we replace the filler, we just like replace it every time, which is annoying. And then a lot of people doing work. I've been flying, like things like just supposed to do that, or like people do it. But you know, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, a week, 12-hour days. In the grand scheme of things, it's like, you know, it's like this is gonna be literally 3 minutes tops, and we've spent a week on it. Like, it's that kind of stuff where it's like, this kind of sucks, but it's cool. It's like it's a cool thing to be a part of. It's like the kids like, oh, like sit in the theater and be like, I was there. I know what happened. I have all the BTS from that on my phone. But yeah, so it's just kind of thing. It's the other stuff. You know, you're outside all day. It's shitty. I just did a couple days on house. Yeah, I did. They needed an addition. A utility is just the person who runs the cable. So that's what I do. Basically, like the little person who gets waters and stuff, and you run cable and you hook stuff up.
And we welcome everyone back to the East Cobb Baseball Complex in Marietta, Georgia, as we continue day number 3 of the 2023 Junior National Showcase, along with Dave Ronsley from Perfect Game. I'm Steve Lennox. Happy to have you on board. Dave, on board earlier this morning with a pair of games with Brett Dolan. And Dave, now we bring in the last of the group of 4. We've got 4 more teams and roughly 100 players or so that will be going through their workouts today. We'll do the 60. We'll have the outfield throws, the infielders, the first baseman on the infield, the catchers with their pop times, and then we'll get into batting practice a little bit later on this afternoon.
And Steve, I think you got a good taste of it yesterday doing the workouts about, how quickly this works, how smoothly it runs, especially when you're down on the field. It's a lot of work, but we're going to get a lot of information for the PG database, for the college coaches and scouts out there in the next 4 hours. And I'm really looking forward to this group in particular. We've had 2 other groups run through because of the way the schedule worked with some other big events. This, I think, is easily the most talented group. If you go through the present rankings of these players, look at their backgrounds, it's littered with top ranked players with former 13U 14U Festival players. So we should get some exciting run times, some exciting throw times, and some great BPs from this group.
And with that, Dave, I didn't count up the exact number, but just scrolling through these 4 rosters that we have here today, and this is our first impression of these players here at the Junior National Showcase. They'll play games tomorrow, then wrap up with games on Wednesday as well. But there are a lot of college commits with this group to go with those top rankings.
Yeah, and I think those 2 things go together, especially with this class, with the commitment rules having changed recently. I think you'd see even more commitments if those rules hadn't changed this spring. As I said, it's a really talented group, headed up by the number 2 prospect in the country, Sean Gamble. Sean, an Iowa resident who goes to IMG Academy. He's ranked number 2 overall, and that's just one of maybe 25, 35, and again, I didn't count either players here that rank in the top 100 at this time.
So once again, we've got the 60-yard dash. Each player in the 4 groups and the 4 teams will participate. They'll go through in tandems, 2 runners at the same time. They'll go through twice, and we see some of the best results from the previous couple of days with the workouts in the 60, Dave Ronsley.
Yeah, we got most of those actually from the second group. It's a fast group headed by Orlando Cruz, a Puerto Rican outfielder at 6'4", so that's going to be the time these guys are shooting for, and I think we will see some of them beat it.
Cody Bennett, number 12 on your right, and for Team Red, don't have a listing on the number with 31. They're not necessarily racing against each other. They'll take off on their own when they're ready, and that's when their time starts. As we have our first tandem of the day. Was that Team Orange?
That may have been Team Orange. We do have some players who did not get to run with their group. These are Team Purple that are also from the second group. So these are players who are in Group 2, did not arrive in time for their workouts yesterday, so they're doing today. They played in games earlier today.
Got it. Walk around the camera. I'll go around the camera, bud.
So the players again, they'll go twice through. Once we get into our 4 teams today, these are the holdovers. As Dave mentioned, some guys weren't available to run over the previous couple of days and get some of their workouts in, so we might see them mixed in not only with the 60-yard dash, but with the and now we get into Team Red for the first time, as we see number 1, Ty Kennedy, and number 2, Steven Chucka. And they'll run twice here, and this will be the first time. They'll go through the entire Red group, then they'll go through Team Royal, and then they'll run again.
Walk around.
We know anything under 7, Dave, is impressive. If you're a tick above in that 7 range, are you still opening some eyes?
Well, it depends on the context. If you're a middle infielder, yeah, you want to be running under 7. If you're a center fielder, let's say, yes, you need to be running that. If you're a catcher or a first baseman, it's all in context of what position you play. Many times it's irrelevant. If you're a 6'5", 220-pound, left-handed hitting power first baseman, it's really not that relevant what you're running the 60.
Cody Benham, number 12, finishing up first as he got out to a little bit of a start there. Jackson Roper just wrapping up, both from the state of Florida. Roper is a Florida commit. And now we see Luke Beeler and John Austin Wood Beeler from Oklahoma, a catcher. Austin Wood from Mississippi, a TCU commit.
Yeah, we had 2 catchers there. I think, like to see them run around 7, but nobody's going to really notice if they don't.
Nico Soul, Riker Benz, number 16 and 17. 16 is Nico Soul from Marvin, North Carolina, Georgia Tech commit. And Riker Benz, an Oklahoma commit. Up next, Lamar Edwards, number 18. Number 19, Brandon Ryder. Edwards is a Duke commit. Ryder has committed to another ACC program at Pitt. Again, moves right along here, very fluid. Michael Sine, number 21. Number 22, Gavin Stedman from Mount Verde Academy in Florida, right-handed pitcher. Both these guys are right-handed hurlers.
I heard 6'8" for you.
Jordan Jacob, number 23, from Maple, Ontario, Canada, third baseman. Corbin Martins from Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, first baseman. Jordan Jacob rated number 100, right on the nose in the perfect game rankings for the class of 2025. These players that we see here at the Junior National Showcase will be juniors later this summer and high school later this summer, early fall, depending on where they're at across the nation. Wrapping up here with Colton Sims, number 29, and Julian Braga from Port Orange, Florida. Sims from Leawood, Kansas, third baseman.
And being juniors, that means that the vast majority of these players are sometime in their 16th year. So these are 16-year-olds who are going to be playing over the next 3 days.
Now we get into Team Royal. Kaysen Cunningham, number 1. On your right, number 2, R.J. Groomster. Groomster from Simpsonville, South Carolina. Kaysen Cunningham, I'll touch on him later, Texas Tech commit. Familiar with Kaysen? Number 4, Vincent DiCarlo. 6, Jack Rucker. Elijah Buffalo, number 7. Kaysen Cunningham now has the top 60 so far within Team Red and Team Royal early on for Team Royal. Sean Gamble, Dave Ronsley touched on him from IMG Academy. Cannon Golden, Gamble 14, Golden number 15. What are the strengths right now for Gamble, Dave?
There isn't a weakness, let's put it that way. He's a great athlete. He plays in the middle of the field. He rakes. I haven't seen him in about a year, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how much he's improved. He spent the whole year at IMG Academy, so he's been playing a lot of baseball, getting stronger, getting more skilled.
Cannon Golden wrapping up there after Gamble completed his run in the 60. And again, Team Red, Team Royal, we'll see them go through. Each runner will have 2 tries and 2 attempts on the 60-yard dash. Mason Greenhouse, Josiah Hartshorn, pardon me. Number 18, Kelvin Paulino Jr., number 20, Nash Pierce. Number 21, Dominic Stevenson. Number 22, Angel Pichardo from Thomasville, North Carolina. Pichardo, Miami commit. Stevenson, a Georgia Tech commit. Zach Strickland, number 23. Austin Perzinski from Orlando, Florida, catcher.
And
It's a
yes,
familiar name, Perzinski.
Yeah, that is the son of 19-year big league catcher A.J. Perzinski.
So I have to find out one day, and A.J. Perzinski is now part of a new podcast that I find very entertaining. A.J. Perzinski was actually born in Bridgehampton, New York. He lived there only for a couple of years, but that's the same hometown as Carl Yastrzemski. And I was looking up A.J. Perzinski one time, and I didn't realize that he was from Bridgehampton, New York. It's on the eastern end of Long Island, Dave. And my younger sister told me that she actually grew up with some friends that knew the Perzinski family from that area. Team Red and Team Royal wrapping up their first run through the 60-yard dash. We have our holdover players from the previous couple of days once again. Blake Fields, number 12. And Nick Sapola from Lee Summit, Missouri, a catcher running there. Both of them right there completing their second go-through. Benji Cotto and Regan McCluskey. McCluskey, someone that you perhaps opened up your eyes a little bit yesterday. A catcher from Brentwood, Texas.
He opened up my eyes today, too. He threw out a couple runners today with just, tag perfect throws. Really played well defensively in Purple's first game.
We've got Red and Royal here. I believe Ty Kennedy, number 1 in red. And Royal Cooper Moss running for the first time, I believe.
Around this way, behind the cameras. Behind the cameras.
And this will be the second go-through now for Steven Chukka and Jalen Fox. Chukka number 2, Fox number 3. Wilmer Martinez, number 6. Number 11, Jackson Roper. Again, on go with the vocal command. They don't have to leave at the same time, in case you're wondering that. Cody Bennon, Luke Beeler, second go through on the 60-yard dash.
The players are told to run both your first and your second run in the same lane. It's done for administrative purposes, just makes it easier to enter the numbers into the database.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
John Austin Wood, Nico Soul. Riker Benz, number 17. Lamar Edwards, number 18.
And we're obviously going to get a chance to know these players a lot better over the next 3 days during the games, especially go into some of their background, talk about them a little more as players.
This is our third group. Junior National Showcase got underway on Saturday, runs through Friday, and the players here that Dave just touched on, they'll have games tomorrow and wrap up Wednesday morning. Games all day tomorrow. First game at 8 a.m., followed by 3 more late morning and early afternoon. Gavin Stedman, 22. Jordan Jacob, number 23. Corbin Martins, 24. Wesley Bass, 25. Bass, a Georgia Tech commit from Marietta, Georgia, so he may have slept in his own bed last night. Max Murray, Colton Sims. Murray, UCF commit from Winter Springs, Florida. Kason Cunningham had a terrific time in his first run. This is his second run. Number 1 for Team Royal. Julian Braga, number 30 for Team Red. Now we get into Team Royal. Cunningham going first. Now we see them get their second go through. J.D. Stein, Vincent DiCarlo from Tampa Jesuit High School in Tampa, Florida. North Carolina State commit. Elliot Avent, the head coach with the Wolfpack. Jack Ruckert, Elijah Buffalo. Buffalo from Orlando, Florida. Perfect game rating in the top 500. Again, Dave, just touch on what you're looking for here as you watch these runners go through? What is it more than just the time?
It pretty much is the time. We're not taking notes on individual running style. We might be taking some mental notes. This goes so fast. We just don't have the 60, though. You see the lasers up close. That's also the 10. We do the 10 and the 60. The 10's more a measurement of first step quickness, how you explode out, which is particularly helpful in evaluating middle of the field players.
Are you hearing me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And Team Royal will wrap up here, and then we'll have 2 more teams going through. Josiah Hartshorn, number 17, running here. And number 16, Mason Greenhouse from Riverside, California. Both Greenhouse and Hartshorn from California. Hartshorn from the Anaheim area. Nash Piers, Dominic Stevenson. Piers 20, Stevenson 21 in that group. 22, Angel Pachardo. 23, Zach Strickland.
I've thrown out a few times over the years that it would be nice to measure the 40 as well. If nothing else, just the most common 40s, of course, run in football, NFL Combine and such. It'd be kind of fun to get those numbers too.
Again, Austin Perzinski, Hudson McNew. McNew from Bourne, Texas, first baseman, PG top 500 ranking.
Talk.
About halfway through the 60-yard dash, Team Red, Team Royal wrapping up. We'll have 2 more teams to follow. Again, 2 heats for each individual player as they run in tandem here. And then we'll move on to the outfield throws. Then we'll move to the infield with infielders throwing across the diamond from shortstop to first base. And the first baseman will go through their infield drills. We'll get the catchers with their pop times and then move into batting practice. Batting practice for the 4 groups here underway at around 4 p.m. Eastern time as we now get into Team Vegas Gold.
Matthew Priest set the record a year ago. He's a Stanford commit at 6'1". Orlando Cruz, a 6'4" this year, but it all starts with the stopwatch and the 60.
As we get into Vegas Gold, that is Darren Sutton in the background doing one of his stand-ups. Darren does a wonderful job telling the story, Dave Ronsley. We know that very well of these young men.
It's always a pleasure to listen to him, and we'll get to listen to him again, I guess, right now.
Vegas Gold with a lot of players who have made commits to Division I baseball programs.
To 60. If you're not ready, you better be so quickly because you are on the
And
clock.
we also get into
Matthew
Team
Priest,
White here.
6'15",
Cooper Teeples, Carter Christensen, from Arch Moeller High School in the Cincinnati, Ohio area, West Virginia commit.
That's the best at that event. Again, you had better be ready.
Looks like it's possible we have less runners in this group for Vegas Gold and Team White.
I think a lot of the, you don't have to run. I think some of the Vegas, certainly the Vegas Gold pitchers didn't run. And I also suspect that since these teams don't play today, this is their only activity, that there might be some players indeed getting here late. They play the games the next 2 days, and I can see a workout, possibly a 60, secondary 60 for those who didn't run, being run tomorrow.
Talk about who really broke the clock. Matthew Priest,
17-mile win.
Those are some shoes,
Orlando,
I'll tell
Florida.
you. Those shoes will get you some attention just by themselves.
Outstanding. Here's the bottom line, though.
Joshua Campbell, IMG Academy from Michigan, and he's a Michigan commit. We saw a couple of players from IMG Academy over the previous couple of days, and not just from the state of Florida. IMG Academy, across the nation, players come, and basically, they're almost living a college life, you could say. Ryan Stallone, 21 for White. Grayson Burleson, number 26.
you better get out of the car hot or stretch very quickly because it all starts with the 60.
Luke Corneliuson, Seth Hernandez. Corneliuson, number 27. Hernandez, number 28. Hernandez from Chino, California. A Vandy commit with Tim Corman and the Commodores.
Interesting that Hernandez is running. He is undoubtedly the best pitcher in this 2025 class. I'm really looking forward to seeing him on the mound.
Perfect game ranking nationally right now at number 4 for Seth Hernandez. Sebastian Norman, Team White, number 30, running there. Get back into the Vegas Gold players. This group is moving a little bit faster. Less participants here in the 60 for both Vegas Gold and White. So we'll be moving on to the outfield throws in just a few minutes. Weston Boyle is number 11. Dallas Brooks, number 18 on your right for Vegas Gold. Team White, Cooper Teeples on your right side, our Team White there. And running against Walter Urban. I believe, nope, identify that number. 32, I apologize. Matthew Major from Troy, Ohio, Tulane commit.
Yeah, Steve, it's unmistakable how many Vegas Gold players did not run. There must have been 15 Vegas Gold position players that didn't run, so there must be an explanation for that. I'm sure we will figure it out later, but it's unmistakable how many did not run.
Evan DeMario, Jason Delamar, DeMario number 11, Delamar number 12 running here for Team White. Andrew Benson, number 13 on your left. Joshua Campbell, mentioned him earlier, Michigan commit, perfect game ranking, number 101 nationally for the 2025 class. Kyle Wynn. And 18, Billy Carlson there, as Wynn's got the sneakers that Dave touched on and noted. Kyle Nagashima, number 19. And Kate Goldstein from Harvard Westlake High School in California, Hidden Hills, California. Harvard Westlake is one of those top programs in the state on the West Coast. Grayson Burleson, number 26. Luke Corneliuson from Arkansas, and Arkansas committee's a shortstop, also running in that tandem. And we wrap up here with our final runners in the 60-yard dash. Seth Hernandez again running for the second time, number 28, number 30, Sebastian Norman, Oklahoma State commit from Springfield, Missouri. And for Team Royal, number 24, Micah Matthews from Bridgewater, Virginia, South Carolina commit. So now the players wrapping up the 60-yard dash will have their times a little bit later on as they'll start to get posted to the perfectgame.org website. And will be available via social media as well. Players will now transition, get ready to throw from the outfield, and we'll have the outfield velocities when we continue right here on perfectgame.tv. As we continue from the Junior National Showcase at the East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia, we just wrapped up with the 60-yard dash for the final group of 4. We'll see them work out the remainder of the afternoon into the early evening. And, Dave, we saw some impressive numbers. That's Kason Cunningham, Team Royal number 1 on the right there.
Yeah, Cunningham, the 7th-ranked player in the 25 class, best known as one of the best pure hitters in the class, but a middle-of-the-field athlete with middle-of-the-field speed, obviously.
Cunningham, this is his second run in the 60-yard dash. And we saw a lot of under 7 times in this group of 4.
Yeah. I do have some breaking news for you, Steve, in answering a question that we both had, is why there were so few Vegas Gold players running. And I am told that a large number of the Vegas Gold team are made up of players from the Canes organization, and they are playing in the finals of a nearby tournament right now and aren't available today, are literally on the field, in a championship game, and they will be rejoining us as soon as they can. And if they don't, they will be able to, do all their drills and such probably sometime tomorrow between games.
There you go. Up to the minute information. And in just a few moments, as you see the outfielders getting their arms loose here, we will see some of the infielders as their primary position as well. But these are some of the top results that we've seen so far in terms of velocities over the previous couple of days with the other 8 teams doing their workouts here at East Cobb.
Yeah, and 97 obviously jumps out big time from J.C. Martinez in the second group. And he was somewhat of a surprise, as was Jaden Nunez with his 95. Unranked player, I believe, who both of them with great times, also very good runners. And really anything over 88 at this age group, we consider, something that we're going to pay great attention to. It's going to get listed in the top throws of the event. And so 88 is kind of the magic number at right now for these 16-year-olds. And obviously 97, 95 is pretty darn impressive.
And, Dave, you've been nonstop with Brett Dolan and myself over the last couple of days. Wanted to know if you got some information from other scouts with Perfect Game on Orlando Cruz. And did you see him in play? Did he get some at-bats this morning?
He did. Nothing that stood out with the bats, but I did go farther into Orlando Cruz. He's the leader right now with the 6'4" and he's a young man from Puerto Rico who's not even doesn't even hold a rank. He's not even a 500 player or a top 1,000 player. He literally came to the Sunshine East event like 2 weeks ago and ran a 6.44 through, from the outfield and everything, and just appeared almost out of nowhere. We haven't even had time to rank him yet, and yet he is the fastest, going to go down probably as the fastest player at this Junior National Showcase.
Again, the outfield throws coming up momentarily. And the 4 teams will go through again. Red, followed by Royal, Vegas Gold, and White. And as Dave touched on, some of the players from Vegas Gold are currently participating in a championship game in a local tournament in the Marietta, Georgia area. So we'll see them likely in game action. Again, these 4 teams that we see on day 3 of the Junior National Showcase, they'll play games, their first games tomorrow. And then they'll wrap up with games on Wednesday morning at 8 a.m. and 11 a.m.
Now the format for the outfield throws.
Yep, go right ahead.
Yeah. I was ahead of you a bit there, Steve, as these guys get ready to throw. The format's the same at all Perfect Game Showcases. That is from the outfield. Everybody is going to take 5 throws. Everybody's going to line up in right field. As I said, 5 throws. The first 2 are to third base. The last 3 are to home. There'll, of course, be a radar gun on every player. You will see the top throw as they come off the field. The PG Scouts, though, are looking for a lot more than just the arm strength. In fact, that's it's not the primary thing. We're looking for athleticism, how the player comes through the ball, what his transitions like, what his footwork's like. And the arm comes into it, but your arm can dramatically increase if you have the right footwork and the right momentum through the ball. So it's a combination of a lot of factors that go into the overall evaluation of an outfielder.
And one of Dave's things, do not, and this is a somewhat overcast day in the Marietta, Georgia area. So a lot of players do not have the sunglasses on top of the caps.
Although we see at least one in the background over there. Yes, outfielders, do not wear your glasses because they're going to come off the first time you throw it. We even have some fungo hitters who will aim at the glasses after they fall if kid doesn't pick them up and throw them.
That's a peek at Cody Bennon right there, number 12 for Team Red from Martin County High School, Palm City, Florida. Right-handed pitcher and a high follow with his designation right now from Perfect Game. Dave has touched on the previous couple of days, so if you're just joining us, these rankings right now that are current, they will be updated in the coming days as the Junior National Showcase comes to a close.
Yeah, I think we did our last 25 rankings maybe at the end of April or early May to reflect things that we've heard during the high school season. But we've been at events. I mean, I've probably been at 7 to 9 events in the last month, just seeing all the Sunshine Showcases and stuff, and they've not been updated to reflect all those late May, early June showcases yet. But that's going to be a big re-ranking. A lot of those players that carry 500 or 400 are really going to be jumping up.
And this is Blake Fields from Team Orange, number 12. I apologize, from Orlando, Florida. Perfect Game ranking of 440.
Yeah, we have to work through the players.
Yep.
Yeah, work through the players from the previous groups that did not get a chance, much like the groups, Vegas Gold players. You know, we're not there for their rounds and workouts.
So you touched on earlier, 90, the top velocity right there from Blake Fields. Are you looking, you mentioned you might take mental notes on the 60-yard dash, you're more looking at the time. Are you looking at footwork here from the outfielders?
Oh, yeah, significantly. Every PG scout that's been tasked to take notes in drills is taking copious notes on each one of these players. You know, Steven Chucka there, just to use an example, not to point out anything about the individual. That's not game footwork. You know, that's workout footwork. And what we want to see is the game footwork and evaluate that. He's taken about 5 extra steps. If he does that in the game, the runner's safe. Right there.
Will a scout on the field, will a scout on the field, Dave, kind of touch on that and almost use those words that you used to say, hey, let's see a little bit more game action, perhaps?
The only time we'll really do that is when a player is really arching their throws, what we call distance throwing, because that's not game actions either. You throw through the cutoff man, that's going to give you a better time and make for a better evaluation. The footwork might just because he's never been taught proper footwork. So telling them to adjust it, you know, it really isn't appropriate.
85 miles an hour, the top velocity for Steven Chucka. Up next, Jalen Fox from Sanford, Florida, South Carolina commit. Perfect Game ranking, number 73 nationally for the class of 2025.
You know, of all the positions, the position that appears to get the least amount of coaching at this level is outfielders, whether that's glove positioning coming into the ball, whether that's footwork in the transition into throwing. You know, those little things that you can improve on so quickly often seem to be ignored at the high school level for outfielders. So you'll see outfielders with great footwork, good glove position, catchers who've been really coached up at a young age. There seems to be a hole in a lot of the coaching, you know, of outfielders at this age. That would just be my general opinion from observing over decades.
Have you inquired as to why that is with your observation with high school coaches?
No, not really. I think it's the top programs, and so many of these players are from top programs. When you go to the top programs, the ones you see in the top 50 of the PG rankings, when you see the IMGs and the Stoneham Douglases and the Barbs and Bishop Gormans, Harvard Westlake, yeah, those players are coached up. But there's a level, you know, shortly below that where the outfield just doesn't seem to be a priority. I don't think it impacts their coaches, you know, who are, you know, few in number with a lot of stresses on their time, just don't have the time, the opportunity to coach up the outfielders.
We're watching Jackson Roper right now. Florida commit. We'll have his top velocity in just a moment.
Hey, one more, J-Rock.
97.
97, okay.
Nico Soul from Marvin, North Carolina. PG ranking number 151 nationally. Georgia Tech commit. Danny Hall and the Yellow Jackets in the ACC.
Yeah, we had a play in the last game, the second game this morning. I believe the outfielder was Jose Lopez from the purple team. Single to right field, man on second, Lopez, or single to left field, Lopez is the left fielder. Man on second, clean single into left field. And Lopez hosed him with a perfect strike. And I watched the replay, and it was textbook. Everything. Glove out front, one hop into his throw. Clean arm action, strike to the plate, runner out. It was the best play of the second game, just because that thrill of throwing out a runner at the plate with a perfect play. Such bang, bang, perfectly executed, both fundamentals and talent-wise.
Nico Soul rounding out and wrapping up here, 89 miles an hour. And we get a look at Lamar Edwards from DeLand High School, Lake Helen, Florida, Duke commit. PG ranking 102 nationally for Lamar Edwards.
Those are some long arms on Lamar Edwards there. Broad shoulders, long arms.
Edwards is an outfielder, his primary position. And the throws from right field. Again, we're going across the diamond to third and then to home plate. Throws are not made, and that's where you want, traditionally, you want your strongest arm in the outfield is going to be in right field for those throws across the diamond. Brandon Ryder, Mount Verde, Melbourne, Florida, Pitt commit.
Dude, that was the worst catch ever. Dude, I put that one all the way up the batter's eye. I thought that shit was going to go over the batter's eye. Huh? I thought that shit was going over the batter's eye.
I will say that young players are generally much more comfortable throwing home. Maybe it's the frequency at which they practice it, but the accuracy, the online nature of the throws always seems to be better to home. Maybe it's just they've gotten in the rhythm and are looser and less nervous than the first one or two, but a lot of players settle down after that first or second throw.
Ryder knew he got behind that throw. Top velocity for Ryder, 89 miles an hour. And where is the reading from? Is it right from the hand?
Yeah, right from the hand. The Raid 2 radar guns are basically where a cutoff man would be. You see the coach on the far left there. He's doing third base. There's a coach in a position to emulate what the first baseman would do going to cut off a throw on the throws home. But the gun's pointed right at the player, right at the release point. It's from the hand.
Gavin Stedman, Mike Ryder from Mount Verde Academy, Auburndale, Florida. Primarily a right-handed pitcher. Perfect game ranking, number 72 nationally for the class of 2025. So here's a pitcher and 89 from the outfield.
Yeah, I would frequently get on my high horse, and we actually instruct the pitchers before. If you're pitching that day, don't throw from the outfield and infield. It's going to be a detriment to your ability to throw on the mound that day. But since this workout is on Monday, their first game is on Tuesday, they may not pitch till Wednesday. Throwing tonight, stretching out your arm, getting it loose and hot and bothered should not impact your pitching performance for some time in the next 2 days.
Corbin Martins from Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, making his throws from the outfield. Again, we'll move to the infielders, and our infielders will throw from the shortstop position after the outfielders wrap up here at the workout session for these four teams. The final grouping of four teams at the Junior National Showcase at the East Cobb Baseball Complex in Marietta, Georgia. And Martins, you see again another 89 with the top velocity. Wesley Bass now throwing, Georgia Tech commit from Marietta, Georgia. Primarily an outfielder from Blessed Trinity Catholic High School. Showcase events, again, a lot of these players have experience at showcase events under their belts and certainly on their resumes. And as we know in baseball, there can be a lot of standing around. You see our catchers off to the first base side in foul territory. Each catcher will take throws from the outfield. Catchers later on will get their pop times. That'll be our final session of the workouts on the diamond, and then we'll get into the rounds of batting practice. Well, we had an O right there.
Ideally,
Ideally,
the catchers, I'm surprised there, as in a perfect game personnel, would be moving those catchers way back. The only catcher we need out there is the one catching the ball, because they are in the line of fire there. And if there's anything I can guarantee you, as Sean Gamble steps up here, I believe, anything I can guarantee you about teenage guys is that they aren't paying attention. Put them in a group, and the group think is, let's not pay attention.
You can lump them in, I think, with reporters. Sean Gamble, number 2 overall nationally, number 1 in the state of Iowa, middle infielder at shortstop, taking throws from the outfield, and he is still uncommitted at this point.
I'm sure he's had any untold amount of recruiting attention. But again, the change in the rules is going to obviously impact. They're not eligible now to, make a commitment now until, you tell me. I'm not really sure.
You know what? I have not seen that in any articles. They can start talking to Division I programs again on August 1st, so we're not that far away from that with the process sort of reopening. This is the class, and we'll see the class of 2026 behind them. But these are the 2 classes. Conversations were going on, and then in April when they instituted the new rule, that's when the conversation started. So they stopped, and I'll look into that. But I have not seen when players can actually commit once again. It could be early August, because at that point you've got the draft over, and obviously 2 years away from commits in terms of being on campus in the fall of 2025. So much more, it seems, in talking with Division I college baseball coaches on their plates now, because the draft used to be in June. Now it's moved into the summer months. And then you have the transfer portal, which is still, I think, a work in progress in terms of learning how to take advantage of it as best as possible from both a school standpoint and a player standpoint as well. 93 on the velocity right there from Cannon Golden. Cannon showing the cannon. Up next for Team Royal, Mason Greenhouse.
Yeah, we could probably have a long conversation just on the transfer portal, even with our probably relatively little knowledge of it as baseball people, members of the media. But the complications that throws into a college staffs and just roster makeup, even financially on a program, is absolutely incredible.
Mason Greenhouse. And I was surprised in talking over the last couple of years with college coaches. They didn't necessarily like the draft when the NCAA tournament was going on in June, as we see right now with the Super Regional round. How about 99?
Yeah, let's watch this last throw, see if he can beat it. But look at that nice, long, loose arm action.
Mason Greenhouse. But I was surprised, Dave, with how many college coaches just don't like the fact that the draft is now in July, because they won't know for a time until the player actually signs with a pro organization, or if they're going to get him back on campus in the fall.
And those are the same college coaches that were complaining when they were in super regionals or in
Right.
Omaha that the draft was before that, and they had players who were trying to compete knowing they'd already been drafted. So you can't have it both ways, coaches.
And
I can see
you
the
can take
certainty
it
in
even
roster
back.
being important. But
Yep, and you can take it back. I did a regional. I think it was game number 7 So it was the fourth and final day of a regional, I think it was 2019, in Gainesville, Florida. And Brady Singer, Jackson Kowar from Florida were on the field and playing a winner-take-all decisive Game 7 in a regional round to get to the Super Regional round. They were playing Florida Atlantic in the Game 7. And that was the first night of the draft. And Kowar heard his name and Singer heard his name while the game was going on. So, yes, you're not going to please everybody, right?
No. 94, the top throw there from Josiah Hartshorn from Anaheim, California.
Dominic Stevenson up next. Stevenson, Georgia Tech commit. See how many outfielders we have from the Vegas Gold team coming up next, and then Team White after the outfielders complete their throws from the outfield and we get their exit velocities. We'll have our infielders making their throws across the diamond from shortstop. Stevenson, his top time at 90 miles an hour from the outfield with his velocity. Angel Pichardo, Miami commit, perfect game ranking, 451 nationally for the class of 2025.
There's a pro-looking body right there, I'll tell you. Angel Pichardo looks to be one of the stronger players. Certainly in this group of players, not in the whole event. Listed 6'2", 195.
So how would you write him up? What are some of the key words you would use physically?
Major league body. That would be the start.
And you've given that out for a couple players that we've seen over the previous 2 days.
Yeah. Christian De Los Santos in the second group of players, 6'3", 210, and just ripped. You know, those are big league bodies. You could see them in a big league locker room tonight at a game, and it's yeah, he belongs here.
Take a look at Zach Strickland from Arcadia, California. Ranked number 13 nationally by perfect game for the class of 2025. And Strickland, as you see, UCLA commit. 99, our top reading on velocity here. That from Mason Greenhouse.
.89 for Strickland. That's unusual. Zach Strickland will throw harder that from the mound. I absolutely guarantee it. But it's a testament to having proper throwing mechanics from the outfield. He was throwing it from a lower slot, really very rotational, instead of getting his body behind it, getting on top of the ball. And so don't be surprised when Zach Strickland goes out on the mound and throws 3 or 4 miles harder on the mound than he did from the outfield. Not guaranteeing it, but it wouldn't surprise me at all.
Micah Matthews, South Carolina commit, number 34 nationally from Bridgewater, Virginia. There are a couple of different areas in the Commonwealth of Virginia that are baseball hotbeds. You think of the Norfolk, Virginia area, then sort of in the mountain area. Around D.C. there's a couple of programs, and then you get out into the Roanoke area. .83 from Matthews. Cooper Teeples from Team White. Young man from Johns Creek, Georgia. Johns Creek High School has a high follow listing right now from Perfect Game. And Teeples is listed primarily as an outfielder. Listed 5'10", 155.
Amazing how all those catchers that were nearly on the first baseline have all disappeared.
Carter Christensen up next. Archbishop Moeller High School in the Cincinnati, Ohio area. That is a high school that is renowned for baseball talent.
And football talent. And basketball talent. One of those elite athletic schools that you pretty much find one or two of in every state. It would be great to go down a list of those two schools in every state that are just so prominent athletically across the board. And Moeller would certainly be one of them in the state of Ohio.
The alumni from Moeller High School in Ohio. You've got the Bell family, from Buddy Bell to David Bell, all the way through. Ken Griffey Jr., Barry Larkin. Pretty impressive. It didn't just start in the last decade. It's been going on for decades.
Here we have a 96-mile-an-hour outfielder in Jason Del Mar.
We'll have one more outfielder in this group, and then we'll have our infielders throwing across the diamond from shortstop. Andrew Benson, a catcher, throwing from the outfield, so we'll likely see him during the catcher's time on the field with the pop times. That'll follow our first baseman. '87 from Benson. And now Kyle Wynn, Bishop Moore High School, Orlando, Florida. Florida Atlantic commit for John McCormick. Wynn wrapping up here. And his top time of 90 miles an hour with the velocity. So that wraps up our outfielders from the 2023 Junior National Showcase. They'll make the transition now to the infield. The infielders will be getting their warm-ups in, and we'll be back with more from the workout round for our final four teams at the 2023 Junior National Showcase on PerfectGame.tv. And we continue from the East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia. Our infield throws coming up shortly. Steve Lennox, Dave Ronsley from Perfect Game. And again, we'll have several players that have not gone through infield from the previous groups. And this is Sanders Dyer from Cumming, Georgia.
Sanders had a real
Hey,
nice
go through us what
day-to-day.
the go ahead.
Excuse me, Steve. I was saying Sanders had a very good day with the bat today. Found a lot of barrels in Navy's earlier game.
Take us through what the infielders are doing here with taking the ground balls and making their throws across.
Yeah, kind of a same but different version of what the outfielders do. They're going to get 5 ground balls hit. The first one is right at them. The second 2 are to their backhand. The fourth ball is up the middle, and the final one is a slow roller. The idea is to get them moving in every direction, to keep them moving. You see different glove work, different glove positions, different opportunities to throw from different slots, on those. And the last one, I think we talked about yesterday, the charge. The charge is a particularly interesting one because if you can't make that smooth charge, it's kind of like the separator between a next level player, a college level player in their skills and athleticism, and might be a good high school player, that ability to really come through the ball. But of course, they're being radared on every throw. The throws that are generally going to be the hardest are either the first, the throw, the ground ball right at you, or the fourth, the ground ball up the middle where you can build momentum into your throw.
Here is Rene Ramirez, Doral Academy charter, Doral, Florida. He's a catcher, Perfect Game, top 1,000 for the class of 2025.
And of course, as you've already seen, everybody lines up at shortstop, just as in the outfield. They all line up in right field. Even if you're a third baseman or a second baseman primarily, you're going to line up at short, and that's just a consistency, of evaluating the athleticism. I'm sure Ramirez, for example, is a third baseman when he's not behind the plate defensively.
Up next, Wilmer Martinez from Thomasville, North Carolina. Listed primarily as a shortstop, PG, top 500 ranking for the class of 2025. Long way to get that one up the middle.
Yeah, and the best infield fungo hitters are the ones that keep the players moving. When players come up out of this, figures, it's 5 ground balls. When they pass over the line there, they are breathing hard. I guarantee you. I usually set up along the third base line to do my evaluations, and they're tired when they come off the field. At least if they've had
Jackson
a good
Roper.
drill.
Jackson Roper is up next.
What did we see from Roper? 97 in the outfield? I believe so.
To go back on that one. It was 6.91 and a 60-yard dash earlier. Cody Bennon up next. As Dave alluded to, the players, their feet always moving as they're taking the ground balls, and understanding that you're not flat-footed at any point here once you're on the field. Jordan Jacob from Maple, Ontario, Canada, ranked number 100 nationally by Perfect Game. And Canada well represented here with the class of 2025 in the Junior National Showcase. Little something on that throw from almost underneath.
And it's always instructive. You see a third baseman like Jacob, and he's very natural throwing from that low slot charging. And that's a play third baseman on that swinging bunt, on the intentional bunt, have to make so often. And Jacob pulled it off very well, very naturally.
You say that, Dave, and automatically I think that's a big part of what got Scott Rowland to the Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York.
Oh, yes.
He was as good as they came when coming in on those balls and starting in Philadelphia on turf and then going to St. Louis on grass. And Rowland, as a third baseman, nifty play right there.
That was nice, Colton Sims. That was nice. I saw you. Everybody else did too, trust me. It's also nice when you're watching primary third baseman like Sims, like Jacob, you're sort of evaluating your mind as we see Case and Cunningham come out, whether they can play the middle infield. Maybe they're just playing third base because that's the way their high school and summer club lines up. There's a better shortstop. But sometimes you say, hey, this kid might be able to play, shortstop at the next level.
So Case and Cunningham, touch more on him during batting practice. Perfect game, ranking number 7 nationally, committing to Texas Tech. And Dave, that's where his dad Marco played. I've kind of come full circle now. Marco Cunningham, and Dave, we know as a scout you have your favorites.
Yeah.
Marco Cunningham, I had him in Wilmington, Delaware when Marco was playing pro ball in the Kansas City Royals organization, and met his son Kaysen a couple of years ago, and I was in Austin, Texas, doing games for the Longhorn Network, and Kaysen has come up through the ranks. Got a chance to see his dad, Marco, and his mom, Olivia, and they're both here in Marietta, Georgia. J.D. Stein from Carmel, Indiana, Louisville commit.
Nice round from J.D., showing a lot of athleticism.
So we saw yesterday, and I made mention of it, I think during batting practice, it wasn't his first go around taking BP for one of the players. And J.D. Stein right there, to me, right there is like, hey, he's done these infield drills plenty of times before.
Oh yeah, that was a very, very polished round. On the move the whole time. Jake Ruckert's another very polished player. I know he's a 14U Festival player, ranked 43rd in the country, LSU commit. And I really like seeing when they make game plays. When you have a ball up the middle, that's when you lower your slot to throw, and Ruckert did that. As a scout, I want to see you throw from that lower slot, going to the side to your left, and throw from that lower slot, because that's what you're going to do in the game. Let's see if you can do it in drills as well.
Elijah Buffalo from Orlando, Florida. PG top 500. Again, the players here at the Junior National Showcase will be juniors in high school come late summer, early fall. And their summers, as Dave has alluded to, over the first couple of days here from the East Cobb Complex, their summers are really just getting underway. They've wrapped up their high school seasons. They're deep in they're getting early stages, I guess, of travel ball season throughout the next couple of months. And they get to August and they'll get a little breather before they start their junior years in high school.
And only a short breather. Here's Sean Gamble, the number 2 ranked player in the class. We got a short look at Ethan Holiday, the number 1 ranked player in the 25 class yesterday, as he went through drills in BP.
Are there similarities, Gamble, Holiday, right now?
No, I would not compare them directly. Gamble's a pure middle of the field athlete with a high offensive ceiling. Ethan Holiday might have as high an offensive ceiling as any player I've seen in recent years. And while he's a very good athlete, everything else is, it comes down to his bat, because as special as his brother's bat was, everybody seems to think that, I agree, that Ethan's could be better.
A look now at Kelvin Paulino Jr. Another Miami commit, like Mason Greenhouse, who we saw throw 99 from the outfield earlier. '84 from Paulino.
Now, it's worth mentioning, Steve, when we talk about the class of 2025 rankings, there are 3 players that were right at the top of the class. In fact, 2 of them at one point were ranked number 1. I think the third topped out at number 3. Originally in the 2025 class, who have reclassified to 2024. You know, Connor Griffin, a great outfielder, also is up to the upper 90s on the mound, is the number 2 ranked player right now in the 24 class. Noah Franco, who succeeded Griffin as the number 1 player in the class, is now at 24. He attends IMG Academy, an outfielder, left-handed pitcher. And then most recently, Cam Caminetti, listed as a primary outfielder, but he's got a mid-90s left-handed arm on the mound. He joined the 2024 class as the 10th ranked player in that class.
Isn't it amazing that they were top 10 for the class of 25 and they remain in the top 10?
Yeah,
Grading out now,
not only top 10
in 24.
Not only top 10. Griffin and Franco were both number 1 in the class. Caminetti was number 3 in the class when they decided to make that transition. So we're talking top of the class athletes who are just going to get their chance, whether it be going to school a year early or potentially joining pro ball a year early.
Vegas Gold, Masa Chilcutt from San Antonio, Texas. Texas commit. David Pierce and the Longhorns. We'll have a decisive Game 3 later tonight.
Masa's a primary catcher. I've seen him many times. He is a fun young man to watch behind the plate defensively. 5'9", listed at 5'9", that may be generous, but he is so athletic behind the plate, and he can just control a game defensively.
And you touched on yesterday, Dave, when we were talking about a catcher, a Vandy commit, and understanding that if you're a catcher at Vanderbilt, similar to in Austin with the Longhorns, you're gonna catch some of the top arms in the nation. Weston Boyle up next for Vegas Gold.
And that's something that the coaches at programs like that, you could throw, any number of other schools, Florida comes to mind first, where they know they're going to have a deep staff of mid-90s arms. That's just the basic characteristic of those programs, and you have to recruit catchers who you're confident defensively are going to be able to handle it all, or they become, burdens on the roster as a backup first baseman, DH type. You've got to be able to play defense at those top schools.
Matthew Major, Troy, Ohio, Tulane commit. Perfect game, top 500. We'll have Team White upcoming with the infielders, and we'll move across the diamond for the first baseman. For the last of the 4 teams, 12 teams total, and roughly 300 players participating in the Junior National Showcase. Carter Christensen, West Virginia commit, again Arch Moeller High School in Cincinnati.
And if you're not familiar with the members of the 2024 class and you want to see them play, mark your calendar for July 10th through 15th. We'll go through the exact same schedule, the exact same setup as we do at the Junior National. 12 teams, about 300 plus players. That event will be held at Chase Field in Phoenix. Just an outstanding venue. The Diamondbacks are just a wonderful host organization, headed by their ambassador and assistant to the owner, Luis Gonzalez. That's largely from that PG National Showcase that the 2023 All-American Classic roster will be chosen.
One of my favorite events of the year. And you bring that up, and I read a quote today from Blaze Jordan, who certainly went through everything as a young man, big talent, and talking about going through showcases and going through travel ball teams and playing in big league ballparks when he was a teenager and kind of getting used to it. And as I say often in my household, kind of putting yourself in the car of envisioning of, you know what, down the road, my dream is to be here with a big league club in a big league ballpark. Billy Carlson, another Vanderbilt commit from Corona, California.
Number 9 ranked player in the class, and that was an impressive round of infield for Billy Carlson. That kind of stood out.
Kai Nagashima up next from Hawaii.
Get back to Carlson, that 97. I don't know what throw he had that was 97 because they were game actions. He almost did a Jeter on one of the balls in the hole. So he snuck that 97 in because he was doing everything else so game-like and athletic. I'm going to remember that infield.
Nagashima wrapping up. Young man from California, Hawaii commit. Cade Goldstein from Hidden Hills, California. Listed as a catcher, Harvard Westlake High School. Again, our infielders will wrap up here in the next couple of minutes as we take a look at Luke Corneliuson from Arkansas, shortstop, ranked number 398 nationally by Perfect Game, Arkansas commit.
23. And it may be just revisionist history deep in my mind, but as I remember the tens of thousands of infield drills I've seen over the last few decades, the two that always stand out with me, and remember this is when I think they were both 16 years old, were Carlos Correa and Francisco Lindor. And I guess that shouldn't be surprising given, their ability as major league shortstops. But if I identified the best outfield drill and the best catching drill, neither of them would be players who ever played in the big leagues. But for shortstop, it's such an important position. And the athleticism shines. Correa and Lindor in two totally different ways just put on just exceptional, peerless infield drills when they were 16.
And why were they different?
Well, Lindor, Correa being such a bigger, more graceful athlete, he threw 97 on the backhand, which never happens. His footwork was wonderful. It wasn't the speedy footwork of Lindor. Lindor stood out just because he was so quick and so balanced and could just make every play so smoothly and with flair and naturally. 95 for the top pitcher in the class, Seth Hernandez. But Correa's was more like a ballerina, just smoothly going through these very advanced actions and then just absolutely throwing rockets across the diamond.
Sebastian Norman, one of our final infielders for Team White. First baseman up next, then the catchers, then we get into our rounds of BP. Norman, Oklahoma State commit for Coach Holliday. Seen a couple of Oklahoma State commits with the verbal from the class of 2025. Oklahoma State hosted a regional a few weeks back, 90 miles an hour.
This is a fun player right here, Steve. Omar Cerna, primary catcher, but he could be a top prospect as a third baseman too. The 12th ranked player in the country, listed 6'2", 225, just a classic old catcher's body, but so strong yet so quick twitch. You know, he's one of the better pure catching prospects I've seen in the last couple years at this age.
Listed at 6'2", 225 pounds. He is 16 years old, 5 months. LSU commit. Omar Cerna wrapping up his round. And with that, we complete our infielders. And the catcher out at shortstop, 91 on the infield. First baseman coming up when we continue on PerfectGame.tv. We have gone through the 60-yard dash, the outfield throws from right field, the infielders from shortstop. Up next, our first baseman. As we continue with the Junior National Showcase from East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia. First baseman, the pop times from the catchers, and then batting practice. There was a Darren Sutton sighting right there. We heard Darren's voice earlier as he was doing a stand-up for one of his features. Class of 2025. A lot of baseball in their near future, and a lot of these players aspirations to play pro ball, whether drafted and signing out of high school or possibly going the Division I route. Dave, what do you make of the numbers in recent years in terms of high school signings, with the things that have changed with the draft with Major League Baseball teams and Major League Baseball changing the number of rounds, and high school compared to the college?
Well, I think there's no question, Steve, that the Major League Baseball has said it very publicly. It's not like it's a hidden agenda thing, that they want to put more emphasis on the colleges developing the players. There's been fewer and fewer high school players signed every year, pretty much as a decade-long trend. Certainly reducing the rounds contributes some to that. But it also, you know, Major League Baseball, by taking over the minor leagues, has reduced the number of minor league teams by, 44? So they're shrinking the development program, shifting more of it off onto colleges, and by by that kind of trusting that more and more players will end up in college, and only those elite players that can demand 7-figure bonuses end up in pro ball to develop as teenagers.
So the high school draft picks that are going high first couple of rounds and seeing real good money for Major League Baseball teams in terms of the signing bonus, as we take a look at Riker Benson, first base, they still have to go get their at-bats. They still have to develop as pitchers in the pro ranks and a couple of years in minor league baseball. But big league clubs now, you're seeing the 21, 22, 23-year-olds, they're getting to the big leagues. These high school kids that are drafted and signed out of high school, they're getting to the big leagues still in their early 20s.
Yeah, that happens for the elite players. The Corbin Carroll is obviously a prime example in today's game. What there isn't the room for it quite as much are those high school players that you need a couple extra years on. The pitcher who's throwing in the upper 80s, but you really project, but who really needs to get stronger. The middle of the field player who's got speed and arm strength, but the bat is just not there yet. Getting them 2 or 3 years of at bats, is not as easy as it used to be before all these realignments and reprioritizing. And quite honestly, sending them to college, is the smart play for a lot of players. They're going to get more opportunities. I just wish that they were playing with the same baseball and the same bat and really the same game as exists in professional baseball.
I feel at least on the bat side it's coming, maybe in the next decade.
Those big bat companies have a lot invested in it.
Yes, they do.
Those $300-400 bats they're selling to the public. No, the pros, a lot of the college teams are getting those for free, but they're selling a whole profitable bunch of them based on the colleges using them.
We're watching the first baseman here. The catchers and their pop times will be recorded after the first baseman complete their infield drills. Touch on a high school player that gets to campus in the fall, and these are the class of 2025, so they'd be on campus with the Division I college baseball programs in the fall of 2025. Touch on, you go to campus, most schools ideally have you for 3 years, but there are now guys, we see more and more guys who are draft eligible after 2 years at the Division I level.
Yeah, and those are the older players, the second-year soft draft eligibles, and they've got to be treated, they're treated different in a number of ways. The colleges, coaches are very aware of them. They know they might only have them for 2 years. There is in some places a kind of a epidemic of parents holding their student athletes back a year. Maybe that's not their motivation, but that seems to happen frequently. They have to be treated different, and now they are in a very high leverage situation when they're sophomores. Yeah, I'm draft eligible, but I can go back to school, improve my draft stock, and still have some leverage not being a senior, still have eligibility left.
First baseman again going through. Dave, what are we looking for here?
First base, you're looking for athleticism. The first baseman come in two very different flavors, left-handers and right-handers. You see a lot of the right-handers who are the big slugger types. First base is where they're athletically limited to. But you see a lot of the left-handers, and of course left-handers do have an advantage at first base defensively, one of the few positions they do. But you see a lot of guys who, if they were right-handed, they're playing first base because they're left-handed. But if they're right-handed, you might see them out at shortstop. They're that kind of athlete, and it's fun seeing them and their actions at first base, even in a base drill like that, versus some of the big slugger right-handers.
See off in the distance. Rain has done a terrific job holding off here in Marietta, Georgia over the last couple of days. And Dave, I think you put it in a text message yesterday. Radar looks great. Forecast, not so much, but we've lucked out. And I don't believe, I'm doing this from home. You're down there in Marietta. I don't think we've hit in the mid-80s, let alone the 90s over the first couple of days, have we?
No, but tell you, I haven't been outside much during daylight hours. I got here at 7:15, haven't been outside yet, and that's not going to change in the next few days either. But yeah, the weather's been great. I looked at the radar in between, in our break before the drill started, and it said it was 72 out. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm in Georgia in June at 72 degrees? Pretty
Take
incredible.
a look at the top pop times from the catchers so far over the previous 2 days, with the other 8 teams completing their workouts.
Yeah, the top guy there, Corbin Reynolds, is one of my favorite players in this class. And it's really for his defense. The bat's going to still have to come, but we all know that hitting for the catching position is not a priority. In fact, it's hard in this day and age to decide what is the defensive priority for catchers, because for a few years there, framing pitches got real big, and now we're right on the edge, it seems, of having a computerized strike zone. So that's going to go away. Now we're getting the speed back in the game, so the ability to handle the running game is becoming more and more important on almost a daily basis, it seems. But a couple years ago, that was almost an afterthought. You're shifting from the big, slow, power-hitting, power-arm catchers to the athletic, Real Muto type, Will Smith type catchers who are good athletes that could legitimately play other positions. So there's it's a hard position as the game changes to put a tack in and say, this is what we're looking for defensively.
In football and college football, we've got a couple of universities that sort of vie for the title of defensive back university, DBU. Louisville is a program that you touched on yesterday with the catchers, and you just mentioned Will Smith. The catchers who have come through Louisville, they have a pretty good idea on how to catch, how to develop catchers that are going to end up being big leaguers down the road.
Their run of catchers is amazing. Will Smith might be the best catcher in Major League Baseball right now. Henry Davis was the first pick in the draft and is going to be in Pittsburgh soon. Dalton Rushing, it might be the best catching prospect, second best catching prospect behind Davis with the Dodgers in minor league baseball.
So rivalry, perhaps the rival from the past of what Georgia Tech has done over the last couple of decades with the position. Joey Bart, Jason Varitek, just a couple that come to mind. Matt Wieters. Another one.
Matt Wieters. Yeah. Don't forget Matt Wieters.
Yeah. Nick Cipolla from Lee Summit, Missouri.
With the catchers in their drill here, again, the magic number's 5. Same with that, the outfielders, the infielders, the first baseman. Catchers get 5 chances to throw down to second. We've got the radar gun out there. We have the stopwatch. I think everybody in baseball knows that drill pop times are not realistic. I think everybody in baseball, meaning everybody but the players, think it. It's a favorite thing for players to brag on, to try to constantly improve. The drill is, when you see a catcher in drills with game actions, and I include not setting up side saddle, like 85-90% of these players will. That's not a game action. You're not showing me anything right there. You set up too far up in the box. But are we not using a mask?
I just noticed that as well.
That's not right. I don't know what they're thinking not to have a mask on there. There must be a reason. I'm at a loss to know what it is.
And there we see, I haven't seen many, but Rene Ramirez right there also on the one knee.
And that's been one of those things that, has been big in catching defensively. But any catcher who does that in drills, trying to show their pop time and their arm strength, is doing it the wrong way, because you simply can't throw as fast coming off one knee as you can from a traditional catcher's stance. Can you frame better? Almost definitely. You have that more stable lower half. But as far as throwing and shifting goes, that's just not going to happen.
You touched on the pop time, and they are what they are. It is a metric. Players certainly boast of their numbers, but from the catching position, for what we're seeing here for 15, 16, 17-year-olds, in terms of pitch framing and what they're trying to steal and emulating what they see from big league catchers, is it necessary at this level?
I think it's desirable. I mean, it's a constant learning process, and in the games, if you're bearing down on it, if you see you'll see a catcher, if he is making a concerted effort to frame pitches properly, and I don't mean pulling them into the strike zone. I mean, with his glove position, how he's receiving the ball, it stands out, especially when you're watching from the center field camera. It would be great to see every game from a center field camera like we're doing at this event, because that's where you can really see how a catcher, is working. But as far as being a requirement for a positive evaluation, no, it's not necessary at this level.
Again, we go back to the catcher, Dave. Pardon me. Not wearing the mask there by design will somebody be in his ear to say, hey, in the future you've got to have that?
I have asked. I sent a text saying what's going on here, because that's unprecedented in my perfect game experience to allow a catcher not to have a mask. That's something that,
and it was the one.
Unless there's a reason,
multiple guys. Yep.
Yeah. Unless there's a reason that I am not aware of for that particular player, that would not be that shouldn't be allowed. There must be something that I am unaware of, you're unaware of, being remote, that they know down on the field and allowed, because that's just they would have said before he even walked up, hey, you need your mask.
And it didn't get missed. Yeah. And it didn't get missed by, I'm sure, the scouts on the field with purpose.
Yeah, which leads me to believe that there is a reason that we're just not aware of.
Got a big number of catchers for this group.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, Vinny Cervino, who's been doing PG showcases for 10 years probably, is standing there, 15 feet behind the catcher. There's another one. I have no idea.
Lost. He had it on. DiCarlo had it on, and you can see it off in the distance right in front of the billboard. And between the billboards right there outside of the batter's box. He had it on, lost it, then lost it again, and elected to go without it. Required, necessary, and we see outfielders lose their hats or infielders lose their hats if they've got the hair flowing out from underneath the hat. They'll just get rid of the hat off to the side and pick it up. But DiCarlo right there had it on, lost it, put it on again, lost it again, and decided, going without.
Yeah, I would rather not discuss that anymore, not knowing the full information and not speculate on it. But it's something I'm going to follow up on and say, what the heck is going on here? So,
Keller Belza up next. Again, we're wrapping up here with the catching and the catchers and their pop times, and we're moving right along. We'll have our first group for batting practice coming up shortly here on PerfectGame.tv. We've seen these groups of 4 teams run the 60, infielders, outfielders, first baseman, now the catchers. Stevenson is losing the hockey-style mask here each time.
Yeah, to me, the most important thing to evaluate in a young catcher is the lower half actions. And by lower half actions, I'm talking about athleticism, how he comes out of his crouch in a game, how he moves laterally, how he maintains balance while he's receiving the ball. Here we have Austin Przinsky.
Dad, you were a catcher. I'm going to follow in your footsteps.
Certainly not unprecedented. And for those of you who may not be real familiar with A.J. Przinsky's career, first of all, I scouted him back at Dr. Phillips High School in Orlando back when he was in high school. But A.J. Przinsky is 13th all-time on most hits by a catcher. 10 of those in front of him are either Hall of Famers or future Hall of Famers. And we're talking about one of the best hitting catchers of all time, A.J. Pierzynski.
Miles Mace up next. AJ offers a little different flair, different context as a analyst now over the last handful of years in studio and both in the booth at games. Our final catchers of the group.
There's Massa Chilcutt. So those are game actions. He's setting up. He's not side saddle. He's at the right place in the catcher's box. Thank you, Massa. Nice direct footwork. A lot of catchers and drills will jump off into the right-handed batter's box, which you can't do. He's setting up a little wide. He's creeping up there.
Has there ever been talk of putting a batter? Has there ever, Dave, been talk of putting a batter in there?
Oh yeah, we've talked about that frequently. It just hasn't happened. I mean, it's been a discussion point for my 21 years at Perfect Game.
Okay.
How to improve that, how to make the process more realistic, and it just hasn't. There's been no big brainstorm. Hey, let's do it this way. It's going to work.
Just to stand in, never to swing, but just to stand in there and set up. Alice Brooks looking to stay home. He gets on campus at Maryland, College Park. And our final catchers of the round as we get into Team White. And Evan DeMario. Going down to that one knee.
I just bought a really fast that shit's so bad. Dude, you do this like you drop it. I don't know. So, bro, they make football. That's how you do it. I got like.
Can we see one of the catchers going down to that one knee?
I got hit in the head, got one.
What do you do in terms of identifying with the head movement? Because there was a lot of head movement there. That's something you take note of?
It's more important the direction the body is taking. If the head's coming off along with, having a head whack with the effort along with what the rest of the body is too, if your whole upper body is coming down, it's going to be awful hard for you to make an accurate throw of pulling off your body. It's the same thing if you're a pitcher and your direction to the plate and into your release isn't good. You want to stay on line with your target, and that's the ideal.
We see Benson here. Do you notice anything with his equipment? Something just popped up to me a little bit.
You tell me.
Very small glove.
Okay.
Yes?
I can see that. I'm not familiar enough with catcher's gloves to know what type of sizes and options there are with gloves.
I know awfully small.
Knuckleball, yeah, I know a knuckleball glove.
Right. Yep.
But interesting point.
Good
eyes there.
Goldstein's looks a little bigger. It just seemed very small to me. Goldstein, another catcher electing to go down to that one knee. No Tony Peña's here, but this is sort of the style that's been adopted. Now he goes up to the squat on both feet.
The fun number from Cerna is going to be the velocity. It wouldn't surprise me if he threw 87 or something, because he's got a real cannon.
Saw him on the infield a short time ago. Young man, I'm sure, tried to get in front of a TV last night. LSU knocking off Kentucky to advance to the College World Series in Omaha.
That will be his top pop time right there, whichever one it is was on the third throw or just on that throw, because he put it right on the bag. Fourth throw will be his top.
So that wraps up our catcher, 188 for Omar Cerna. So now we have completed the warm-up part with our 60-yard dash, our outfielders, our infielders, our first baseman, and our catchers. Now we get into the rounds of batting practice. Team Red will start things off when we continue on PerfectGame.tv. Steve Lennox and Dave Ronsley, Dave PG Scout, along with you from the East Cobb Complex in Marietta, Georgia. We are getting ready for our rounds of batting practice. And this is one of Dave's favorite parts of the day. Outside of the game action, he was on board with Brett Dolan earlier today. These four teams that we're seeing work out here on day 3 of the Junior National Showcase in Marietta, Georgia, will play games tomorrow and games again on Wednesday to wrap up. Dave Ronsley.
Yes, we're running eight inning games here, so they'll have a chance hopefully to get 3 or 4 at bats each. And obviously, an important part of the games is to evaluate the pitchers as well. But the ritual of batting practice is one of the most wonderful parts of baseball to me. It pains me actually not to be down there on the field watching batting practice.
This is the schedule for tomorrow. We'll have games starting at 8 a.m. Eastern. You're on board for all 4 tomorrow with me in the morning and Brett in the afternoon, yes?
That's what I understand.
All right. That's what they're telling you. You go where you're told to go, right?
I go where I'm told to go. No, I've had an active conversation going all week long with our young scouts who would otherwise be scheduled to be here. And they love being on the field, and especially for 1 or 2 of them, they haven't had as much exposure to this level of talent. The young new scouts who we've trained in the last year, or so, and have become full-time and are just growing in their responsibilities. And the ability to see all this talent on the field at one time is so important to a young scout's development and stuff. It's being able, if these are the top players in the country in this class, being able to see them play, identify the tools, write your notes, quantify them. It's part of ongoing training, and by having me here, doing something that, quite honestly, the young scouts would prefer not to do anyway. Hook up with a microphone. It's just a good opportunity for them to be on the field, and I certainly enjoy being up here in the booth with you and Brett Dolan and our producer Steve Banta and the PGTV team.
So as you incorporate new and young scouts into the game and Perfect Game as well, what are some of the things that you try to impress on them? What are things that are absolute must for you?
Well, there's a work ethic that has to go with being a scout, because a scout is not, it's, about the farthest thing from a 9-to-5 job as there is. You work on weekends. That's a given. I'm on the road for 150 days a year, and I probably work 30 or 35 weekends. That's part of your lifestyle that you have to become used to. And we lose more scouts than anything. Once they get in their mid-upper 20s, they get married, they have a kid. The situation at home is just such that lifestyle isn't sustainable. It's probably we lose more scouts now to that than to wanting to work with pro teams, because pro scouting has changed significantly at this level, just really in the last 5 years. Scouts travel a lot less. They do a lot more with analytics and video than they did. So if you want to be a pure scout and actually see the players, Perfect Game is kind of the place to be right now.
How many scouts do you have, roughly?
Not that we don't have analytics and video, as you see us painstakingly setting up all the equipment there.
How many scouts across the board for Perfect Game? Has that number elevated in the last decade?
Oh, it's been elevated in the last 2 or 3 years. Perfect Game is, after we changed owners about 3 years ago, has tremendously expanded both the number of showcases and especially the number of tournaments that we run. And we've probably gone from 5 full-time scouts of different definitions to closer to 20. And I don't doubt that Perfect Game rivals a number of professional teams in the number of scouts we employ right now.
Blake Fields from Team Orange getting his swings in. We've seen him go through the workout this afternoon. 5'11", 195. College interests include schools in the SEC and the ACC. And Blake, a young 16, just turned 16 recently. So he'll go through his junior year of high school baseball at 16.
And that is important. It's important from a number of different perspectives, especially if you are a high-ranking potential pro talent. A lot of teams who pick high school players, as part of their model, really favor younger players. There's no organization more than the Cleveland Guardians, who are really pay attention to the age. A 16-year-old versus a 17-year-old this age, or at draft time a 17 and a half versus a 18 and a half or a 19. That's a year of growth, a year and a half of development time, that you're almost, getting the opportunity to do at a professional level instead of, at a high school travel ball level.
Couple of hitters before we get into Team Red.
I believe this is Nick Chipola.
Young man again, primary catcher from Lee Summit, Missouri. What are you seeing here?
Well, Nick's obviously a big young man. There's strength in the swing. He's getting out to his front side, getting extended out front. You know, he's keeping that shift under control. I always pay a lot of attention to that shift, the front, when the front foot gets on the ground.
Benji Quato from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Primary position behind the plate as a catcher. Touched on switch hitters yesterday, Dave, and you had some thoughts on switch hitters, and they're few and far between now, but you know, lefty swinging catchers at one point were a priority for organizations.
They are gold. Left-handed hitting catchers are absolute gold. Now I'm going to drop another Kenny Lofton story here. I told one earlier today. I'm going to give another one. The Astros infamously traded Kenny Lofton to the then Cleveland Indians back at the start of Lofton's big league career, and got in return a top left-handed hitting catching prospect named Ed Taubensee. And that trade, again, go down in Astros infamy. I was working for the Astros then. But part of the reasoning that the senior management had for the deal is the Astros literally did not have a left-handed hitting catcher in their entire system. And to add a top prospect in Ed Taubensee would add more than just the value of the prospect, but a skill set that they didn't have literally in the organization.
There was a need, there was a want, and Kenny Lofton went to Cleveland.
Yep.
There had to be some people in the organization saying, no, we cannot do this.
My scouting director at the time, I worked for him for 8.5 years. It was the only time in my life I heard him curse. He was so upset at that deal. He literally said, and I quote, I'll leave out part of the quote, do they have any idea how hard it is to find athletes like Kenny Lofton? But yes, left-handed hitting catchers are, you know, there's an added value there that is tremendous.
Ty Kennedy, Oklahoma State commit. Perhaps down the road will play for Josh Holliday, the head coach. Touched on the Holliday family. Kennedy shares, what part of your game has grown the most since January of 2023? Overall game has grown. Increased speed and power, and that's certainly going to come at this age.
It's just a matter of getting stronger, Ty.
His father, Jerry, pardon me, has been one of his coaches as he's come up and come through. Has got Jackson Holliday, Dylan Cruz, and Brendan Rodgers during his baseball time as he continues to grow as a player. That's pretty good. I would call it a Rolodex, but you've got Dylan Cruz, Jackson Holliday, and Brendan Rodgers on your phone, and you can text with those guys. You've got some guys you're chatting with, and some guys with some great experience already. Steven Shucka up next from Orlando, Florida, the Masters Academy, where he plays for Todd Bellhorn.
Former big league infielder.
Mike Matheny, before he got back into big league baseball, was coaching travel ball teams. I don't know if he was coaching at the high school level, but he was coaching travel ball and wrote a book that I read a few years ago. I believe it was the Matheny Manifesto. Expectations for parents, expectations for players in his program, and sort of has resonated with me. And I try to read one baseball book, one nonfiction book every month, and that's one I've got to go back to. But mentioned Todd Bellhorn, Matheny. More and more you see, okay, guys, might want to manage at the big league level, might want to go to front offices, but I love when you see names of guys that are at this level, beyond little league programs, whether it's travel ball or coaching high school. Some of the top programs that we've talked about throughout the last 2+ days.
Well, you need to make your first trip to Jupiter for the WWBA World Championships then, because you really, really see it then. The number of ex-big leaguers there.
Has that number grown for you over the years, or is that?
I think it has.
Sort of. Yeah. Okay.
I think it unquestionably has, and ironically, there are even active players, especially when Jupiter was in late October. There are active big leaguers who come to Jupiter and come and coach for their ex-travel teams. Mookie Betts has done it. Brendan Rodgers, who you just mentioned, has done it. And seeing current big leaguers coaching third base for their old travel teams is a kick. There's a connection that for so many of these they were dads of players. Matheny's kids have played in PG events. There's that connection to the youth baseball at this level that everybody who's been in baseball, whether you're Mookie Betts or Mike Matheny, they all played as teenagers. So there's that draw of the game, the innocence at that level that we, sometimes think has gone away, but it's still here, trust me.
Rene Ramirez stands in from Doral Academy Charter High School, Miami, Florida. Mookie Betts projected the way his career path is going. He's going to be in consideration as a Hall of Famer down the road. I think he's
I don't think there's no
going
doubt.
in that direction, right?
There's no doubt.
So
about that.
After his playing days are over, I pose this question every once in a while, and Betts to me is we touched on him yesterday. Mookie Betts, 5-10 years, you want him to stay in the game on some level. Where? I'll give you, just where would you think he's best served in terms of serving the game of baseball after his playing days are over? Where's he have the most influence? Might be a way
I think
that.
Mookie Betts has the most influence at the youth level. I think his name, and not just his name, he has such a comfort, common man sort of thing that he's so easy to relate to. Maybe because of his size, maybe because of his humility. Maybe just because, let's go play shortstop for the first time in 8 years. Sure, I'll go do that. And I had a chance to talk to Mookie, and he would never remember it, years ago when he was coming to Jupiter. And that's the impression that's the person he is off the field, too. He's a very humble guy, and just to see him stay involved with he played for Doolin's Dodgers, have him coach with Doolin Dodgers and Tim Doolin, do things to give back to the game, and he seems like the type who'd be very anxious to do it. And of course, another option to him is to work with the inner city programs through Major League Baseball. So many ex-African American big leaguers are involved in that, trying to grow the African American slice of the game back to where it was in the glory days, so to speak. That would be a natural place for a player like Mookie Betts as well.
Years ago, and we're going to see Wilmer Martinez bat from the left side, now bat from the right side. I had the opportunity to visit with Curtis Granderson when he was still playing with the Detroit Tigers organization at the big league level, and he was very much, even as a player, like you alluded to with Mookie Betts, guys like that, there's not enough hours in the day to get in everything that they do. Somehow, some way they manage to do it, but at that time, Curtis Granderson was very much involved in the RBI program.
Yeah, and Granderson's a great example because I also knew him a bit back in the day, talked to his parents as well when he was a young player, and just an extremely, extremely intelligent, somebody who is going to be a success no matter what he does in life.
Get your thoughts on the switch hitter right there, wrapping up.
To be quite honest, Steve, I was busy talking to you, so I didn't really focus in on that. We've got three very capable scouts doing their evaluations now. I am going to pay attention to Jackson Roper. The 115th ranked player through 97 from the outfield, was very athletic in the infield. That's a nice short, direct, under control swing. Gets his lower half into it well.
Roper, Florida commit from Orange, Florida.
The problem with watching batting practice in this context here, it's great to see the side view and such. You really, with these cameras, though, you can't see how far the ball goes, even really what field he's hitting it to, which of course are, integral parts of an overall evaluation. But that looked like a really, really strong round to me. I'll look in the notes. I'll talk to the scouts about who they thought were the best rounds, tonight, tomorrow morning, before we see these teams play.
Cody Bennett up next.
And of course, in addition to the batting practice, the live batting practice, all these players are now, after they hit or before they hit, some teams are in there right now, the White and the Vegas Gold teams, will go into the PG Tech cage, where they are measured from any number of ways that I will admit I don't even understand all of them. And all sorts of number measurements, all sorts of sequential parts of their swing measurements that all are part of their player profile. And that's also an integral and increasingly important part of the whole package that athletes get when they come to a Perfect Game Showcase.
Are there particular numbers for you with 20 plus years of experience as a scout that, the analytics of, that you've warmed to, that you now look at and say, okay, that sort of, I guess, almost takes into consideration what you're seeing with your eyes. It sort of backs up what your data is when you see it visually.
Well, you hit the nail on the head there. A lot of the things, and that when you have the kind of experience, especially with batting practice that I have, a lot of things are just quantifying what you see with your eyes. One of the features I like looking at occasionally with the tech cage stuff is they do a very active, the sequencing of the swing. What fires first, what fires second, what fires third between, the lower body, the hips, the shoulders, the hands. And the sequencing is such an important part of the swing. You watch carefully, you know what to watch for, you can see it, especially with the hips and the really unique hitters that have great hip whip to their swing. But to quantify that, to look at it, it just backs up what you see with your eyes. And of course you get things like exit velocities and maximum bat speeds and things like that also, back up what you see with your eyes and sometimes even see with your ears. Or hear with your ears. Jimmy.
John Austin, J.A. Wood, TCU commit, standing in for his round of batting practice for Team Red. Shares on his perfect game profile. His self-confidence is something that is grown since the beginning of the calendar year. Young man who says he's always tried to put team first, has grown more confident in the ways that he can help his team both defensively and at the plate. Primary position behind the plate as a catcher. PG National Invitation as a sophomore and going into his junior year. USA Baseball 15U Trials finalist.
A lot of kids would probably would probably be surprised, if I told them a lot of them, as we see Nico Soul from Marvin Ridge, North Carolina, step in, left-handed hitter. A lot of kids would probably be very surprised that before they even swing the bat, it's often easy to tell whether they're going to be very good or not. Because there's so many different ways you can set up the swing, and a lot of them really make it harder to hit a baseball hard and consistently. And when you get up to this level, you don't see it as much anymore. But at the regional showcase level, the younger kids, you see it a lot.
Nico Soul also competes in track and field. Marvin Ridge High School in Marvin, North Carolina. Riker Benz now up. Young man from St. Louis in Missouri. St. John Vianney High School. That's one of the high schools in that area that is very well highly thought of. Plays for David Stewart, and the U.S. National Scout Team is his travel team right now for Todd Whaley. Oklahoma commit. I think Benz is one of those guys, Dave, you go back a year ago and he's a little broader across the shoulders, a little thicker in the chest. Remember watching him last year.
And everybody who's listening here who is a parent, has been a parent, knows the physical difference, the change that happens in young men, young women as well, between, let's say, the age of 14 or 15 and the ages of 18 to 20. The change just naturally physically is so profound, and we sometimes tend to discount that, you know, when we're watching these highly talented national level baseball players. I'm always right when I get a chance at the All-American Classic every year to literally spend 3-4 days down on the field, in the dugouts, you know, in the rooms and at lunch with these athletes, and see how strong the top players in the country are. Watch them take batting practice in big league ballparks, you know. And I think back, hey, wait a minute, when you were a 14U Festival player, you know, you weighed 150 pounds, and now you're 196, 195, and look like a man. And those are a lot of it. You know, you have to work hard. You know, working out and all. You know, you can tell Lamar Edwards with those shoulders is not a stranger to the weight room, I don't think. But even at his size and his strength, he's going to just naturally keep getting bigger. You know, as the physical maturation process takes place.
Lamar Edwards listed at 6'2", 190, due commit. Hits from the left side, throws from the left side.
And there probably should be a box on a scouting report form saying, does he shave yet? You know, you get some of these kids who are obviously, you know, haven't started, or baby face, they haven't started shaving yet. They're 16, 17 years old. That's part of the evaluation.
Brandon Ryder, listed as Melbourne, Florida. He lists New Jersey as his home state. Mount Vernon Academy in Florida. Plays for Victor Valencia.
Now this is the kind of swing that every primary pitcher should have. He's out there trying to hit the ball hard. Big swing, aggressive, drive the ball. You're a primary pitcher. Go up there and have some fun and try to hit the ball hard.
Ryder, 4.42 GPA on a 4.0 unweighted scale. All A's every year. For 2 years of high school. Young man loves watching Bryce Harper play. Bryce Harper, Mike Trout, they're still getting votes for most popular player for high school players. Touched on it yesterday. Ronald Acuna Jr. is starting to inch into the conversation more and more. Michael Sine from Orlando, Florida. You've got Miami, you've got Tampa, you've got Orlando. Take your pick in terms of how you want to rank those three areas in the state of Florida.
I would not want to try that, especially with people from Florida listening. I'll rank the states gladly, but I'm not going to rank those three cities.
Am I missing anyone in Florida? Am I missing a particular region, or is it?
I mean,
three?
the Naples. I mean, it depends on how big you make Miami, but I would say that the Naples, Fort Myers, Cape Coral area would be a nice solid 4. You know, maybe in contention with Jacksonville, but I would think I'd go with the Naples, Fort Myers area for 4. But ranking those 3, oh boy, don't start. Don't start.
It's good conversation.
Oh, it'd be great conversation.
And I'll tell you what, if you're from one of those areas, it's almost a badge of honor of where you're from in the state. Gavin Stedman stands in. Group 1. Team Red, Team Royal. Vegas Gold and White to follow.
That's interesting. You
mentioned Billy. Go ahead.
You mentioned Mookie Betts as, building a potential Hall of Fame career, which I think he's, barring injury, is almost a given at this point. And of course, you mentioned two other players who, Mike Trout, he could quit tomorrow and he's in the Hall of Fame. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But, Bryce Harper has quite a Hall of Fame career going with 2 MVPs and still relatively young and has lots of chance to add some counting numbers, get a World Series ring or 2 in there.
That's just the career that he's had with all the expectations that he had as a teenager. And someone who basically, instead of participating in his high school senior year, went the JUCO route?
Yeah, he played as a high school junior in a Woodbat Junior College League.
As a junior?
As a junior in high school, and hit over 500 with 30-plus home runs with a wood bat as a 17-year-old. And there's very little context for what Bryce Harper was at that age, because he was simply a unicorn. And I'm looking it up here. Remember, Bryce Harper is only 30 years old. It seems like he's been around forever, but he was on
it's been talked about since he was 12, 13 years old, right? Yeah. Even younger than that.
Yeah, he was on the cover of Sports Illustrated almost 15 years ago.
I saw a recent video of him where he was. They had it of what he was doing on the pitcher's mound. He might have been 10, 11 years old. And it had his favorite team, grew up in Nevada, had his favorite team as the Oakland A's at that time as a youngster. And it got me to thinking, if the A's do eventually make that move, is Bryce Harper playing in his home state at the end of his career?
That's an interesting. You have to. He signed through 2031, so that would have to be way back in his career.
Maybe one final go around. Corbin Martin stands in for Team Red. Good for you having that 2031 right off the top of your head.
I've got the Bryce Harper page on Baseball Reference open in front of me.
There you go. Who's impressed you so far here for Team Red, Dave? And I know I've had you in conversation.
Yeah, and you have. Jackson Roper took a nice BP. I like Nico Sol's athleticism. You can tell he's a plus athlete, especially by the extension he gets in his swing. I will say the last three or four of the hitters here have been primary pitchers, so they really don't count. Riker Benz obviously has good strength. We talked about him as hitters growing. There's some strength in that swing. He's the type that I was thinking, okay, he's going to go to Oklahoma. Oklahoma's a good place for hitters to go. He's going to weigh 205 when he's a sophomore, junior at Oklahoma, and he's going to be mashing. So I've had some of those thoughts as we've gone along here. Just first thing I'm thinking about Wesley Bass is this is a 6'3", 185-pound kid. He might be hitting a little tall. I mean, he's tall to begin with at 6'3", and with that narrow stance and a very tall approach, the high hands. There's a lot of verticality in that swing and not much horizontal action.
So summarize verticality, horizontal.
Well, you have to get into your hips. Hitting tall is in and of itself not bad, but you have to have some function to prioritize getting into your lower half, being in an athletic position, getting especially into your hips, creating hip turn and hip whip. And sometimes
has
if you're
he
tall
gotten
and
more
you're,
into that here? Has he got, as his round had progressed?
I
did he
think
get a little bit more
he
into
did.
that?
Yeah, I think he did. I think he did start sinking into those hips a little better. We didn't see what the results were, but it's certainly very common for hitters to improve throughout a 10-swing round, and part of that is psychological. You know, just coming up, and they're nervous. A lot of these kids are nervous. Make no mistake about it. They're getting used to the timing. Although with pitchers like Rico Billups on the mound, it's going to be in the same place, the same speed every single time. But they want a few pitches to get their timing. No, is that realistic for a game? Probably not, but we all know in games if you later in counts you've had a chance, or a second or third at bat, you've had a chance to time the pitcher. So their later swings are generally going to be better in all ways than their early swings.
Maximilian Max Murray, Winter Springs, Florida, UCF commit. Learned earlier today, just one of those useless pieces of information I pick up. UCF, their enrollment is the second most of any college or university in the United States. Texas A&M was number 1 on the list. UCF was right there behind them. I did not know that.
I had a long talk with Craig Cozart, who's on our staff and is a dear friend of mine and one of the best baseball minds I've ever talked to. He was a longtime pitching coach at UCF, also the head coach at High Point for many years before he joined Perfect Game. But he explained to me just a few weeks ago at an event as we're sitting scouting, the whole key to UCF's success or potential success is controlling that I-4 corridor that runs between Daytona and Tampa. And it's something they haven't been able to do. You know, the other big schools in Florida come in and in the SEC come in and get those I-4 corridor players that should be going to UCF but haven't really in the last 10, 15 years very, very consistently.
Colton Sims with his round of batting practice from Leawood, Kansas.
See, Sims starts his swing with that big shoulder turn to start his swing. All that does is create length, because until you really can produce bat speed, you've got to get that shoulder directional towards the pitcher. Until then, you're just creating extra length in your swing. Sorry to go scouty on you there. Please continue your comments. Interrupted you there.
Well, we have Julian Braga. He'll be the final hitter for Team Red. Then we'll get into Team Royal. Braga from Port Orange, Florida. PG high follow classification right now. Primary position behind the plate as a catcher. Watching Braga here, open stance. He strides out a little bit. What do you make of, how much do you put into where the landing spot is on a stance like this?
It's important that you close. He's closing very directional. That's a positive. I was observing with Nico Sol earlier in this round, for instance. He started open, but ended up closed. Now that's kind of a negative. You can get to hitting around your body, but when you get back on direction, that's kind of the goal there.
Kaysen Cunningham, first hitter for Team Royal. Texas Tech commit, number 7 national ranking. Mentioned earlier, I saw his dad Marco in the minor league system for the Kansas City Royals in the early 2000s. So Dave, when I've watched video of Kaysen Cunningham, he's usually hitting line drives, and most of the times it's for extra base hits on his social media.
You
his
won't
dad
see much
Marco,
other. Go on.
His dad Marco also played at Texas Tech, so he may be following his dad's footsteps in Lubbock. But Marco was an on-base guy before on-base percentage became part of our vocabulary. And Marco, when he would draw a walk, would drop the bat at home plate and sprint down, Pete Rose style, down to first base. And I've always watched Kaysen's at-bats. I've never seen him draw a walk. But that's okay.
I'm looking at his numbers here. In perfect game play in the last 2 years, in 114 games, Kaysen has drawn 74 walks and struck out 27 times. And in those 2 years has an on-base percentage of .570.
570.
Yes. Kaysen Cunningham is simply might be the best hitter, pure hitter for the hit tool in the 2025 class.
And we saw a player over the weekend, Joey Arachi out of New Jersey, and mentioned it on the cover of Time magazine back in 2017. Kaysen Cunningham, like Joey Arachi, and I'm sure other players as well here performing in Marietta on social media with their at-bats and different things. And Kaysen over the years, his time in the cage of what he's done, his approach and how he's gone about taking his swings. J.D. Stein wrapping up right there for Team Royal. Vinny DiCarlo stands in. And we don't see many off the bat right there, but notice that one into right center field on a line from Vinny DiCarlo.
With a number of hitters, especially the hitters who really hit a lot, you'll see them open their rounds working right center field, work inside the ball, and then as the round progresses, start shifting to the left center field gap and end up, the last 2 or 3 swings really trying to open up, turn their hips, and lift. And that's the sign of somebody who takes a lot of batting practice. When we watched Ethan Holiday yesterday, that was exactly his round. He started off left center field, worked the middle, opened up his last 3 swings. Pro batting practice right there.
DiCarlo wrapping up. NC State commit. I was impressed with that round.
Come on.
Jack Ruckert, LSU commit.
Get your back foot in the batter's box, son. Sorry.
You think he knows where he's at?
He probably is completely unaware, but
young man from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, LSU commit. Number 1 overall ranking in the state of Louisiana, and that's certainly a state you can talk about in terms of baseball hotbeds. Number 1 shortstop, number 1 overall with the ranking by perfect game.
yeah, Ruckert's swing is going to keep improving as he gets stronger. I don't think he has the strength right now for that kind of uphill lifting extended swing. 6'1", 175 pounds, and 16 years old, but that's a swing that is, when he has some man strength, is going to play a lot differently than it does right now.
We take a look at Elijah Buffalo. You were just touching on a short time ago, UCF commit.
Elijah Buffalo, a switch hitter. I know that because he brought 2 bats up to the plate.
You just made me think of something when we. Well, there was one time in my days in the minors, we sent the bat boy over, along the lines to go look for the keys to the left side of the batter's box. It took him all day. He did bring 2 bats to the plate.
That's actually far, far more rare than you would think. In fact, I might go all year and only see that happen 3 or 4 times.
You think he's a little lighter with the ounces on from one side to the other?
I would expect it something like that, whether it's a lighter bat or just maybe a little thicker handle, maybe an inch. Some little variation that's enough that shows me that he hits enough that he's aware of the difference and has thought it through, been coached through it to maximize what he does from both sides. And Elijah looks like a pretty legitimate switch hitter with real bat speed from both sides of the plate, and he barreled up just about everything. But it shows an awareness and a knowledge that he has really, really worked at this part of his game.
Taylor Belza from the state of Ohio, ranked as the #1 catcher in the state of Ohio by Perfect Game, and number 4 overall, pardon me. And here we go with a primary catcher and a left-handed hitter. Young man will turn 17 early fall. 6'1", 208. Belza, his college interests right now include Auburn, Mississippi, Oklahoma State, Florida State, Alabama, Vandy, and Wake.
Do you know who had the same profile at the same age? Ohio primary catcher, left-handed, 6'1", 210. Kyle Schwarber.
Okay.
And looking at the way they're moving around in right field, Taylor Belza hitting a lot of hard pull balls in the air.
Sometimes I look, and you said it, the baseball reference page, or I like to say sometimes the back of the baseball card. It surprises me sometimes that Schwarber has played for as many big league teams as he has, but he's finally found a home, it seems, in Philadelphia.
Well, it's such a narrow skill set that there has to be a team that knows that they can use it in the way it's realistically going to be. It's not going to be a defensive plus. It's going to get on base. It's going to hit home runs. It's not going to hit for any batting average. A lot of confidence
and here's Sean Gamble.
On our scouting staff there, right down behind Sean Gamble.
That is a first.
Those balls are exploding off that barrel. I can hear it through the audio.
Des Moines, Iowa. From Iowa, plays at IMG Academy for Dave Turgeon. Now, I mentioned earlier his college interests. We don't have the listing of the schools. So, college of commitment on his PG profile, not yet. And then please describe your recruiting experience and the reason for choosing your school. I'm still in the process. It's almost as if he's teasing us. Cannon Golden from Buford, Georgia.
I'm looking forward to the numbers and the description of that BP round from our guys down on the field. Should be fun.
When was the first time you saw Sean Gamble?
I believe it was at the 14U Festival.
Okay.
Which would be 2 years ago. And he just struck me at 14 as being different athletically. Didn't hurt that during one of the workouts on a pro-sized field, he had a ball off the center field fence.
That resonated.
Yeah, I recall it, the moment it happened.
Connor Golden wrapping up his round. We're in Group 2 of 4. Vegas Gold and Team White to follow. We're about midway through Team Royal. We've seen Team Red already go through rounds of BP. Mason Greenhouse, 99 earlier from the outfield, correct?
Yes, 99
right?
resonates. Yes, 99 resonates. I believe the PG record for outfield throwing velocity is 101. 102? Yeah, maybe it's 102. Which sounds kind of absurd, actually, but it is what it is. But then 90-90 from a 16-year-old is pretty darn good,
Greenhouse
too.
shares. He shares Dave on his player profile. Player that he admires and likes, someone that we could certainly agree with, and just reach a career milestone the other night. Andrew McCutchen reaching 2,000 career hits at the big league level. And Mason has been following Andrew McCutchen since he was 6 years old. Center fielder with power in his bat. Mason does a nice job giving the accolades of Andrew McCutchen, so he watches the game. I will note that he also likes Ronald Acuna Jr., so we'll put that name down on the list for Mason Greenhouse. Ronald Acuna Jr. is right there for just about everybody. I've seen a couple of Christian Yelich's today and over the last couple of days, but Acuna is right up there with the Harpers and the Trouts. Kelvin Paulino Jr., Miami commit. Kelvin shares that his parents are the ones who inspire him the most. Parents are two people that he shares don't take shortcuts. Always have the right intentions. His mother, Elizabeth Bourmon, his father, Kelvin Sr. We shared yesterday, where are you 10 years down the road? Kelvin shares, same person in terms of love and passion for the game, and still working with focus every single day. It's well thought out.
That's very well thought out. Very well thought out.
Nash Piers from Pace, Florida, Alabama commit.
There's some strength there. Listed 6'3", 185, but just watching him swing the bat and look at that upper body. There's some real strength in that swing.
Shortstop has also improved on the mound. Shares that he had a ERA of 0.68, best in his area. Nash Piers wrapping up his round. Dominic Stevenson now stands in. Young man from Wright and Marietta, Georgia. Georgia Tech commit. Gets his hands through the zone in quick fashion, Dave.
Yes, those are quick hands. There's no doubt about it.
Dominic Stevenson, again, Georgia Tech commit, local from Marietta.
A career .399 hitter in 82 PG tournament games. So the bat has played thus far in his career.
And here is Angel Pajardo, Mr. Worldwide. That's his nickname for Angel Pajardo. Mr. Worldwide.
That doesn't quite roll off the lips in a nickname sort of way, but it sort of intrigues you on going into his background or something and seeing where that may come from.
3.6 GPA in the classroom. Self-scouting report, tons of physicality, strong arm, tons of bat speed and pop, quick to the ball in the outfield. As we've touched on, a lot of these players will conclude and be here in Marietta through Wednesday morning when they'll play their second round of games and then off to play with their travel ball teams. Summer in many ways just getting underway.
It's a classic lift and pull approach from Mr. Worldwide. He's looking to pull the ball and get the ball in the air and hit it as far as he can. Interesting to see whether he has the same approach in games as he did in batting practice.
Zach Strickland from Arcadia, California. UCLA commit. Said he wanted to stay close to home when he considered his college choices. Went to the UCLA campus in 5th grade, thinking as a 5th grader, this is where I see myself down the road.
Those of you who know how to navigate the Perfect Game website, you can go to the workout results page. All the 10 and 60 numbers from this group are now posted. Throw times from the outfield and infield and first base are posted. Still haven't got the catcher pop times up yet, but virtually everything from the running and throwing part of this workout has already been posted on the PG webpage, and we might mention a few of those as we continue on with batting practice as they come up.
Zach Strickland wrapping up from the left side and the right side, the switch hitter.
And of course, one of the reasons I sort of brought that up is looking at Micah Matthews, ranked number 34 in the class, a 14U Festival player with a South Carolina commit. And pointing out first, 6'3", 200 pounds, you can see right there, that's a strong young man. He ran a 6'4", 260 with a 1.5, 210.
Bats from the right side, throws from the right side.
And athletically, I'm curious whether he plays football. Because if that isn't a top of the scale wide receiver profile with that size and that speed.
Well, Dave, you are right. Not going to say you guessed right. You were just simply right. Just did a quick Google search, 24/7 Sports, and it talks about how football is now part of the equation for Micah Matthews.
And how can it be? If you're the football coach and you've got that on campus.
Article says Clemson, Virginia, North Carolina State, Liberty, and BYU have all been in contact, and they've had conversation about him playing both sports in college.
And Clemson has a history of that. They've allowed a number of athletes over the last, over Coach Sweeney's career there to do both. Interesting. But he is right now a South Carolina commit for baseball.
You brought it up, and with Clemson.
Good research.
Jeff Francoeur, I believe, was a commit as a defensive back, a corner at Clemson.
Just watching Austin
Instead went the baseball way.
Yeah. Austin not nearly as left-handed as his dad is in the batter's box, but a good round nonetheless.
Our first look at Hudson McNew, 6'4", 235, from Bourne, Texas. More upper body with the swing right now.
There's that big lower half shift. We'd call that a drift into contact. So he's definitely getting that big body into the swing. Not sure how much hip action he's getting into it. Yeah, there's some hip action there. It's a long swing with that big shift and the big shoulder turn. The shoulder turn is what I'm looking for as part of the length factor on a swing. But yeah, he gets that whole big body into it pretty well.
Final hitters for Team Blue in group number 2. Charlie Wilcox from Santa Rosa Beach in Florida. Perfect game, top 1,000 ranking. Again, these 4 teams that we see work out for their day 1 of 3 here in Marietta, Georgia. They'll have games tomorrow afternoon, then wrap up with games on Wednesday morning. And then the sophomore national showcase will get underway with workouts on Wednesday. Games for those 6 teams in groups on Thursday and Friday. All the action right here on perfectgame.tv. Go back, and Dave, I know you can always go right there with me, and you always allow me to go in different directions with conversation. Remember the Charlie Lau way of hitting, Walt Riniak. What are names now that are sort of attributed to, baseball swings. You don't see Charlie Lau approach it anymore. And I did think of that right there with Wilcox as he took that top hand off the bat.
Well, yeah, I actually mentioned Charlie Lau to not a rookie scout the other day, and they looked at me like I was talking about an old astronaut or something. They were like, who are you talking about? But I would say the guy in hitting right now amongst the younger generation of hitting coaches is Robert Van Scoy with the Dodgers, who made his calling as an independent scout. The Dodgers, being an extremely progressive developmental organization, picked up on this, and he's now the Dodgers hitting coach, only 36 years old. But I would say Robert Van Scoy is the name now that would be the equivalent of a Walt Hiriniak or Charlie Lau.
Okay. Cooper Moss from Panama City Beach, Florida. Was at Arnold High School for Chris Jones. Aces National 16U team, Florida commit. And our final hitter, Max Luzaraga at the plate.
This would not be Max Luzaraga. This would be R.J. Groomster, number 2 on the Royal.
Oh, okay. Sorry that.
Groomster,
going back full circle.
Outfielder from Simpsonville, South Carolina. I'm sure it's not Luzaraga.
American. You meant.
Yeah, Luzaraga. I saw him about
program earlier.
Yeah, I saw Luzaraga about 10 days ago, and he threw so well. That's where he got his invite to this showcase, is after we saw him pitch in Gastonia, North Carolina.
R.J. Groomster wrapping up his round. Vegas Gold will be our next group, the third of 4. And that is the round for R.J. Groomster, Team Vegas Gold, when we continue on PerfectGame.tv. We are through 2 groups and 2 more groups to go here with a round of batting practice for Red, Royal, Vegas Gold, and Team White at the 2023 Junior National Showcase in Marietta, Georgia. And we'll see how many hitters we have for Vegas Gold. As you see them in the background, I think they're more represented now than they were earlier in the 60 and the outfield throws. Presley Corville will get things going. Texas A&M commit.
Your observations, Steve, are right on point, because I just asked our scouts there behind home plate, when is the rest of the Vegas Gold team, the Canes players, going to work out? And I was just told they are going to do their whole workout after the full BP session is done. So after White hits, they're going to reset up the field and go through another workout with the Vegas players who were not here to do the workout earlier.
Corville plays at Barbe High School in Lake Charles, Louisiana, for a name that I'm familiar with from USA Baseball, Glenn Cicchini. And Glenn had two sons who were drafted by the Mets and Red Sox organizations respectively, and I believe both made it to the big leagues.
Yeah, they both did, and Glenn Cicchini, an absolute legend in the high school coaching community. Beyond legend,
I wonder if Presley's ever taken batting practice from Glenn's wife. Have you ever heard that story?
Oh, I've watched her throw. Trust me, I've been at Barbe High School and watched her throw batting practice. So, yeah, that's another legend in the game. You have the head coach, but the primary batting practice pitcher for Barbe High School for years, I don't know how long, was Glenn Cicchini's wife.
Miles May stands in from the left side, Oklahoma commit. From Midlothian, Texas, Midlothian High School, where he plays for Justin Blackwell. Has participated in the USA Baseball National Team Development Program. Major League Baseball Hank Aaron Invitational alum. MLB Dream Series. Miles May sharing greatest challenge for him to overcome, and this one hits the heart. Transitioning high schools in the middle of the season as his mom was diagnosed with breast cancer in February of this year. Was in a private school which was 35 miles away from his home. Middle of the season he changed schools because of the distance and her chemo treatments. Went through the baseball season and supporting his mom. His mom, Dewana. Here's Everett Johnson. NC State commit from North Carolina.
Everett is your classic leadoff center field, high performance type of player. Looks like he might have cut his hair since his 14U days. He used to lead the class in hair length.
Going with a different look. Johnson wrapping up his round. Jordan Marlowe will stand in from Cross City, Florida. PG ranking in the top 500 for the class of 2025. He's a third baseman. Talk about Noah Franco earlier and the guys reclassifying. How about Mr. Caminiti going from the class of 2025 to 2024?
Not entirely a surprise, and as I mentioned earlier, he's the third one in the class to do it. But all of them have the talent. I think all of them have the physical maturity. I think in all cases, having got to know all three individuals a bit, they have the emotional maturity to do that. And I really think it's going to work out well for all three of them, along with Connor Griffin and Noah Franco.
What'd you think of the approach there from Marlowe?
To be honest, I was attending to other business, trying to figure out what to do with all these Vegas Gold players and the information that they are going to be doing their 60 and workouts following the conclusion of BP. Just seeing whether we're going to cover that at Perfect Game TV or not.
Masa Chilcutt, someone that you've taken notice of and you have a pretty good history with as well.
Yes, and very athletic catcher. Ran a 6.65 in the 60. Now, are there many 5'8", 5'9" catchers in the big leagues? Not too many, but they're gonna if you do find them, they're gonna have an athletic profile that's probably similar to this.
Could he move from out behind the plate? And what would the next position be for him?
Oh, I think he took infield in this. I think unquestionably,
right.
He'd be a solid D1 player at least as a second baseman. That's his secondary position, and with his athleticism and just his flat ability to play baseball, he's a very advanced baseball player. I think second base would be a fine secondary position for him.
Chilcutt wrapping up his round of batting practice as we continue with Team Vegas Gold. And Weston Boyle from Overland Park, Kansas, shortstop, perfect game ranking in the top 1,000. St. Thomas Aquinas High School. Starting shortstop at St. Thomas Aquinas High School as a freshman and again as a sophomore. Shares at his school, St. Thomas Aquinas, they require each year for their students to total the minimum of 30 service hours. 30 hours of volunteering. So you take that with a course load, sports, other activities, and also putting time in the community as well. Weston Boyle wrapping up at the plate. Matthew Delaney stands in from Albuquerque Academy in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Delaney goes 6'1", 180. College interest right now for Delaney, the #1 right-handed pitcher and #7 overall in New Mexico. And the college interests include Baylor, Davidson, Harvard, Texas Tech, Wake, UCLA, Princeton.
And of course, when your college interests include Harvard and Princeton, that tells you some things right there.
And he's got UConn on his list too, so he's willing to travel across the country and be in the Northeast. Similar sentiment when we see Stanford and Vanderbilt. Possibly looking at the Ivies.
Yeah, we're going to go through a stretch here of about 15 or so players that will all be new names for these workouts. These are the players that were competing in a championship game in the Atlanta area earlier today. They play for Canes baseball, one of the travel teams, elite travel teams in the country. And they will be doing their 60s and their throw times after the batting practice is completed.
Brandon Logan for Team Vegas Gold from Fort Wayne, Indiana. He is a Vanderbilt commit. That Vegas Gold, not quite the color of Vandy, but very close. So a program like Canes baseball, and certainly known, as you mentioned, Dave, throughout the nation, as Logan wraps up his round here, they're not just in one part of the country. They've got players from all over as well. Again, these players have a certainly the high-end ones, and these guys traveling around to showcases and travel teams. They've got resumes on each other. They're familiar with each other. But how does a program like Canes go about putting rosters together year to year?
Well, they're based out of Virginia, the main Canes organization, and that's where they grew from. And they're still going to have a preponderance of players from that the Middle Atlantic region of the country, especially on their secondary teams, but on their their highest level teams, the main Canes teams, the one that's won the Jupiter Championship, I believe, 3 years in the past 6. They are going to be, a national team. You're going to see a player from Indiana like Brandon Logan. You're going to see a shortstop from Bradenton, Florida, like Eddie Zahn, and down on the list. It's going to be a national roster. They are certainly not the only travel team in the country that is done like that. They've just, basically done it the best, really, over the last decade.
What makes a successful travel ball program?
Continuity, the leadership. You look at the best travel teams in the business, the same people have been leading it. In the Canes case with Jeff Petty, especially, who founded the program. And once you establish that reputation, you establish the funding continuity, the reputation of the program, the program almost recruits itself at that point. Because players know if they play for the Canes, they play for the Dirtbags, they play for any number of organizations, they're going to have first-class teammates, they're going to be successful, they're going to be scouted heavily, and it just goes, one leads into another.
Kai Nee from Westport, Connecticut, Duke commit, #1 left-handed pitcher in the state of Connecticut, and his ranking from Perfect Game, and #3 overall in the Nutmeg State. Attends Staples High School down in Fairfield County in Connecticut. Talked with coaches about Kai Nee over the last couple of years. Very grounded young man. Kai Nee wrapping up his round. Evan Farrow, I believe, to follow. Nope, we're going to go past Farrow and to Dallas Brooks from John Carroll High School in the state of Maryland. A Maryland commit, primary position behind the plate as a catcher. Brooks twice has participated in the Junior Futures Games. The youngest of four for Corey and Tanya Brooks. Young man from Maryland, Orioles fan, used to enjoy watching Adam Jones, now enjoys watching Adley Rushman and Cedric Mullins. One of the best big league ballparks of the 30, Camden Yards in Baltimore. Boston Kellner from Colorado Springs, Colorado, Pine Creek High School, Louisville commit, number 42 in the nation with his PG ranking.
Another 14U Festival player. He's getting some balls up there on the left field fence, maybe over.
Kellner gives a little smile there. Boston Kellner completes his round. And Jackson Miller from Palm Beach, Florida, Mississippi commit. Ranked nationally 117th by Perfect Game. Six foot 180. Again, Ole Miss. Miller at the plate, also identifies well on the pitcher's mound. He's an outfielder, primary position.
A career 410 hitter in PG events, and that encompasses 272 games already. Hit 402 last year. 17 walks, 5 strikeouts, and 125 plate appearances. Certainly has plenty of present bat speed. I wonder how that fast, quick lift and replace trigger is going to work with premium high-level pitching, but it has certainly worked so far.
You see a relatively high strikeout number for a hitter at the high school level. What's it telling you? And I'm sure they're probably few and far between.
Yeah, it's definitely a concern, especially if you have a very toolsy kid who is ranked highly, obviously has the athleticism to be a high-level player, and you see the swing and miss. It's not really any different when you're looking at a big-time prospect in Ellie Dela Cruz, who's strikes out over 35% of the time. It's always a concern because the pitching is always going to get better, and if you have a high strikeout percentage at this age facing this level of pitching, as the pitching gets better, what adjustment are you going to make so that doesn't get out of control and pretty much enable you not to be a successful hitter.
And Urban, one of the players with the Canes national program, shares on his PG player profile, he's a USC commit. And reading almost word for word, as much as I always was a fan of USC, I did not consider USC in my recruiting process until Coach Andy Stankiewicz and Coach Jewett took over the program. And Andy Stankiewicz, someone that was involved for many years with USA Baseball, former big league infielder. And that's saying a lot. Andy Stankiewicz going from Grand Canyon, where he helped build the program almost from the start, to USC. Aiden West from Ellicott City, Maryland, NC State commit. Also part of the Canes national program, and Dave mentioned in that Mid-Atlantic region. Brian Hucks, the coach of the Canes national program, for Aiden West. Aiden, NC State commit. His late grandfather, Eddie, also played his college baseball at North Carolina State and was someone that inspired him. His grandfather, Eddie West, was the starting catcher and quarterback in the 1950s. Nice share there by Aiden West on his perfect game profile. Aiden West completes his round of batting practice. Final hitters for Team Vegas Gold, and Vegas White will follow as we'll wrap up our 4 groups of batting practice and wrap up day number 3 of the Junior National Showcase in Marietta, Georgia. Hagen Wright, Arizona commit, bats from the right side. We've touched on Florida. We hit on Georgia. We had a player for Glenn Cicchini at Barb High School in Louisiana. We've touched on California. How about players from Arizona that you've scouted over the years, Dave?
Oh, geez, I'd have to look. I'd have to look at a list for that. One of the fun parts, of course, of players from Arizona is you see a lot of sons of big leaguers, because so many big leaguers after they retire choose to live in Arizona. They've been exposed to the state through, spring training there and such, and it's, especially the Scottsdale area is just a magnet for ex-big leaguers. But I'd have to pull out a list for that. Let me work on that one, Steve.
Hagen Wright, ranked number 45 nationally for the class of 2025 by Perfect Game. And again, these rankings will be updated in the coming days and weeks after the Junior National Showcase. Bryden Bull from Las Vegas, Long Beach State, ranked number 127 in the country by Perfect Game. Long Beach State head coach Eric Valenzuela. Bull, his travel program, CBA National, under Brian Huck. And mentioned Long Beach State. He shares on his PG player profile, chose Long Beach State because of the opportunity to play as a two-way player. And you touched on Arizona and a lot of former big leaguers having sons coming through Arizona. How about Bull? His hitting coach, Chris Bryant's dad.
Chris Bryant's dad has been very involved in all of travel baseball for a long, long time.
Matthew Major from Troy, Ohio, Tulane commit, perfect game, top 500. Vegas Gold wrapping up with their hitters, and Team White to follow. Matthew Major goes 6'1", 190, 16 years, 6 months. Down the road from Troy, Ohio to Tulane, down in New Orleans. Middle infielder also at the hot corner at third base. Matthew Major completes his round. Team White when we continue on PerfectGame.tv. Continue on PerfectGame.tv. Our final group of the afternoon. Cooper Teeple stands in, number 1 for Team White. From Johns Creek, Georgia. Perfect Game high follow right now.
Okay, Steve, I've got a two-part answer for you on your question about Arizona.
Okay.
First part, pure Arizona kid, grew up in Arizona, played in Arizona, fits in with the son of an ex-Major League player, and that is Cody Bellinger, who I'm thrilled to see is having a comeback season with the Cubs. Problem with Cody, son of Clay Bellinger, former big leaguer, was that he was only 160 pounds in high school, had no power, hit 1 home run in high school, and I think 3 in his first 2 years of minor league ball. But what a pretty pretty swing. I don't know what's happened the last 2 years to that absolutely gorgeous swing that Cody Bellinger had in high school. The cheating part of it is I saw two players in college play in Arizona. Both of them are Southern California high schoolers, so I saw also play in Southern California. One of them one of my favorite players of all time, and Dustin Pedroia. And the other, the sometimes on Hall of Fame list second baseman Chase Utley. Saw them both play in college in Arizona.
So my fourth year in minor league baseball, I was back in the New York Penn League, which, Dave, you understand, if you don't want to go back to short season ball, but I did. I was with the Staten Island club, the Staten Island Yankees at the time. And we were in Batavia, New York, which is where I got my start in the Phillies organization. And with that, after a game one night, went to a local Irish pub where I had been night in, night out 2 years prior. And some of the people there were familiar with me, and I was familiar with the Phillies staff, and I was obviously with the Staten Island Yankees. So it was sort of, I was playing both ends of the bar. But the conversation came around to Chase Utley. And at the time, and we mentioned his name earlier, as we see Connor Lytle for Team White, Scott Rowland, the Phillies felt was going to probably leave, either trade or free agency. And as Utley was coming through the system in 2000, there were people in the Phillies organization who wanted to move him to third base to replace Scott Rowland. And the people who were part of the coaching staff in that short season club in Batavia, New York, were adamant that Chase Utley was a future big league second baseman, an all-star, and exactly sort of how his career played out as a second baseman and not moving across to third.
Good call there. Connor Lytle taking his turn in the box. The previous hitter, Carter Christensen, we saw the graphic on the screen and I was unaware of it, ran a 6'4", 260. Young player from Archbishop Moeller in Cincinnati, a 6'4", the second ties for the second highest of all the runners who've run the 60 so far.
Touched on it yesterday, and I think you alluded to it earlier. As the players, they take their round of batting practice, the groups will shag as well, and the PG Tech cage, where is that located?
It's located in the batting. If you could see down the far right field line, there are a number of batting cages down in that area, and I believe it's located, down in that right field corner, beyond the right field corner. That age, there's an indoor batting cage, a couple of outdoor batting cages, and they're set up somewhere down there. And that's something that the PG Tech comes to every PG showcase. We can have a 45-player, 13U, 14U showcase in High Point, North Carolina, and the PG Tech equipment's going to be there. So if you go to a PG showcase, you are going to get measured. It just isn't something that comes out of the high-tech closet for, a national level event.
So what's the equipment entail? How does it travel?
It's basically computerized. It's just a whole lot of sensors and cameras that come with it, just really, really advanced, computer and photographic, technology. I actually have never watched it at work because I'm always scouting BP at the time. But it's the cutting edge of analytics right there, especially in a form that you can travel with, that you can get. Some weekends we're going to have 6, 7, 8 showcases in one weekend all across the country, and those are all going to feature the PG Tech technology and all the analytics that does with your swing.
Jason De Lamar, Arkansas commit from Glen Rose, Arkansas. Fayetteville High School, where he plays for Scott Gallagher. was first team all-conference for baseball and football. As a sophomore.
It's a football body. It's 5'10", 190 pounds.
Jason Shears, commissioner for a day. Simple statement, pitch clock is ruining the MLB.
And it's interesting you say that. Jason Delamar is a two-way player who's been up to 92 off the mound. That was a year ago, and I hope we're going to see him on the mound this event. He might come out and crank mid-90s on us here, so he might have a vested interest in thinking about the pitch clock. But for all that you said, 90% of the surveys come back saying the pitch count, the pitch clock is horrible, and it's just so easy to argue that with how successful it's been, the perception at least, in the popularity of baseball. It's accomplished exactly what Theo Epstein and his group of thinkers did when they were challenged by Commissioner Manfred to figure out a way to make the game popular again. And it's just so ironic that that doesn't seem to be popular with the young people that it was supposed to please in speeding the game up. It's just there's a inconsistency there that needs some more explaining.
And I find it funny that you bring Theo Epstein's name into that conversation when it was the Yankees and Red Sox in 9-inning games going 4 hours plus. And they played this past weekend, and Sunday night baseball, they got underway at 7 and they were done by 10 o'clock. Now, granted, it was a low-scoring game. It wasn't a Yankees. It wasn't 20 runs combined by the two teams for that one particular night. But it's refreshing that you're in the 8th or 9th inning of a Major League Baseball game and the clock hasn't hit 10 o'clock.
I think I read there have been 2 9-inning games this year that have been over 3.5 hours, and one of them was that 16-11 game in Mexico City, which we can hardly count. Those they don't exist anymore. The game times have been cut by over a half an hour, and to me that's a positive. A well played 4-2 game without many pitching changes is going to clock in at 2:15 to 2:25 now. Seems like a brilliant idea to me.
Luke Sullivan for Team White from Virginia, Patriot High School. What do you make of where he starts his hands?
I don't make much of it. It's the deep, stiff, barred load. If you look at his right, I'm trying to turn myself into a left-handed hitter here. If you look at his right arm and how it's lined up and it's almost fully extended there with his hands loaded back so deep, that's just going to create length and stiffness to a swing. And Sullivan is strong enough to overcome it a lot, 6'1", 190, and obviously a pretty mature body. But that's going to be something that keeps him from being real twitchy and getting the bat started. You can see him having to make adjustments, especially for inside fastballs with that approach.
Kyle Wynn will stand in. From Orlando, Florida. Bishop Moore High School and a Florida Atlantic commit. Goes 6', 195. Dave mentioned earlier the time's up from their numbers from the workouts earlier in the day on perfectgame.org. Games tomorrow morning underway at 8 a.m. Eastern. There'll be 4 games total. Our middle group of 4 teams will wrap up with the 2 games in the morning, and then the 4 teams that we've seen this afternoon with the workouts. Red, Royal, Vegas Gold, and White will play this afternoon, and then again wrap up on Wednesday morning with games at 8 and 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Lewin shares what has improved most since the turn of the calendar to 2023, his level of defensive play and also his hitting. Billy Carlson up next from Corona, California, Vanderbilt commit. Vanderbilt is always. Go ahead.
I was saying, really looking forward to seeing this BP. Billy Carlson was brilliant during infield drills, not only throwing 97. I don't even care they threw 97. I love the actions and the athleticism. Obviously, the rank is very impressive. Vanderbilt's very impressive. And I really haven't seen Billy play that much. So this is kind of a fun note for me, and there's obviously so much athleticism there, even in the batter's box. I'm kind of comparing him in my mind to what Sean Gamble is. Gamble, of course, being a left-handed hitter. Timing was all off on that one. He'll take that one back. Sort of regathers himself. Not a big fan of the double tap, the tap back. That's a variable. That's something that can throw off your timing. And if you're just timing for one pitch, one zone, it will work. But that's something that's so hard to repeat timing-wise. But what a loose, nice swing, great extension, present bat speed. You know, I'd like to have seen where these balls went. I have a feeling he was playing ping pong with the left field fence there a lot.
And you see the wall out in left field from our camera behind home plate. Kyle Nagashima stands in to take his hacks. Plays for the SoCal Giants scout team under Chuck Fick. University of Hawaii commit. Kai shares on his PG profile. He has taken Latin 2 and plans on taking Latin 3 honors in his junior year.
Okay.
Similar at all to Carlson in front of him, who we just saw?
I wouldn't think so, no. There isn't the athleticism. The lengthened back is significantly longer. It's a hanging big pullback load without the double tap, so plenty of differences there. Plus the Latin factor in there, you know, studying Latin and such. Okay, that still has me thinking a bit.
Cade Goldstein, Harvard Westlake High School, Hidden Hills, California, University of Washington commit. Harvard Westlake, one of those schools with plenty of talent that has gone on to the big leagues.
Well, when you have a starting rotation that is Jack Flaherty, Max Fried, and Lucas Giolito at one time, although Flaherty was as much a third baseman, I think, at that point, that's a pretty good pitching staff, wouldn't you say? That could be a good base for a big league pitching staff right now.
Yeah, that's where I was leading you, and you went right there.
We actually, all three were PG All-Americans, but Flaherty was actually a PG All-American as a third baseman. The thing was, he had the most impressive pitching stats of the trio, but he wasn't the stuff guy he is now. When he was in high school, he was an upper 80s, really, really good slider, all strikes guy, and was their starting third baseman as well. So he played third base. I think he might have pitched in the All-American game, but he played a lot more innings at third base that game.
And you've got Pete Crow Armstrong, who, I don't know, knocking on the door. He's pretty close.
I think he lost. He lost a year with
injury.
He lost a year with injury, so I think he's still probably a year away because of that lost time. I think there's no doubt that he's going to be the highest level big league outfielder, especially on defense. His defense was superlative back when he was in high school. Kind of the same type of athlete as Corbin Carroll, maybe with another inch or two, but so quick twitch, and I think when he gets to the big leagues, he's going to have power that you aren't expecting once he develops as a big leaguer.
Pete Crow Armstrong, outfielder, now was drafted originally in the first round out of Harvard Westlake High School by the Mets organization. Now, I think second or third year in the Cubs organization, second, and at the Double-A level, and still 21 years old, just turned 21 over the last couple of months. Here's Grayson Burleson, Vanderbilt commit. Burleson, primarily a right-handed pitcher. PG ranking, 292 nationally. Vanderbilt, if not the top, and I was going to mention this earlier, of just Vanderbilt always in the top 5, top 10 nationally in terms of recruiting class, and 2025 is going to be another indication of that, with the players that are represented here in the Junior National Showcase.
It's one of the schools, and there's a few of them besides, that are not intimidated by a player's ranking and the possibility that a player is going to get drafted, get his 7-figure bonus and not come to school, and therefore having them waste a commitment space. They will recruit, along with schools like Florida and a couple others, they will recruit the number one guy on the PG, prospect list and not worry about, he's never going to get here. They feel that they can compete for those players, and the history shows that they can compete for those players and get them onto campus in Nashville.
Luke Cornelison, Arkansas commit from Springdale, Arkansas, shares on his PG profile. Grew up a Razorback fan, always wanted to play for the Razorbacks, got invited to a prospect camp, performed well, they offered me, and said, no brainer.
For the most part, I think this new legislation is great about commitments and recruiting and keeping the 8th graders and freshmen for committing, because that's not healthy from any point of view. But there are those situations where a kid has a dream school. Maybe it's his parents went there. There's some connection that's deep and historical and visceral and all. And when you get offered by a school like that, it's not a decision anymore. It's like, that's my dream just fulfilled. my teenage dream to go to the University of Arkansas or, to USC or to Florida, whatever have you. And those are commitments that may not show up on paper in the future, but they're going to exist, underneath at the next level.
And a lot of the programs are such that, as you sort of touched on there, legacies. Here is Seth Hernandez. Speaking of Vanderbilt, right-handed pitcher. PG ranking number 4 nationally. He's had a busy day. We've seen him perform in the workouts earlier before batting practice.
Well, 95 from middle infield, 707 runner. You see the athletic look, 6'4", 190. I mean, that's just profile pitcher look right there. And from what we understand from our Southern California scouts, he's pretty much been 94, 96 all spring out in California as a sophomore. And I can't tell you how rare that is.
Still to come, Omar Cerna. Handful of hitters left for Team White. Games tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern, as we'll have maroon, navy, orange, and purple in action to wrap up their second games here in Marietta. And Dave, you saw those 4 teams earlier today with Brett Dolan. What'd you take away from seeing maroon, navy, orange, and purple?
That was the group that there's going to be a lot of guys in that currently carry 500 rankings, meaning we haven't seen them enough, or the last time we saw them, it wasn't real impressive. There's going to be a lot of guys who jump from that 500 to a 150, a 200, a 250, who make big jumps because there are some great athletes in that group that just really haven't been recognized yet.
Sebastian Norman from Springfield, Missouri, Oklahoma State commit.
Here's an interesting
number 67. Go ahead.
67 on Sebastian Norman here. We have a 6'2", 225-pound athlete here. You can see the body type right there. He ran a 6'5", 60. That's just impressive. That's like, we talked about Micah Matthews earlier. That's a linebacker, a wide receiver set of tools and body. This is a linebacker right here, Sebastian Norman. That size, 6'5" in the 60. Just want to reach out to him and say, get to your front side. He's loading back and he tends to get stuck on his back side, and did much better there getting through and letting his hips work instead of shifting back and then staying back, and that locks up your hips.
Sebastian Norman concludes his round. And Omar Cerna. Again, LSU commit. Seen one of our final batters here.
And I will confess, when they populated the database, the numbers from the workouts, one of the first things I did is go down to Omar Cerna after saying that he was going to, I wouldn't be surprised to see an 87 catcher throw on his. I missed it by 1. He threw 86 catching, 93 from the infield.
Okay. Omar Cerna wrapping up and concluding day number 3 of the Junior National Showcase here in Marietta, Georgia. Four games on the schedule for Tuesday on PerfectGame.tv. 2 games on Wednesday in the morning session, and then the Sophomore National Showcase underway on Wednesday afternoon with workouts, games for the 6 teams participating on Thursday and Friday. 3 games each day. Dave will make the transition into doing his homework on the sophomores.
I have to do that. I have to find the time late at night to do that.
I don't know where and when. There's a handful, and it probably puts you in that list, but I won't do it to you over the next couple of days. You know, there's certain people you know that if you text after 11 p.m., you're going to get a response. You could probably get a response from them at 2 a.m. as well. I think you're one of those guys, Dave.
Actually, I'm the exact opposite. I'll tell you the story quick.
Are you?
Yes. I get up early in the morning and work. There's any number of our scouts who joke about getting texts or emails from me early in the morning before they've gone to bed. I've already slept my 6-8 hours. They haven't gone to bed yet.
Our upcoming schedule for Tuesday, we get underway at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, Maroon versus Orange. The 4 teams that we saw this afternoon with the workouts, Red Royal, 2 p.m. Eastern, Vegas Gold and White at 5 Eastern. We'll be on board with you tomorrow morning bright and early for the first 2 games of our 4 scheduled for Tuesday. Day 3 of the Junior National Showcase wrapping up here at the East Cobb Baseball Complex in Marietta, Georgia. For our entire PerfectGame.tv crew, including our producer, director, Steve Banta, and my partner, Dave Ronsley, and Brett Dolan, we say so long from Marietta. Thanks for taking the time with us this afternoon. We'll see you tomorrow morning beginning at 8 Eastern with game action all day long.